Okay, rulers, settle down. Ruler School is brought to you by Odyssey Games, where you can go to get singles for all your Force of Will and other trading card games, as well as these amazing patrons. Special thanks to guest lecturer member Vite Ramen. Thank you for your support. Class is in session. Hey there, rulers! Welcome to Ruler School. Welcome to day one of the online Games and Geek World Championship Qualifier hosted on Discord. We're having a very exciting day today. We're just getting things ready for the players to start their player meeting, so you get to talk to me and the ghost of Paul, who will be here eventually. He'll probably won't be here for round one, but he'll be joining me for commentary later today. Before we get started, I do want to give a huge thanks to Svetlana and the Games and Geek gang, including Landon, who's doing a great job today to host this event for us and make this possible. As always, because it's a GP, we do restrict the chat to being specifically just the players or the people who are members on the channel. If you consider being a member on the channel, we would appreciate it. If we get to 100 emotes, then or 100 members, which I think we're 17 away right now, 17 members today, we can unlock the Lumia emote. You can use all these wonderful emotes you've already seen people use in the chat, and it goes a long way to support the channel. It's essentially like a Twitch subscription, it's just the YouTube version. Regardless, though, you can enjoy the stream, and we hope you enjoy it. And then, as well, at some point in time during today, we will be doing a giveaway question that you don't have to be a member for, where when you enter, you will answer the question by sending your response to an email address that we'll give you, and then you'll be entered into a contest to win a set of one of each of the participation promos for today. So you couldn't play in the tournament, but you still get the entry promos just for hanging out and joining us here on stream. So yeah, we're looking forward to it. They're getting their player meeting started right now. I have everything all plugged in here so I can check everything quickly. They will be starting in about 5 minutes so that they can do their player meeting. We will be jumping right in. We have our players selected for round one, so we don't have to worry about that. Just a few other kind of pieces of, what do I want to call it, housekeeping as we get started. Elder of Wolves, thank you so much. Welcome to being a member on the channel. You can go ahead and pick up your syllabus and report to class. We're glad you decided to join us here today. So a few things to note. First off, the players that you will be watching cannot hear the commentary, even though they're watching they were watching their Discord, but you might hear my audio stop. We might go muted when we need to talk to the players to like do setup and stuff, because we will be managing their time on round because of the way the tournament is structured today. So if you hear us kind of stop talking, if we look like we're talking, or suddenly we just go muted, that's probably why. We're probably needing to answer a question at the stream table or calling for judge. So just to heads up on that. And then also, you know, if they need a judge call or anything else, we might go on break. I'm trying to think if there's anything else about the tournament itself that we need to talk about today. So far, it looks like we have 73 players signed up today, maybe 74, so it's going to be 6 rounds with then a cut to top 8. If the top 8 players decide to play today, we will stream it. The hope is, though, that they probably all decide to play tomorrow because it's going to be a long day, and so we will stream tomorrow as well. We're very much looking forward to it. Just in case you haven't seen, this is one of the participation promos, this Mikage Rhea. Like, it's gorgeous. Every player participating today is getting one of these, along with 5 other beautiful cards. So, I mean, like, contest. I'm very glad to be able to give this stuff away to you guys and bring you the content here. We're going to be trying to hit a variety of different decks. This is a very potentially crazy meta in terms of things that people can decide to do, tech choices, options in that regard. So just as a heads up, you might see us bounce around based on the round number to like upper or lower tables. We try to make these streams more about variety and enjoyment rather than just always seeing what the top tables are, because Top Cut will show you what the top tables are. So just expect that as we go throughout the day. If you have anything that you particularly want us to try to find, let us know in the chat. If you're a member, we'll try to find those kinds of matches. So that'll be there. And then, yeah, other than that, we're just getting started. So glad to see people already participating in the chat. Really looking forward to it. Our first match is going to be a Ragnarok deck. We've already picked it because the list got sent to me, and it's very different than any Ragnarok deck we've seen. And I was like, I don't know how many people are playing Ragnarok, so let's give this man his day. So, yeah. And Paul will be hanging out back there. He can see. He's got a screen. Ta-da. As you can see, he'll be able to see everything. He'll just be back there hanging out when we get to there. I don't think it's going to be all burn, Patrick. I do think we're going to have to kind of work our way to try to avoid it as best as possible. But there is going to be probably a high likelihood of people playing burn or Wolfgang. We'll get the ruler breakdown when we get there. Kevin Mant, welcome. Glad to have you here as a student. You can go ahead and pick up your syllabus and report to class. We're grateful for the membership there and happy to have you participating in the chat. Any questions from our members as we get started? Already up to 40 people watching. Super happy with that. Enjoying it. Hope you all enjoy it too. Yep, it looks like they're just getting started with getting the player meeting about to start. So things that I expect to see today. Let's see. Yeah, let's get a Keurig Flex train going for new members. Can we get a member Keurig Flex train? Like new member Keurig, new member Keurig, new member Keurig, or Kiki's, I guess, either one. As well as even if you're not a member, if you want to get plugged into the community, we do have our community Discord, which you can check out down below. And if you haven't picked up your product yet for set 2.5 and set 3, which trust me, you're going to want both. You can go ahead and check out pre-release information and pre-order information from Odyssey Games, the sponsor of the channel. They have boxes available for both, and I think still pre-release kits for S3 down below that you can check out. Babatunde, you forgot about this event until now. Well, you're here now, buddy. So glad to have you. Glad you decided to come. So things that I expect to see today, I expect to see Wolfgang in some variation. I expect to see of the twin rulers, a lot of different variations involving Feasting Almerius and Grus Ballesta, some kind of like cycling with those, whether it be Feasting Almerius, Feasting Grus Ballesta Almerius. If I'm talking about my list, I imagine we'll probably see my list and Zero together, or my list and Moodstart together. And those are typically the way that those decks kind of go. I expect to see Celesta decks. I expect to see Wolfgang decks. I expect to see a couple of Ragnaroks, I guess, because again, we're putting one on first. I do expect to see maybe people trying to do Welser. I feel like if people are trying to play Welser decks, it's better to play Feasting Moodstart for those kinds of combo decks. Just my thought. But I do think we'll see a good variety. Because this event is US and Canada only, we love to play what we like to play. So it's a matter of, do you think that people are going to be try-harding to just like take top tier lists that they've seen from like Europe and stuff like that, or are we going to be people playing their own kind of creations? We have some teams represented today, specifically the Rogue Skills guys are kind of coming back. We got Cal, Josh, Steven, and Derek, as well as I know that some big name players have come back, including Brandon Bremont, and then other people like Kevin from the Geektopia Island guys, who's playing and is qualified for Worlds. Lots of great people. We also have some YouTube members who are participating. And then, yeah, the quick question is for Stranger Rulers, will there be any Rezards? If there's a Stranger Ruler to be played in this meta, it would be Rezard. But the wonderful card Institute exists, which makes me kind of like, I'm not sure if that card sees any kind of play anymore. For those of you who are maybe wondering what card I'm talking about, let me pull it up real quick. Magic Stone Research Institute. This is a very good card to be able to, you can tap a ruler that you control to remove your opponent's graveyard from the game at instant speed. Like, this is a very good card that will see a lot of play, and also just tells Rezard that you're not going to have a good time. So there's that. As always, I do have to kind of rely on members a little bit. If for the chat, if our voices need to be louder or softer, just let us know. We can make those changes. I think we should be at a good volume because this is what I typically use for the. This is the volume that I typically use for the Monday night teachers' lounge or office hours. But again, YouTube is weird. Computers are weird. If I need to go louder or softer, just let us know. Oh, it didn't pop up it didn't fix my thing. A number of new alumni this stream. 2. And we're in chill wave zone here at the Ruler School home offices. Looks like we're getting started. Posting the pairings now. Starting the round at 1:15, so 4 minutes. The matches, we will, I'm not quite sure exactly whether or not we're going to have it so that you guys can hear the table, but we might have it so that you guys can hear the table. We want to use the first round at least to make sure that we can hear the table and then it's not overpowering. But the plan will be eventually to make it so that you guys can hear the table once we get there. Let me make sure. I'm just checking to make sure that we have the pairings here. Derpy, welcome. You can go ahead and pick up your syllabus and report to class. I do gotta say, table 8, come to. Yes, there we go. We got they're telling me who our stream people are. I have Joe Ramirez and Matt Seymour coming to the stream. So give me just a minute, and I'm going to talk to these guys once they pop in. When you get the bye first round. Well, Derpy, hey, congratulations on the 1 free win. Already getting started here. We're super glad that you decided to come watch the stream while you get to chill and take a break. Give this man some Keurig flexes for already having the first win of the tournament. Let's see, come on. Why is it not going to where I want it to? There we go. Okay, great. Telling the players to come to my area. And I'm going to mute myself so I can talk to my players and get them started here for round 1. So, let's see here, GP stream. Let's go over to the cam view. You won't be able to hear me for a second. Okay, we are here. We have Joe Ramirez on the left playing Bruce Almerius, and we have Matt Seymour on the right playing Ragnarok. Sorry for that little setup stuff that we hit. So we are looking forward to seeing how this goes. So Almerius here gets to start with 7,000 life. This is potentially pretty difficult for the Ragnarok deck to have to deal with. 7,000 life is a lot. So it looks like we're gonna have Matt's gonna get to go first. Oh, sure. We just started, Paul. Oh, we just started? Yeah, it's round 1. Paul just walked in, everybody. Chat, say hi, Paul. Hi, Paul.
Hello.
How's it going, buddy?
It's going better now that I'm back from the Taco Bell catering order.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, my God.
We are here. We got Matt Seymour on the right playing Ragnarok, and we got Joe Ramirez on the left playing Bruce Ballesta Almerius. Bruce Ballesta Almerius is going to be on the draw. I'm very excited to see how this could work out. I imagine Joe's probably playing a pretty traditional Bruce Ballesta list. Matt's Ragnarok list, however, is interesting. Explosive would be the word that I would use for it. Oh. I did talk to him yesterday, though, and I said, how do you deal with Almerius? And he went cry. So, I don't know. We'll see how this goes. Blasting waves off the top here.
Thanks, Patrick. I appreciate that. Rayman.
We're using that first Ragnarok effect to produce some extra will here. Oh, Burning Rabbit Dash right off the bat. Do we clone it? Are we cloning it or not? That's the question here. I cannot turn down the audio. You can, however, on that little black box over there. You're the nope, not that one. 1 second. This one, just turn it down if you don't want to hear it as much.
There we go. All right, that's so much better.
So we did not clone the Burning Rabbit Dash. These are 3/3s going to be swinging in. I'm a little surprised we didn't clone it. What do you think? I mean, cloning it there would have meant we got 6 of them. That's 18 damage against Joe.
It's hard for me to have too deep of an opinion on whether or not he should have cloned or not because we don't even know his deck list.
Did he attack?
I think.
I'm going to make sure. 1 second. Yeah, okay. So
always a solid turn 1 play. Doing Rabbit Dash, going hard.
Yeah, for sure. If you go second and you have a tagged ruler, the Energize is either color, Raymond. It can be for either ruler. Dark Alice's Smile. Ooh. Oh, what a what a terrible thing.
Solid.
We have play. 3 Resonators, 4 Resonators.
Is that the... I think that's the... Hold on. Oh, that's the,
it's literally 4 Resonators. Wow. So we just can't grab anything with that.
Now we know his hand.
Yep. And he used the mana ability to play the spell. Yep, Dr. Nemo. But he could have paid 1 will to also copy it using Ragnarok, because you could use Ragnarok more than once per turn. Wow, what a free turn there. That was really good.
Definitely helping Matt.
Yep, drawing some extra cards for Ragnarok. Yep.
Let's see what we have. So now he's at 7 cards, 8 cards.
After making a discard whiff, which is like really good.
That's really solid.
Oh, especially since he's definitely on a clock to like push aggression against the Almerius deck.
That 6H stone has really, really been good for Ragnarok. Giving him access to all colors, which is something he desperately needed.
Green.
So let's see.
Oh!
Okay.
Wow.
So Matt's going to be able to grind pretty well throughout this whole game now.
Wow, an Altising Secret Hideout. That's so good right now.
Glad he drew that after the smile.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Oh, my.
This is a very good start for Matt in this matchup here. Like, pressure on board, the Gru's Ballista whiffed on his first turn. Ugh, and now we got Wind Servant for 3 extra will.
Proactive
or 2.
Wind Servant play. So he's probably going to try and do something here very powerful.
Yeah, 3 fire. That makes sense. We're going to go Gwyn. I imagine we play both Gwyn and Elfina here. Although I think we attack first, if I'm being honest. Nope. We're just going straight in with the Elfina. So this is crazy because first off, we're going to take this damage.
From a token?
Yep, 2 attacks. We're going to see if all 3 go through. Down to 52. So this is great because now Matt is sitting on an instant speed Elfina during Joe's turn when Joe's already behind. So Matt's going to be able to potentially wipe whatever Joe plays this turn just off the board and draw more cards. Like, this is...
So definitely the momentum is really strong from Matt. However, I'll just remind you that early game momentum doesn't mean too much when you have 7,000 life.
That's very true. That's very true.
So we've gotten in a bunch of damage. It's all cushion at this point. So we're looking at black redstone. So what
That's
is happening?
Very different than I would have expected. I would have expected a black. Well, I mean, Gru's Ballista, it can produce any color this turn. So Gru's Ballista typically runs a lot of singletons. It's just a matter of what his base color is, probably base black. But he can't target anything.
Yeah, he can't target anything, so he needs a wrath effect of some kind.
Golem's probably going to come down here because he has 2 stones, so he can pay 3 for a Golem.
Pay 4 for Golem.
Just a 9-tailed fox for 9 damage.
So this is helpful because the card says each, which means it gets around the targeting effects, the barrier effects that are attached to Altising Secret Hideout.
But the problem is right now.
To sack to draw a few cards.
This isn't super great because, he's going to get to draw 2 discards, sure, but this Lilius Petal doesn't get to come into play because he only has 2 stones. So, if I was Joe, I think I would have waited to use this during Matt's turn.
Before upkeep.
Not even before upkeep. I would have waited until, until Matt tried to make a move. Because, the Lilius spell is instant speed, right? So we were wiping this board either way. But now Matt just gets a free pop-off turn.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Definitely some interesting moves using these quick cast cards proactively on their own turns, which I think is what we're seeing from both players at this point. Elfina coming in, the Wind Servant coming in when they both have quick cast. It's interesting that they're not utilizing that more.
Yeah, Joe just has to pass the turn here.
So now he's wide open with no will open, so he can't react to whatever Matt's going to do. So Matt's going to go to 3 stones, and given that it's a much more aggressive build from what it looks like,
and we hit a
2
recovery.
color stones. Oh man, let's see if Matt can just pop off here because he's got goodness. He drew 2, he was at 8, played 3, so he's at 6 cards now.
Yeah, got a lot of cards. Magnus Guardian Beast? Did we draw into Magnus Guardian Beast? I mean, the singleton nature of this is... We definitely didn't. Kiki's in the chat.
Kiki's in the chat.
It's our first Kiki of the day. I should put a Kiki counter for how many Kikis we got. It's 1 Kiki. Every time we get a Kiki, I'll add another Kiki to the post. Just multiple Kikis every time.
Oh, goodness. So playing a Kiki, sculpting his hand a little bit. I think he's digging for something pivotal. The question is, what is that win condition?
Yeah. The problem that I was talking about with Matt about this deck is just that it can definitely gas out against Almerius. Losing the losing that early life gain, like having to deal with that early high life, can certainly be something that just gasses him out.
Mm-hmm. So he's going to cycle a stone. So we are at... Oh, that's a stone of the
blood.
Revenge Stone.
That's the stone of the blood.
Ooh, the blood. Now that Rukig is on Matt's side of the field. If he can get that off, he might be able to search for that Magnus Guardian Beast,
That's
which
true.
is a common card we see in Ragnarok builds.
Mm-hmm.
And given that he's playing the Blasting Waves, it kind of makes sense to me that we could probably expect that this game. Foul block.
Yeah, we have 3 different stones right now.
So now Golem can come down for, I believe, 3.
Still 3.
We're probably not going to see Golem on this turn. AM2, that is a really sick map, I just got to say.
Yeah, I'm wondering. So, like, we haven't seen a Rhea.
Another smile.
Like, I'm wondering what Joe's build is. We got Chelina, a Demon Flame, Academy Guard, a Little Red. I don't hate the idea of...
Yeah, I can say Chelina is probably my choice here.
RFG not removed, not in hand. Yeah.
Chelina can get out of hand very quickly.
For sure.
Probably one of my favorite cards out of Epic. Just solid card.
We gotta dive here at the end of the turn, right, Matt? You've got one floating. Like, you dive with that Kusanagi.
And we're gonna dive, I think.
Yep. Or that.
Oh, okay, so he's gonna start searching. I think he's maybe holding onto the Motoko so he can ensure some sort of actual damage later on in the game, perhaps.
We get a Magnus Guardian Beast here, most likely.
He's getting
Yogg. Oh yes.
Yogg's
Okay.
in the chat.
So I do remember Matt telling me about this. Is that we use Rukig to grab Yogg because one, it's really hard to discard because a lot of stuff doesn't hit resonators right now. Yeah, and he wants to give give stuff. It only gives Cthulhu swiftness, but if he awakens it, it gives everybody +10/+10. So like the idea being, you play all these tiny bodies, and then you go to your turn and slam down Yogg and just push through for lethal, which is cute to see it outside of Wolfgang.
Oh yes,
I love it a lot.
Kiki's in the chat for the Kiki swinging in for 11 damage.
Yeah, 11 damage from a Kiki.
11 damage from a Kiki
good.
sounds legit. Oh my goodness.
Matt's
hitting a lot of cards.
Joe, like we haven't seen a Rhea from Joe's side. We haven't seen a I'm wondering. What are we doing here? This is after upkeep. We didn't search for a guard. I mean, because then you think of Guardian. You think Guardian Beast into next turn Yogg's the Thoth. Like that's a ton of damage.
Well, there's a lot of good synergy there between the Motoko and the Yogg because you dive, you look at the opponent's hand. You're able to name something if you bring it in, and then it gets swiftness and piercing plus that +10 or that +10 on the attack side. So you have this huge Motoko, and they can't even respond to it. Is kind of the idea there.
Yeah.
And of course you have barrier still.
Matt is telling us in his voice that he's going to do something for the memes, which is never a good sign for Matt Seymour. Preemptive potential tapping here because we might not hit a 6 stone. That's the one thing about Ragnarok is the longer it goes, if he hits the 6 stones early, the worse they become later when he's trying to still call stones because he has to hit one, otherwise they just are void stones. Blue and red, and then calling stone. So that preemptive.
Sweet.
See?
Here we are. So he did not get the stone that he wanted, but he's telegraphing that he's wanting to play Yogg-Sothoth this turn, potentially.
This seems very weird to play Yogg this turn.
So Matt's in a little bit of an awkward position here because he can cast Yogg, but there's nothing. I mean, he's already used his Guinevere. He's already used his Demon Flame, his Rook Egg.
Okay. Blue, red, green being used. Oh, Elixir's Love with the blue and the green. Yep. Burning Rapidash.
Makes sense to me.
And we're attempting to recast the Burning Rapidash. Or the red and the...
Just clarifying what mana has been used here.
Yep. Rapidash into Yogg-Sothoth next turn is also a bunch of damage.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like, we don't have any green on Joe's side, which is real weird. Like, there's no cancels available here.
Yeah, it seems to be a very aggressive Grubelistalist and...
Ooh, Exorcist Mage. Yep. So Exorcist here is going to just make those tokens not do anything.
Matt's a little disappointed there. Probably a really solid reactionary play. I've been waiting for Joe to make some sort of play in this direction because he's sitting on a lot of cards right now, a lot of open will. I'm interested in what the natural red is going to be used for in Joe's list.
I imagine that we're probably going to see... If we see Araya come down here, Joe's going to be in a good spot, I think. We did not have Araya in hand. Okay, got it.
Okay. Very interested in what's happening here.
Yeah, for sure. Because now we're going to be at probably 4 unique stones. We haven't really had anything in graveyard that Almerius wants to reanimate. There's been nothing killed or nothing discarded that's been worth that time.
Rustin, this is game 1, yeah.
Yeah, Rustin. Still no 6 Sage Stones.
Okay,
okay.
So maybe this is just to have multiple colors then. So now we're at 4 colors potentially in the deck, so there is a little bit of green.
Yep, we're also at
cancels.
We're also at 1-drop Golem range, which is a lot, especially against the Ragnarok deck. Like, Matt can just have his board wiped every turn unless he has a bunch of quick cast dudes, which in this case, he's tapped out, so that's not going to work. On Matt's side, we've used will production and draw cards. This is a really greedy play here. I don't like Judgment Tinker's Ballesta here because he does not have Eternal.
Correct.
So we're about to lose that guy. He wants to produce Will of Any Color. Maybe that's what we needed, just to be able to produce Will of Any Color. Maybe. But I really don't like Judgmenting here.
Yeah, Joe might be wandering into some bad territory here.
Because we can pay to... First off, Matt might have some J-Ruler hate in his deck naturally. But also, pay to kill all J-Rulers is just a thing.
Yeah. And without that Eternal... This is not a very...
Oh, you know what? Oh, what could be a play here? We could have a Windstone shot in hand and trying to be baiting Matt to pull that trigger and then bring back the 6 Sage Stone from the grave in response. That could be pretty good. But other than that...
Coming from the Grubelistalist player in the room, that might be a thing.
Yeah, that... That might be the play. The 2 blue might be for Fiola, though. Like, Matt might be predicting that same kind of thing. Would be my thought. Because if this Crucible Ballesta dies, it's not good for Joe.
Oh, absolutely. Let's see. We are playing hesitantly. Hold on, we're backing it up. We're backing it up. Double blue.
We got 2 blue floating.
Double blue. Matt's probably synchronizing this out in his head to figure out what exactly do I want to do here.
That makes me think he doesn't have a Fiola in hand, which feels very bad for Matt to say, I'm not sure if I need.
Destroy all humans? We're going to destroy all humans. Yeah, this is exactly what we're talking about.
Or not.
Um,
Okay. We just didn't have the Windstone shot.
Yeah, so it seems like Joe just forgot that Ragnarok has the ability to blow up the board.
I can't think it other than maybe just we needed the will, but I don't know.
He didn't gain anything.
That felt like a
lost
weird
2
waste
stones.
of that felt like a weird waste of will on this play. Tagusa, everybody's favorite competent investigator. He's
He's
so
so
competent.
You can trust him, guys. He'll find the card you need.
Yeah, I don't like that Crucible Ballesta flip. Like if he had the Windstone shot, that would have been a great move, right? Because then you make Ragnarok race in effect, which then makes his next one cost more, and you get to keep Crucible Ballesta. Now suddenly he's a 17/17 with Eternal for the rest of the game, right? But that to me.
And the cost of Windstone is 2 will, right?
It's Windstone shot is 2. Yep, he had 2 available to Windstone shot.
So Joe has lost one of his win conditions for the game at this point because Crucible Ballesta is a really solid ruler once you get him flipped with that Eternal, and then he just gets bigger as you do more things with Almerius. So now Matt can just reestablish
Guard. Okay.
Proactive Lycian Guard.
So now Joe, both players are locked to 1 Resonator and 1 spell per turn.
I still don't necessarily like the proactive play of Lycian because you can make it so that your opponent has an effect that fizzles. It's like a pseudo cancel in a way for 1.
Well, if something's been cast, guard won't make it. Guard won't make it fizzle.
So you're saying if there are 2 Resonator spells on the chase,
you've successfully cast them both.
Never mind.
Yep.
Never
guard just prevents you from actually casting them, but once they've been cast and put on the chase, guard doesn't do anything to them.
Gotcha.
Last lecture to recover Almerius and cancel the Lycion.
So now he's just trying to pump up his Almerius for a secondary win condition, which feels awkward to me. The lesson I've learned about Welser is you have to know when to play his Resonator side and when to play the last lecture side.
Yeah.
This does not feel...
Whoop. Little Red with swiftness.
Oh, come on in. Oof.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I have to pause it. Hold on. Hey, guys, pause real quick. We actually have to go. Okay. Yes, I was correct.
Hmm.
Last lecture would resolve. We talked with the we we talked to the street. We talked to the judge. Because last lecture would resolve, Exorcist Mage is still in the field. Last lecture resolves, yes, but then Welser gets RFG'd, so he doesn't get his enter effect. So Academy Guard gets to resolve, and so he's going to go ahead
Now
and
we're
since
gonna dive.
he can't play the little red anymore, so he's going to use that will to dive. Um,
Okay, so another
I,
Exorcist, Pharesia, defense stance,
I don't hate
and
that duet.
that duet.
That duet's pretty good. That's a -4/-4 to the board for 2,
Mm.
which is very good with what we're dealing with right now.
That Pharesia's journey does not feel very secure right now, in the sense that it's not going to do all of that much. Although, um, I mean, we're at the point where 5 stones is a thing, so it's probably going to recycle a card back into the deck more than it's going to cancel anything at this point. Um, we're just doing some player communication here.
Oh, I'm going to answer a question real quick. Okay, so we went ahead and flashed in the other Exorcist Mage here just to put a body on board. That makes total sense. Joe's starting to kind of fall behind. We're making this Exorcist Mage a little bit bigger for the turn.
So that was all during upkeep. All
That
before
was
upkeep.
um that was at the end of Matt's turn that we
Okay.
saw the like yawn and the dive and all that stuff.
Gotcha. Okay.
But that's why this Exorcist Mage can now swing in. Not hitting these 6 Sage Stones.
Uh,
Um, just not seeing them for Joe.
so at this point, he will have 9 stones total left. We've seen 6, one of which was a 6 stone engraved currently.
So there's
So he has 4 stones left. Odds are he's going to hit another 6 stone here pretty quick, but trying to think of Almirius is not feeling good here either because there's nothing engraved to fetch back, and I'll just whiff under the
also,
Exorcist Mages anyway.
well, yeah, exactly. The Exorcist Mage will make Almerius just whatever you were trying to cheat in just dies.
Yeah.
So like
So at this point, I'm interested in what Joe's gonna try and do here. We saw his hand.
defense stance, um, defense stance. I don't the duet of darkness, right?
Mm-hmm.
Swing it in for 6. Kiki block. It's time. Well, we do have Yogg-Sothoth actually, so that makes sense that we might not.
Well, knowing he has Yogg in hand, I would duet now.
I would absolutely duet now.
Yeah,
I agree with you wholeheartedly.
absolutely.
Because Yogg-Sothoth is going to be because there wasn't he does have the final stance or the defense stance in hand to stop the Yogg. So there's that. Huh.
So double swing with Exorcist Mage.
This is a much longer game 1 than I was expecting. I'm liking it though. It's good. It's good stuff.
So with Yogg, we're looking at, let's see,
11,
47?
13, 11, 13. So 24 plus another 14 for 38 plus another, so 48 damage if the Yogg resolves.
Is Tagusa a 3/3 or is he a 4/4?
He's a 3/3, I believe.
Okay.
There's the duet. Yep.
Okay, good. Good choices from Joe Ramirez here.
Getting a Resonator back, and I imagine we're board wiping. Yep.
Kiki's in the chat.
Oof, and he's grabbing the Lilius for a board wipe. Like, this is the position where Matt is going to start struggling, because now we're getting to the point where Joe is just going to have probably a board wipe almost every turn, which is not great for Matt.
There's the Rhea.
There's the Rhea. So now it's going to come down Sigurd, I imagine. And we're going to start to see, Sigurd, final stance. Oh, that's true.
Okay.
We can grab final stance with Almerius and get a second turn. I probably would have.
That won't. There's no friction there between final stance and Exorcist Mage.
I kind of think I would rather do Sigurd. We're just gonna judgment right now. Okay, second turn right now.
Well, if he did Sigurd, he still has 2 Exorcist Mages, so like.
Oh, he also
Sigurd.
couldn't. Yeah, he couldn't get Sigurd. That's true. Joe's gonna be taking a second turn here off the final stance.
That's the way to do it.
That's.
So that's.
And go to his second turn.
How many pumps is that then?
He's
got
got
2, 3 pumps with the Almerius next turn because he has 3 white stones.
So 6/6 force. He'll have +8. That's lethal. Gruce Ballesta is going to call a stone, get us 4 white sources. All of his things are going to get +8/+8. The +8/+8s just by themselves, regardless of the stat line, is lethal, right? Because the +2/+2 is for all of his resonators. So 4 pumps is 3,200 damage represented. So that'll be game 1 for game 1.
6H stone.
For Joe. He just has to do it.
Hold on.
He just has to pull the trigger on
it. Looks like Joe was thinking, so might be doing math in his head, seeing the 4 sources. So those Exorcist Mages will be 8/8s.
No, they'll be 12/12s. Because every pump is +2.
Yeah, so
from Amarius.
Oh, yeah, you're right. 12, 12, and then another 12 there.
36 just from the Exorcist Rages and Rhea, and then you also have Amarius.
Matt's totally tapped out.
Yeah, there's nothing Matt can do here to stop the damage. Joe just has to pull the trigger on it.
Wolf.
16 damage? $14 coming in from Amarius. Game 2.
And off to game 2.
Yep. So, yeah, Matt just running out of, like we said, which Matt and I talked about against Amarius decks, is sometimes you just run out of steam. That you just can't get through that initial. I do wish that Matt had cloned the Rabbit Dash on turn 1. I do wish that he had cloned it on turn 1, because that would have been 18 or it would have been 18 damage twice, 36. Right?
Yeah.
Like, and then at that point in time, like, if you're Matt, I don't even think you play proactively for the rest of the game. You're just like, you tell Joe, like, answer my 18 damage every turn, and then when you answer it, I'll hit you with more damage next turn anyway. I think that there was... I think that was a little bit of an error.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, being more reactive with his quick cast cards probably would have put Matt in a much better situation and made Joe waste more resources. In this situation, Joe couldn't afford to waste resources. And so I think Matt would have been in a better place there and probably could have gone a little bit longer. But, yeah.
Wow, I've got the ruler breakdown here. It's very interesting, and I love it.
Ooh.
Well, they're sideboarding here, so we're at 73 players. Our breakdown is as follows. 1 Gil Lapis.
Siding into Feathsing.
Not surprising. Okay, 1 Gil Lapis, 3 Wolfgangs, 1 Lilias, 7 Gruce Ballesta Almerius. It is the most represented deck today. 3 Feathsing and Moonshart, 1 Melgus, 1 Faria, a second Gil Lapis, So a second, so 2 Gilapis. Matt is our only Ragnarok today. 1 Milest Almerius, 1 Machina, 5 Gruspelesta Feathsing, 1 Welser, 1 Gruspelesta Moodstart, 3 Celesta, 6 Milest Moodstarts, 4 Milest Feathsings, 1 Feasting Almerius, and 1 Dark Alice. So as expected, heavily tilted towards the dual rulers. A lot of diversity within the dual rulers. So, yeah.
Yeah, Baba Tinte, I agree. At this point, I don't know what the secret hideout does in the meta when you have Lilius and Golem.
Yeah, I know that Matt has Fiola in the deck to be able to cancel spells.
Oh, he does have Fiola.
So like there's a part of me that wonders, like, I don't know if he saw it or not, but like double rabbit into supported with Fiola is like, okay, pay 3, okay, cancel it, and then put Fiola on board, hit you for another 24. Like, I don't know. Oh, we're down to 4,000 life though. I'm not sure if I like going down to 4,000 life here for Joe. Like
yeah,
that's
Matt
very
at this
weird.
Point, just sticks to the plan.
Yeah, I don't think Matt's game plan changes.
But go super hard, much more hard than he was before. Like that would be my advice to Matt at this point. Make good plays, good reactive plays, and that'll put him in a much better position to actually take advantage of that 3,000 life loss.
Rustin, we have 3 Wolfgangs today. Only 3. Mulligan number 1 for the facing player.
Oh, goodness.
And Matt's going first.
First 5 minutes. Oh, is Joe done?
I guess. Yeah, I guess Joe's good with only 1.
Feeling very confident with that opening hand.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. So I think Joe is now on the front foot just flipping over a Feathsing.
Maybe.
Being able to cancel something at instant speed seems pretty good. You just always have a cancel.
Yeah, Josh, only 3 Wolfgangs. That deck is very glass cannon-y, so we were very much expecting that to be a deck that saner heads would prevail for a 6-round tournament and not play it all day.
Only 3 of us like Russian roulette. Yes, absolutely. So I got that not deep blue, deep woods.
Yeah, deep wood.
Deep woods.
Which doesn't really matter when our abilities cost void.
Shoutouts to Mike Rance. So Matt's sort of bemoaning the fact that he's playing 40 individual cards. The mental strain of playing any singleton deck is significant.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's almost, I mean, it's fun to play Ragnarok, like it's fun to play Genesis or Epic Stories, but it is a significant brain melting experience in a six round tournament. Unless you're Lars Grams.
Yeah. Or Minha.
Or Minha. They're just made of something different.
2 will. Producing here right now. Okay.
Red will.
Rabbit Dash. Oh.
Proactive Elfina.
Well, we have to. We have to do a proactive Elfina. And then we're just leaving that on the field to pass.
Well, Joe, it's okay that you forgot.
Because you're here hanging out with us.
Unless you were trying to play, and then I am sorry. I'll buy you a sandwich. Just
Getting a 6 Sage Stone here for our first stone.
That's a really good turn 1.
Yeah, because now we're at Windstone shot range.
Yeah.
That Sui is immediately going to die.
I feel okay with this. What this ultimately will do is Joe in the long run will have the ability to sort of deconstruct Matt's plays.
Elfina trigger?
I believe that's a mandatory trigger.
That's a mandatory trigger. Hold on.
Please hold.
Hey, hey guys. Elfina trigger.
And we're back.
And we're back.
Dinosaurs have feathers, guys.
Read cards. Lizards. Read your cards, everyone. Windstone shot? You think we're going to see a Windstone shot?
I don't know, man. I don't know. That's a great question. It seems like Joe isn't worried so much about ramping stones and the like of that. He's more trying to put himself in a position, at least last game, he was putting himself in a position where he could final stance and win the game.
Joe Bay, we have one Lilius player. The major burn deck is My List plus Mooj Dart, and there's 6 of those represented. It's the second most represented deck.
2 lovers, secret tunnel.
As silly as it is, I think actually Matt's pretty far behind, even in just first two turns, because he used his double will on a card that didn't do anything. Like Ragnarok's.
Given that you don't have a J ruler, you have to make sure that every single one of your expenditures with Ragnarok matters and sticks.
There's
if they don't stick. Feels bad.
Yeah, it feels real bad. There's only one Welser deck. So, like, if that person is playing Matchsticks, then yeah. But other than that, Matchsticks didn't show up today.
I think maybe I should have entered then.
Okay, we're getting a Windservant here.
So this is still on Matt's turn?
Yeah, this is on Matt's turn. Again, another proactive quick cast card. Like, that's a situation where, like, we could have done Windservant at the end of Joe's turn to then also play a Elfina on Joe's turn, and then still had our Ragnarok ability for 0. Like, it feels suboptimal.
Singleton decks reward players who can use the game mechanics to their fullest effect.
So I don't have the deck list for Matt in front of me. That's the craziness about like Ragnarok decks, is when you're trying to commentate, we don't necessarily know what's being played.
Oh, this is good.
He's getting a 3-drop.
So Matt's gonna be able to get any
Guardian
Resonator from the deck.
Beast.
Magna.
Professor Shining Legend, thank you so much for the super chat. Really expect it, or really appreciate it. I don't expect it. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support.
Oh yeah. I like the dancing pair. Good choices. All right, Jeremy's got to wear the gloves.
No, that's during Found Wednesdays. It's not Found Wednesday. Are we canceling here? Like, to be perfectly honest, as silly as it is, his last lecture right now would be devastating.
Yeah, or if Aricia's Journey would be really good too.
Yeah, either one.
Although I think Joe sided pretty heavily here, so he might have sided those out or kept them in. Get the close.
Oh, sorry, it resolved. He let it resolve. We
So
got a Guardian
we're
Beast.
getting a Magna. Great. So we're going to bring in 2 more 1-drops.
And we don't have white Energize, so we're just going to get 2 1-drops. So, that's a bunny. That's a fairy tail rabbit.
That's the
and
bunny that gets big.
that's a fairy tail rabbit, and that's a magic, a Servant of Water, which draws him 3 cards.
That's so good.
Wow.
So the bunny gets +2/+2 for
every
card in
card in
Matt's
hand.
hand. Matt has not used the draw 3 off a Ragnarok, so he could potentially get up to 6 additional draws.
He doesn't have the will for it this turn, but yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's a very large bunny.
Slap down the
14-14 right
bunny.
now.
Let's go.
Bunny aggro.
Bunny
Let's do it.
aggro.
Wow, that's a lot.
If Matt happened to draw that
Windstone
yard,
shot.
there it is.
Or not. Every time I think we're gonna see like plays I'm used to with these ruler combinations, we don't see them. And I'm like, what's happening?
Thinking. Buffering.
Oof.
Buffering.
Can produce any color this turn, but those are not super great colors.
No. I'm not sure if the Revenge Stone warrants a place in this list necessarily. Although the Revenge does get triggered when you send that stone to the graveyard, so you can potentially
Get a +1/+1,
Possibly.
but he doesn't have anything on the field this turn,
so
right?
that's why I'm like, I can see the synergy, but I'm also
Just a hard pass.
not entirely.
That bunny's going to be swinging for 16 damage this turn, by the way. Like, just naturally on
Or
board, we have 16 plus 8, so 24, 20, 29 damage represented on board just right now from Matt's hand.
Joe might have that Lilius Petal spell in hand.
Like, we just, I think,
Maybe.
yeah. The Lilius Petal spell would kill everything.
Except Bunny.
No, it would. Yeah, because he couldn't cheat in Lilius Petal. So yeah, it would kill everything except Bunny. So that doesn't feel super great. And if Matt has a counter, that feels even worse. If I'm Matt here, I think we just swing face first, right?
Mhm.
Like, there's no reason to play a card now.
Yeah. If I were piloting this deck on Matt's behalf right now, I would definitely do the swing, provoke a response, and then if nothing comes through, then I make my plays.
Yeah, absolutely. Agreed.
Because then you're getting the maximum value, the free value that you have on board, advancing your win condition. Matt's going to make a...
Okay, we have blue.
Okay, so we have a floating blue, calling a stone.
Doesn't matter. He's got the 6-8 stone anyway.
Yeah.
That's good. But I still think you just swing here first, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we could also use the... Here's the cute thing, is we could use the pay 1 at instant speed to draw 3 cards and add another 6 damage to this bunny.
So that'll be 22.
Just from the bunny.
Just on the bunny.
So it's 35 from Matt this turn? Yeah. 16.
Thumper gonna thump.
He's taking it down to 24.
Yeah.
Good swing from Matt, for sure. Yeah, not starting with Almeria certainly makes Joe feel the pressure from this aggression a lot quicker. Because Matt's deck does have quite a bit of like burn potential from what I remember seeing in the list. So like if he gets too low, Matt could have enough like burns to just say like, nope. I think you just keep the aggression up. Oh, it's only 6. Okay. Well, still down to 18.
That's not insignificant.
Yeah. I mean, 2 swings, half your life. Another 4.
Might be. Yeah, I think that's 4.
Yep. Down to 14. Swing for 1 with Wind Servant. Just get that 1 damage.
That's a pretty significant. That is some damage.
Joe Bay. I mean, well, if a My List Moonshard burn list, if a My List Moonshard burn list makes it top 8, we'll have those top 8 lists. Otherwise, you'll have to
go on the channel. Go to the archive.
Yeah, go to the channel. We have a Foul Wednesday a couple Foul Wednesdays where we did My List Moonshard and we deck profile on live. Yeah, this is
Matchstick burn and regular burn.
There's a very real chance that this does go to a tie in time.
Mm-hmm.
Like if Matt can with how long game 1 took for Joe, if Matt can close out game 2, like I don't think Matt could potentially just pop off game 3. We're playing a proactive card, and I hate it. Oh, a Mirage.
That's okay. That's a good card to play proactively. Because now if he draws cards, this thing just gets huge. And I think he's about to do it.
I don't.
Or not. Okay. In that situation, if
I hate guard. I hate playing guard here.
So we're going to chain to guard, and we're going to do Exorcist Mage. So Joe must not have had that when the Magna came down?
Yeah, he must not have had it.
Samo, there has been a ruler breakdown. We'll probably give it again. Just
here in a little bit, yep.
Game, yeah. So Joe is going to turn, calling a stone.
Golem? We have 3 different stones, so Golem costs 3.
Mm-hmm. That feels really good right now.
A Golem would feel really good right now. Yeah, we're about to see a 3-cost Golem, which I actually don't super love, if I'm being honest. It wipes the board, but it taps him out in a way that Matt could very potentially just burn him out. Yep, that's what I thought. Golem's going to clear the board.
Hold on. He only tapped 2 for that.
He burned Energize.
He burned Energize for it, okay.
Yep. Yep, so, but like, again, this taps him out.
He's got 1 stone up.
Yeah, but on Matt's turn, that's not cancel will. It's a black-white.
It's not cancel will. Matt's going to have to fight for that board reestablishment. So unless he can burn Joe out with like the Burning Rabbit Rush or something.
Yeah, Burning Rabbit Dash would be super good. He can't do Burning Rabbit Dash. Yeah, Matt's got a handful. Matt's got a handful of burn. I can tell. I've got a vibe check. Matt's got a handful.
Vibe check.
Yup. Burning Rabbit Dash won't do anything because of Exorcist.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that'll do it. Because of Flame Servant.
Mm-hmm.
So he's down to 400.
He's got 1 more.
He doesn't get to kill. It doesn't. Kane for lethal.
Oh, that's it. So we're going to game 3 for a 5-minute game 3. So,
oh, wow. Snuck it in. And this is what I was talking about. Like that aggression, I think. I don't necessarily know if I really know why Joe went into Feasting. Like, I don't.
Yeah, I think Joe
felt
lost
real weird.
that because he played Feasting.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like he's using Feasting to cancel anything. It looks like he's using Feasting to sculpt his early hand, but I think that
Yeah.
isn't enough in this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. I think that so like here's the situation, right? If I'm Joe in this situation, I 100% go back into Amarius and play for the draw,
Yeah.
as I think that Joe has shown that his deck can't close in 4 minutes, right? I'm gonna let them know because they can ask for time on round 1 second.
I feel like it's one of the oldest memes in the game, Rustin.
So-
Thunder for game.
Yeah, so
So
seeing if I'm okay, Amarius is coming back. Okay. Yeah, this
Good.
is exactly the play line I think here. It's rough to get a draw in your first round, but if there's ever a round to get a draw, it's round 1. Like it's like
Absolutely.
simultaneously rough, but also it's what you want. Because you're at least not in the losers bracket on after round 1. But like I don't think Matt has a way to deal $7,000 in 3.5 minutes. And I also don't think that Joe has a way to kill Matt that fast. Like I think we'd need to see like turn 1 Rhea into turn 2 Sigurd into turn 2 Sigurd plus Academy, and just like gotta go super aggressive. But yeah.
Yeah. And given that Ragnarok doesn't feel like an aggro ruler, potentially, but it the way that it scales its effects, I've always felt a little awkward with Ragnarok being an aggro ruler. It doesn't seem like it wants to do that.
Yeah, I agree. 6 Sage Stone with a Void.
So
like,
we're at 2 will on turn 1 for Matt, which is pretty good.
hold on 1 second. This please leave, Ben. Who is this person? Hold on. Pause real quick, guys. Pause real quick. I paused your time on round. Ben, please leave the room. Thank you. Okay, you guys can get started again. Thank you. What?
Whoa!
Okay,
I love
we're playing
that.
a behemoth on turn 1.
Oh my, what is happening?
Just a very aggressive turn 1 from
That's a very
Matt.
good looking behemoth to play too. It's the promo one, right?
Yeah. We have a floating green. Oh, we're cheating in a 6-cost Welser. Oh no, we're canceling the we're putting the behemoth back in hand. Behemoth didn't resolve. That's sad.
So that Welser in that situation, to me, is the best use of Welser is against Ragnarok. You just stop him from using that ability to its fullest potential.
I don't know why Matt did that, other than just to meme because he knows he's not gonna get to the win.
Yeah.
Like,
it's Wispy Boy.
yeah.
I'm pretty sure you search for Golem off of that. I would.
Yeah, I agree. I think you search for Golem.
Oh, Wispy Boy's in chats.
Yep, there's our Golem.
I will accept Kiki in response.
And then just pass. Okay.
We're at almost 30 seconds. Just after
How
30
is-
seconds.
Hold on 1 second. Mixed that Joe had a 6 Sage Stone in the graveyard, so I wasn't sure how he had 2 recovered rulers and 2 stones. But we're good. Everything is good. Kane for 5, taking him down to 6,500.
10 seconds on the clock.
Yep. And a Kiki. Kiki's in chat. Okay, so Matt is turn 0, so time was called when the Kiki was resolving, so Matt is still turn 0. At the end of turn, we're going to see flash in of a mage for Joe. Joe is turn 1. Can Joe do 4,000 damage in 2 turns? That's the question.
Tommy Rourke. Hello,
Blackstone, stone of the dead. The bloodstone.
Bloodstone. Question of the day. What is the spookiest stone in Force of Will?
So this is a point of the game where, like, as Joe, again, unless my hand is like the nuts and I can see the path to 4,000, knowing full well that Ragnarok is going to be able to clear my board for 1, like, I think we just pass and hold up every instant speed thing we have.
Mm-hmm. Windstone shot can't kill the Kiki, which is unfortunate because he's too strong.
Have our next round selected. It's going to be a fan favorite. I'll leave the suspense.
I'm suspended.
Let's see.
Buffering.
Yeah, this is
Beverly Hills is pretty spooky.
a proactive Rhea. I don't hate the idea of proactive, again, Rhea to secret. You could just Judgment here. That would be savage.
Yeah. Oof.
Yeah, he's just going to take Matt's turn. So then, like, Joe becomes turn 1 and turn 2, and then Matt becomes turn 3 and just tells Matt, like, hey. I mean, there's a real chance.
Yeah,
there is
that's
actually a
thing.
real chance of getting 4,000 damage here if he flips on Marius. Swings in for 400. Why is Matt not just blocking? Okay, he's blocking the Exorcist Mage. So he's at 39. Do we actually have lethal through Final Stance?
So 4, 5.
So it's 6. He'll have
9.
+6 to everything because he'll get a stone off of Gruce Ballesta, so he'll have 3 white sources. So 6. So that means 10, 7, 10, 7, 10, 27 plus another 12. Literally exact lethal.
Exact lethal.
That's nuts.
Good gravy.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So he's got 6/6 on everything. Or not. That'll
Yeah, I
also
think
do
that's
it.
True.
This gives everything.
Good job, Joe. Oh my gosh.
Get a stone.
Yeah, we're just gonna
Comes into play
fully resolve
recovered.
everything.
That comes into play recovered, I believe. I don't have
Uh,
Magic Stone Research Institute right in front of me.
I don't think it does. The reason I say that is because we've been making good design choices lately.
I don't think I have an institute in my binder. It just comes into play recovered.
Oh,
That's
so
lethal. I mean, it
good.
doesn't matter because he's
doesn't
just
matter,
like
yeah.
he's got full lethal here.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah, that's lethal. Wow, Joe
Way to go,
finding
man.
his way to the victory there.
That was impressive to watch.
That was impressive. Yeah. There you go. Okay, I'm going to tell these guys that they're good to go. Now we're here. And it's Paul.
Oh,
Paul's over there.
this is
No.
Gurren Lagann.
No, Paul, you're in the chair. Look at me.
Why
Paul?
is there no Hinosuke in here,
Paul.
Jeremy?
Because I didn't find one that I liked. So I didn't leaving just like that. Wow. You can actually open the door though if you want to get some fresh air in this room for us.
Okay, hold on.
Go ahead and sit down.
The light balance is off, but that's okay.
It's okay. Yeah. You can adjust your light balance back there. You have things to be able to, both of those little lamps can be turned on. They can't see you when you're over there. What are you doing?
I'm just going to try it.
Stop it.
Oh
Well, that was a ton of fun for round one. It went to time, some really cool interactions, some very interesting plays, and clutch play in turns by Joe Ramirez for sure to get that win. So like, yeah, that was I am impressed.
Absolutely. The thing that I enjoyed most about that match is seeing the idea of bringing in another ruler from your sideboard in order to try and mix up the game and recognizing when that's advantageous and not advantageous to you. And
Yeah.
I think the longer we play with these rulers, that's going to age well, and we're going to figure that stuff out as time goes on.
Yeah, I agree with you too. I agree with you on that for sure. Like I don't quite know what the plan was to bring in the I don't really know what the plan was to bring in the feet sing. That felt really weird. It didn't feel like there was anything that we saw out of the deck that like wanted feet sing. The only ways that I've seen Gruce Ballesta feet sing like mained is when you're trying to do like the Windstone shot stuff where you're like really full in on the ramp, which I mean makes sense with cards like Academy, Institute over here. But it didn't feel like there was anything that we saw out of Joe's deck that wanted feet sing.
Yeah, we didn't see any Windstone shot that game, so maybe he was digging for that to try and do the ramp. But even then, I don't think feasting warrants it. You really want to make sure that when you're against an aggro deck, you have that extra fluff.
Yeah.
To make sure that you don't lose like that. Because when you have the time to set up, you can win the game. That's sort of what we learned today with that Gruce Ballesta Almerius version.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's one of those things where like Gruce Ballesta feasting is like Gruce Ballesta's the star of the show. Gruce Ballesta Almerius is the star of the show. And so it felt to me like if you're trying to board in feasting, I imagine a lot of your deck has to change. But against the Ragnarok matchup, I'm not entirely sure what you would need to change that, I guess. It was my thought. It just felt like maybe an unnecessary play line. And thankfully, I mean, again, he managed to clutch it out right there in turns. But that was a little concerning. I think we're going to be seeing fan favorite Brandon Bremont on stream next round, provided he's not paired up against Joe Ramirez. And if he is, then obviously we're going to find someone different. But Brandon is playing Feasting Almerius, which is a completely different deck than it's very much more of a control deck. It's utilizing some of the similar cards, but it's certainly more of a green base, a green-blue base. It's not trying to do things like Windstone Shot or any of that kind of silly stuff. It's also not trying to do things with like Lilius Petal. Like, it's not playing those cards. Echo 1991. Joe Ramirez clutched it in Game 3 in turns with a Magic Stone Research Institute. So you got that there. Andrew Vatland. Yeah, I agree. You board in Feasting against combos, and I think that Ragnarok's not a combo deck as much as it feels like maybe it is. I think, like you said, it's like Paul was saying, it's certainly more of an aggro deck, at least in its current iteration. Joey Fuller, Brandon kicked my teeth in. Get hype, people. Yeah, great. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what else we see gets played. The other thing is we have someone that we're cheering for, which is our good friend Will Smola. Woo, Will Smola.
Yes.
We played Yu-Gi-Oh with him back in the day. We tried to get him into Force of Will several times, and he's always been interested, but he's never really committed to playing. And then when he found out this was a cash tournament, he messaged me and was like, "Jeremy, I need a deck." So we built him a deck in a day. It's his first time playing FOW in literally months, and has had no testing, and I love it. So we're cheering for a top 8 for our boy Will Smola. Let's get that big Kiki energy in the chat for Will Smola. He's currently undefeated. He literally messages me and he goes, "I'm undefeated. Put me on stream." And I'm like, that big Will energy right off the bat. If you'd like, someone is joining my room, which is weird. I don't think they've posted matches yet. No.
Second question of the day.
No, don't call him. We're not trying to call Will Smola live.
I don't want to call Will, but if I have to, I will.
My phone is being dumb.
Second question of the day. If Jeremy and I were rulers, what would our attributes be? Assuming we're 6 ages.
Assuming we're 6 ages? Darkness. Done. Trying to make sure.
If you have to ask it, you haven't been watching very long.
Yeah, no, don't. You shouldn't have to. We're waiting for pairings for round 2. Yeah, it hasn't started yet. So that person left. That person came down to my room and then realized they shouldn't be in my room.
Hashtag Force of Will Smola.
Come on, phone. Got so many people messaging me. And go into the staff room. Okay, got it. We're back. So, Paul, I'm going to go through the ruler breakdown
All right.
again for us here.
Let's say it one more time for everybody in the chat.
There might be some more people. This might not be the full list because I'm not doing quick math and we have 73 people signed up. But this is what we have so far. Unless I can I'm going to try to do get ruler real quick so I can maybe get a better representation. Aha, I've got it. Okay.
We got it.
Here's what we got so far. 2 Gil Lapis, 3 Wolfgang, 1 Lilius, 7 Gruspalesta Almerius, 3 Vithsing Mujdart, 1 Melgus, 1 Faria, 1 Ragnarok, 1 Mylist Almerius, 1 Machina, 5 Gruspalesta Vithsing, 3 Celesta, 6 Mylist Mujdart, 4 Mylist Vithsing, 1 Vithsing Almerius, Bremont, and 1 Dark Alice. Not a single Rezard showed up today. Our stranger rulers are Faria, Melgus, and Machina. That's it. We're just waiting on our last round. Reporting now. Paul,
Jeremy,
in your opinion, what do we think we're gonna see? What do you think has a good chance of taking up at least one slot of the top 8?
easily any variation of Burn. I think
Sure.
Mylist Mujdart is incredibly consistent.
There is a Welser, by the way. I don't know if I said that, but
there
yes.
is also a Welser, yes. I definitely think we are definitely going to be seeing a Mylist version in the top cut. That deck is so fast, and it gets to damage so quickly. Within like turn 3 or 4, the game is done. That's significantly faster than a lot of the other decks that we have in the meta right now. And you can't interact with ruler effects, so you're going to get a lot of chip damage in.
Yeah, Mylist Moonstart, I definitely think it's gonna. I agree. I definitely think it's gonna take some spots.
Actually feels kind of nice in a lot of ways.
Yeah, Feasting Moodstart, Feasting Almerius. Those are 2 very different decks. I think that they both very much have a chance of contention. I think Wolfgang you might see Wolfgang based on what it gets paired up through today, make its way into taking a top slot. Victor Harris, thank you so much for the super chat, buddy. Rooting for your boy Bremont. Yep. Yeah. I think Celesta also could potentially get there based on what with such a wide field, the early rounds could very much set up decks like Wolfgang, Celesta, those kind of people into a like realm that can like get matchups that get it to the top 8 slot. I've heard good things about some of the Gil Lapis lists that people have been trying to pilot. I don't know, like if a Gil Lapis list makes top 8, that would be dope. It might be a little bit of a struggle, but kudos to the person playing it. Not a single copy of Zero in this entire like list. Maybe some sideboards.
That would make sense.
Mylist Feasting, I'm not sure how I feel about it. Looks like we're getting our pairings set up here. Let me check.
I do like Mujdart Feasting. I do like Mujdart Mylist. You know what? I might put a Mylist Feasting on the channel at some point, just because I'm interested in how I would sculpt that.
Okay, I got my people for the round, so we'll go ahead and pop over into that room and mute us so we can talk to them. So let's go to round 2. It is where you go for streaming.
Hello.
Okay, we are in. We have My List Feasting from Stephen J on the right, and we have Brandon Bremont being Feasting Almarius on the left. Both of these players have been to Worlds.
Ooh, this is going to be good then.
This is going to be good.
You are going to look at some very strong, very interesting gameplay from this then. These are world-class competitors.
Yeah.
Milus Feasting. Tommy,
Combo deck.
You got it, man. You asked, and we coincidentally got this. We coincidentally delivered.
So Brandon's going to be going first here. This puts Steven at having 3 will on turn 1 with triple mulligan. 5 down on first mulligan for Steven. Gray, there might be more rulers coming because they might not have every single ruler typed into the list yet. That's just what I have so far. 73 players today.
Oh, that's a lot.
73 players today.
That's a huge GP.
Yeah, it's good. It's good for an online event. It's very good for us.
I'm happy if we crack 50. 73. Wow.
Okay.
Here we go.
6 Sage Stone. Just a pass turn. Brandon's Bremont is Brandon's deck is definitely more of a control deck. The Feasting deck is very much a combo deck. I imagine we probably see things like resistance.
So what are we going to see here? Steven looks like he has a lot of potential plays here. He's just choosing on what he wants to do.
Awakening of Feasting could also be really good here.
Mm-hmm. Buffering.
Resistance on turn 1? Oh, Velsivaria to go get Caduceus. Dennis, there's no Mood started in this deck. It's Almarius and Almarius Feasting and My List Feasting. There's no Mood to tap. We got a Caduceus, so this gets us access to. Yeah, we're very much playing the resistance combo here with Obarazuki, or with Ouroboros, which then doesn't care about Brandon's 7,000 life totals. Why are we casting resistance this early?
We will find out very soon.
We have resistance is resolving.
So he's just going to put him down to 2,000 right away. And so then Brandon has to respond next turn or it's game.
Yeah, he could have, if he has a way to give it swiftness right now, I mean, but.
So he does have the 1 energize. So if he has Cane or anything of that kind, he's good to go.
Yeah, just like that.
That's a very strong turn 1 for Steven.
Yeah, but now Brandon's going to get to start recovering life.
Mm-hmm.
Sigurd? Into Institute? Right? Because that's not a big deal, right? So, like, Sigurd. Okay. Going for final stance. Brandon may be feeling like he just needs the turn quickly. The extra turn, like, right now.
Or perhaps just setting up.
Yeah.
Because he can bring it back at any point now.
It's true.
So he's just setting up his base.
Wondering if this forward the drain here, which would, I mean, even if he blocks, he has to burn a removal spell. Otherwise, Ouroboros does not have flying. So
yeah, has wings, doesn't have flying. Story of my life.
Yep. So this is nice. Even that little drain ping is nice.
Yeah.
Because this gets us to a point of being able to don't have white. Hold
He
on,
has the
hold on.
6H stone.
No, he doesn't have double white. Hold on. Pause. Can you please read Almerius' judgment cost? Thank you. Yeah, he doesn't have the second white source to be able to play for Almerius. Not hitting that white stone.
It's all right. We're back on stream.
Yeah, we're back. They can hear us.
Gotcha.
Brandon's got to hope he's got something to keep himself alive. Yeah.
That's the way to go. So at this point, Brandon's gained 200 life.
Yep.
And
lost
a lot.
And lost 5,000. Yeah, I don't know why we didn't call someone feasting, but
so Brandon has to respond here.
he's going to attempt to cast Araya. Enter effective Araya is good.
Oh my goodness. We can dump another card. So that's a Sigurd.
There's the Sigurd.
So Steven's going to respond to the block from the Rhea. Resting Caduceus to play Light of Raisin Revive to remove the Rhea. Swinging in for 2k.
Going on to 2, but then you can just...
for game.
Next game.
Game 2.
Very quick.
Ouroboros combo. Let's go.
7,000 life doesn't mean anything when your opponent gets reset down to that little... Truth be told, I did warn Brandon about this deck.
Wow. Ooh.
You take the draw. Brandon needs to take the draw. 100% going into game 2. Steven, yeah, and like this is what I'm talking about in terms of like the combo variant of feasting. Like this is what feasting is doing best for this meta, is like helping you find the combo pieces. So,
man,
it's a very, very aggressive first game there. So if I'm Brandon might have changed the sideboard, so I don't know. I imagine loss of life, setting life is not damage. So parries won't stop it. Parries can't stop this.
Because it's a replacement effect, right?
Well, it's seen as gaining life, but I'm not sure if it's seen as taking. It's not being dealt damage,
right?
So parry shouldn't stop. Wouldn't stop the Oberazuki or the Ouroboros effect. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, Echo, that's basically the main distinction. you can not mulligan 3 times with Lenneth.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
And Steven just had after mulliganing 5 and then mulliganing 4, he had it for sure.
If you can wombo combo, you wombo combo.
Choosing to go first again. I disagree with that decision.
I also disagree with that decision.
I think letting Feasting Almerias have 3 will on its turn 1 is not.
Yeah,
not
and
great.
anytime they can slam down Velsavari and get Caduceus and just have that ready to go. It's a 3-card combo you can find pretty easily in a 40-card deck that you can mulligan 3 times.
Yep, I agree.
Also, shout-outs to the Celesta sleeves.
Yeah.
then it's great design. Just cool character all around.
So, yeah. Brandon's definitely needs a lot heavier of a cancel hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
If he had hit a second white stone there, he actually probably might have been in good shape. But missing the white stone to not be able to do Judgment of Almerius in Final Stance felt real bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, we have Caduceus.
So in this, freeze frame this in your brain. If Brandon would have gone second, he could have flipped Feasting in response and stopped that whole thing from happening. Because it's just target spell on the chase, right? With Feasting. It's just target spell, cancel that.
So we're going to do Resistance, Pharesia's Journey. Down to 2,000 life. Wow.
So we're back to turn one.
That's good. Optical Camo put the Ouroboros back in the hands, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because this means, like, I mean, he can recast it, but it won't do anything at this point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Callstone with Almerius. We hit a black greenstone. And then pass. So, like, Brandon's not in terrible shape here. It's certainly not great losing 5,000 life. Knowing that we have a second. Ooh, no burn from Mindless this turn. Just no 6-8 stone.
I think Steven just plays Resistance on Brandon's turn and then just swings in if Brandon
at that point.
something.
He's trying to play Resistance again. Nidhogg, maybe?
Thanks,
he also could do
correction.
Feasting to cancel. We can also just use Feasting to cancel the Resistance here.
Mm-hmm.
Attempting defense stance to stop the Resistance, which would get rid of it, which is nice. Oh, okay. That's good.
That's really good.
Getting that Resistance out of that hand is real good.
That's really, really solid.
Because now that Ouroboros is just, like, sitting there.
Yeah.
And not canceling defense stance. Not canceling the defense stance is pretty, like, revealing of his hand, I would think. Does that make sense? Like,
yeah,
that he didn't have
reading Feasting right now. Cancel target spell.
Yeah, it just cancels any target
so
spell.
So Brandon could have just canceled the Caduceus from going down in the first place, and that would have done a lot more work. We're learning.
Yep, ship
it's
it back.
Wednesday. We're learning. Wait. That's interesting. Depending on how many cards Steven has in hand, would you have done Judgment there? Does Brandon have any way of interacting with my list?
No.
That might have been game.
I don't think I Judgment there though. To cancel to put Feasting on board. No, I think we want the void
to put my list on board and swing for a game.
Oh,
18.
I think we have ways to like flash in a blocker. Like I don't think that's a concern.
Yeah, I mean you have the deck in mind. I don't.
Yeah.
That's why I'm asking questions.
Okay. Now we're getting to the point where Brandon has a lot more things, most likely, than Steven does to be able to, like, win Cancel Wars.
The fact that Brandon does have 4 stones is a really good
sign. And Void from Almerius,
yeah,
by the way,
so he's sitting on 5 will a turn. That's not bad.
We just missed 2,000 damage from Steven.
That's a lot of black, so oof.
5?
Ooh, what's happening here?
Hardcast of
Hard cast Ouroboros.
A case for the activate abilities of 12 productive deities. How do you produce 5 white?
How do you produce 5?
Excuse me, how do you produce 5 white? What are the sources for the 5 white? Caduceus can't play for the cost of a summoning of a 12 productive deity. Yeah, it can only pay for the activate abilities, not for the cost. Yeah, we don't have a way to just hard cast Ouroboros. Yeah. So now we're getting to a position where Brandon gets to start kind of controlling the tempo of this game.
Yeah.
Because we're doing end step of Steven's turn.
Mm-hmm. Echo, we caught it in time.
Yep.
Oh, here we go.
See, now Brandon gets to start regaining life. Not that having an Ouroboros in hand really does anything. I'm really wondering what Steven's hand is that Brandon is getting to like make these plays, but Steven really isn't doing anything with this turn. Does that make sense?
Well, he doesn't have resistance. Because otherwise he would have played it. So
yeah. He definitely doesn't have a resistance in hand. Yeah. Dispelling Stone here gets the defense stance on board, so now suddenly we have room for another defense stance.
Yep.
And this is all pre-upkeep.
So Steven might have multiple Ouroboros in hand.
Yeah, it makes me feel like the hand feels kind of dead. I don't know.
He might have Velsavaria in hand, which does not feel good.
Yeah, because he already has Caduceus.
He might have a removal card that isn't getting any traction right now. I mean, I'm not sure what's in the combo deck right offhand, but I imagine you need some sort of defense in the deck, right? So Brandon's going to start recovering life here for 400.
400 at a time, maybe. Board. That seems like a really greedy remove Rhea there for a raise and revive.
Unless Steven feels like he has to, or else it's just going to snowball.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, if I'm Brandon, the fact that we're spending 2 will on a raise and revive here.
No kidding.
Like, that, to me, telegraphs to Brandon that, like, he gets to start really controlling the pace right now.
Yep.
Like, Sigurd is now getting to use his effects. We're going to get an academy. Yeah.
Echo. Yeah, I mean, Steven can flip my list anytime he wants.
But now we have. But the problem is now we have Institute, so all of his dudes are getting to get huge.
Yeah, I think that's my list can flip, but because it's a control list, Brandon's gonna just play all of his stuff very conservatively. Stuff's gonna get really huge, and then my list might not even matter.
We hit a 6 Sage Stone. We are at 3 unique stones, so all of his guys are getting +6/+6.
Oh, God. So your Sigurd is 14/14 for 2.
Yeah. See, the problem is now that we don't even want to play Ouroboros at this point because he can target himself. Steven could target himself and put himself at 20. Or he can target Brandon and has to give Brandon life. So like now Ouroboros is dead in hand because then Ouroboros is healing Brandon or hurting himself.
That's a decent card right now. Putting Sigurd back in hand.
Sigurd, yep. I mean that's a place to put Sigurd for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if Steven has enough cards in hand.
We're setting up for Milas to be able to judgment here. The problem is that Feath Sync on Brandon's side can judgment and stop all damage from Milas. Yeah. Oh, this is This is a game. We're officially in a game for sure. But Brandon's getting close to closing now that Institute's on field, because stuff's just going to get huge. Like, Araya into a final stance. Like, let me put it this way. If Steven taps out this turn, or does something that puts him really low, like what he's doing right now.
So we're seeing the flip. So he's going to be dealing... Yeah, exactly. That's a judgment, is what Brandon just said, because it doesn't do anything to the board. He'll swing it with my list. Brandon, obviously, like Jeremy just said, he's got all that open will, so we can just flip Feasting, prevent the damage, and block for free, and then crack back. Because does Institute buff J rulers
Yes.
too?
Yes.
Yeah, that feels pretty good. So this does not feel good at all.
We can flip Feasting here, stop all damage from my list, and block with Feasting, and then kill it. Like, this does not feel good.
With minimal investment.
Or if we have like a Rhea, we can just replay the Sigurd next, or the Sigurd's in hand, so that doesn't help us.
So we're going to do a journey. And the black Silent Stone is going to go back to the
Bottom of the deck. And he'll draw a card.
This is where Farisia's journey is actually probably really, really solid, is when you get to put your own stones back into the deck.
Yeah, for sure.
Which is not something I've seen. So I got to say, that's great. Learning things as I watch this.
Did we hit a Rhea? Oh, a Morning Angel.
Ooh, start removing stuff from his grave. Yep.
Yeah, we'll get those 3 cards removed.
Just remove the entire graveyard, which is solid.
We have a blocker for the My List, which feels good. Yep.
Morning Angel does have flying, so she can just fly right over that.
So she has +6, +2, so +8. She's at 12/12 right now.
With flying.
With flying.
Recover Almeria's. Ooh, this is feeling spicy. Did Brandon mill the final stance yet?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
12/12.
Echo, I think you're right. I think getting rid of Institute would have been
She's
huge.
actually, her base stats are 4/4, correct?
Yes.
So that's, and then plus the +2/+2 from Almeria. So she's at 12/12. I just want to make sure we're representing board state right. Thanks, guys. Yep, she is 12/12. Like, that Morning Angel can just block my list.
Yeah.
But we're also sitting on, like, this is going to be a battle of feastings, but I also think that Brandon's feasting gets more value because it can stop the My List's damage. Yeah, and also the fact that Steven did Judgment when there was nothing to burn, but then didn't immediately swing, like, felt real weird.
I think he did it and said, "Oh, I did that. That made no sense. I'm not gonna make any more plays."
Because, like, we can just Judgment on it with, like.
Yeah.
Whoa!
Oh, there's free.
It's my favorite card. It's my lady.
It's your lady. Who's that lady? So gonna try and cancel the feasting here.
If it resolves. His last lecture has to resolve first. I don't hate recasting Faricia.
I mean, the fact that he's doing Welser on a Faricia just proves kind of how Welser is not the most broken card in the game right now. It feels real bad right now because he doesn't get a body.
Just recast it.
And he just recast. Exactly.
Right. And he still has Feasting Will up. Like, Frisia is a 12-12. Like, just base nets right now. It's bonkers.
Barrier, flying.
Cancel with Feasting.
12-12 with Institute.
I think this gets canceled with Feasting, if I'm being honest. Or unless Brandon has his own last lecture. If he has his own last lecture, obviously, but I also don't hate recasting Frisia again.
Steven's not gaining anything by casting Welser here. So, like, he can prevent the Frisia all day.
Yeah, and a Sigurd in hand, by the way. This Frisia is a way to dump the Sigurd, which is nice.
Raymond, she has barrier once she's actually on the field. Right now, she's on the chase. She's attempting to be cast. So his last lecture can cancel her while she's on the chase.
If we have a 1-drop cancel, I think we... Okay. Do we just recast it again?
I don't think so. There's no reason to. Brandon's already baited with 1 card. He's baited out.
Yeah, I think
2 cancels from Steven's
hand.
hand.
I think that there's a world where the reason why we're waiting is because we want to use Feasting to stop the damage from doing resistance mode to look.
So we're scrying the top 2.
I actually don't hate the idea. We know 1 card is Ouroboros. I don't hate the idea of Judgmenting Feasting, canceling this, and preventing all damage from my list of the turn.
That's what's going to happen.
Yep, this is real good.
Named it. Yeah, you don't get cards. Yeah, Raymond, no problem. That's why we're here, man.
My list just can't hit him at all this turn. And, like, we know that Steven has 4 cards in hand, 3 of which we don't know. One of
is
which
definitely
is
an Ouroboros,
which isn't helping anyone.
Educated guess is probably at least 2 Ouroboros in hand.
Yeah, Brandon has certainly played his way back into this game 100%. We called Stone with my list.
Oof.
Well, he wants to be able to leave up the Feasting to be able to save the my list. But again, like, next turn we're going to be probably playing the Frisia. We're probably going to cancel the Frisia. I have to imagine.
Is there a line of play here where Steven flipping Feasting instead of playing Welsers would have been more effective? Because you can't cancel a J-Roller activate.
Correct. And we also know that Calling Stone will leave that thing permanently tapped because we've hit all 4 6 Sage Stones from Brandon. So at this point in time, Calling a Stone is also +2/+2 to everything. That's the thing. Frisia is going to attempt to get cast.
We're back. So it looks like we're gonna cancel that with Feasting potentially. Steven's kind of thinking.
Is that Frisia? I mean, like, I think you kind of have to cancel it.
You do.
Because you know that Sigurd's gonna hit board if you don't, right?
Yeah. That 1 Frisia has now wasted 3 cancels.
Yeah.
That is so good.
And
so good for Brandon.
Feasting can't do any damage this turn. Morning Angel absolutely can do damage this turn.
So he called Feasting, but Morning Angel would still swing, right?
Yo, yeah.
So he called Feasting can't do damage.
Golem for 1! Because he has 4 different names. That's so huge. That kills both Feasting and my list.
That's the bop, everyone.
$2,800 attack. Yeah. Kills literally everything.
So the Golem gets buffed by the Institute, which means that his attack coming into the field is 2,800.
So just everything.
Anything less than that just dies instantly.
So 14 damage from a Morning Angel. Wow.
So I can't tell if Steven's just on tilt.
No, I just don't know what their potential plays are here. Like, I'm not sure what lines this particular deck has against a hard control. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah, I mean, there's been several opportunities where Steven could have made some. I would argue, and Echo and I are kind of talking in the chat a little bit about some plays that Steven could have made that were a little bit more advantageous for him, even if he couldn't get the combo off, like removing Institute with Raise and Revive.
yeah.
Even just their feasting, preventing the Morning Angel from doing damage because it's already on field and it's uninteractable.
Yeah,
Things like that.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. And like Echo's saying, the moral of the story, he's going to reset his life back to 2000. Oh, we're hard casting so that we don't lose the body.
This is the proper use of Welser. Make your opponent pay a bunch and then punish them for it.
That's game. Yeah, and Steven knows that that's game. We're going to game 3. 28 minutes. Going into game 3.
I'd also argue flipping Milas that early would have forced Brandon to use the Feath Sing. And he might have lost the Milas, but then he would have forced the Feath Sing into Judgment.
Yeah, so like that's the thing about feasting too, is like in this situation, Steven handed Brandon like ways to make his plays most optimal.
Mm-hmm.
Like judgmenting Milas, but then not swinging with it. Great, okay.
Yeah.
Like playing resistance during my turn when I've tapped out and my list is already on board so that you can have feasting and stop the damage from my list for the turn on my turn.
Mm-hmm.
Like gross, Yeah. And then like that's just it's very still much either player's game in game 3. 100%, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like I definitely think that like the 7,000 life points literally means nothing, right? Like for Brandon,
at this point, it's more there for the recursion ability and the pumps than it is the life.
Yeah,
which are
and
still,
also being able to
significant.
get final stance, right? Like if Steven stumbles and Brandon pops off in final stances, Steven's just done, right?
Yeah.
But the question is,
I think Brandon mulligans correctly and Steven plays correctly. I think those are if I'm on the other side of the table, if I'm Steven, I'm looking to play correctly this entire game, and Brandon just has to set himself up to actually prevent Steven from comboing.
For sure. I definitely think that I would agree that that's the challenge right now, is like Steven just needs to play tighter. And Brandon has the advantage there in that he gets to, like, Steven is setting the tempo, but the problem is Brandon's a control deck.
Mm-hmm.
So like Brandon doesn't mind you setting the tempo because he's just going to tell you to stop it.
Yeah.
And so that's the weirdness here.
It's awesome seeing a combo deck in this game again.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways.
Yeah.
A proper combo deck, not the craziness that we've had in the past. Other feasting decks that have been crazy.
I do have a finalized ruler breakdown once we get there. Wow, Steven chose to take the play. Last lecture, right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or do you last lecture the resistance? No, that puts it back in hand. Like last lecture right now?
Can he with one void?
He's got energize green.
Energize. Okay. Where's the? Is Brandon signifying his energize in any way?
I think he's got a little thing on there. It's hard for us to see.
Yep.
At this angle.
So Steven is gonna slap.
Exorcist Mage.
Exorcist Mage.
So this isn't.
Sadness. Oh wait, Steven.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. Steven's pulling it out with that optical camouflage.
Great.
Putting Exorcist back in hand.
For the feasting. See, I don't know if you necessarily needed to do that. Because he could have just said, okay, resolves, I choose not to put one in. Like, fail to find, essentially. But, man, turn 1, 2 grand life. Brandon also, if he doesn't get to recover right now, so don't tap us. Don't tap a ruler. Yeah. Calling us on with feasting. Yep.
So does Brandon have the way to stop the Ouroboros?
I mean, something as simple as an optical camo will do it. The unfortunate, like, that would have been a nuts play if Steven didn't have the optical camo. Like, that would have been really great.
Is a response here to put in Mikage?
Oh, this doesn't feel good.
So we're gonna get the enter effect off the red, dump probably Sigurd, maybe. You're gonna do final stance, okay. Either of those two makes sense. Late of Risen
Remove.
Revive
I'm
the
imagining rate of. Oh, we're digging.
Okay. So he's looking for a removal spell.
This is. Oof.
There it is. That's the game. Unless.
Optical camo to put the Ouroboros back in hands. Yep, that's what I was expecting. Woof, that was.
Ooh, that was almost it.
That was a scary turn. We need to not hit. We need to not hit. We need to hit a 6-stage stone here. We can judgment. We can. So the thing is, we can still judgment feasting here.
Yeah, that makes Brandon feel a lot better. I'm sure just being able to.
Yeah, being able to like have the cancel. Yeah, he's just gonna pass.
I think that's the way to go.
Yeah, and also Ouroboros is kind of a worthless player at this point. I mean, he can set himself to 20, but that again feels terrible.
Two gustings, guys.
Doesn't have red white for mindless judgment.
So Steven just seems to be sculpting his hand at this point, looking for those interactable cards so that if Brandon tries to do something, Steven can punish him for it, which I think is the way you play this deck at this point. I don't know. Steven is more comfortable doing that. But I don't know if Brandon cares that much because every single turn that Brandon gets a stone, he just feels more and more comfortable. Gray Grumbler. Hello, my friend. I'll let the chat tell you, Gray, and we'll do a little bit of after commentary, but
yeah.
Let's just say there was some really tight early gameplay there that was super intense.
All to sing being flashed in.
So we have not seen a lot of Altasing. That's so interesting.
Wow. Okay, we've got Altasing is pretty good. here, right?
Altusing is really solid right here. Brandon's got 2 green sources. Now he has 3 green sources. So
3
he can
different
make really good
zones.
use of that Altusing.
Yep, and just pass. Yep.
That's the best thing about my list. People think it's the board wipe. I personally think it's the ping. The ping is really, really helpful.
7-turn clock. Oh, both of his rulers were tapped, so we didn't have red for resistance.
So Steven's going into his turn. I'm trying to think of what he's thinking right now. Is he going to try and resistance proactively?
It feels like his hand might be pretty not super great.
I still think you do it on Brandon's turn.
I agree. Like, I think you're like, that's fine.
Yeah, he's just looking at cards. I think that's fine. I just let it keep happening. Cancel the stuff that he finds, because then he's used all of his resources, all of his energy.
He'll be at 8 cards in hand.
So Steven's getting rid of all of his dead cards at this point.
Yep. Well,
just trying to sculpt his hand, trying to find something decent. Definitely feel like he's floundering right now.
Yeah,
it's really awkward going into late game.
17 or 18 minutes. Yeah, the longer this game goes, the more it's in Brandon's favor, because Brandon just has more cancels, right? So the longer that Steven just has to sit and not do anything, the better set up Brandon is. But the problem is, too, is he wants to be proactive on his turn, because he probably doesn't have a lot of quick cast stuff outside of removal and Ouroboros, which is great for Brandon, because Brandon's the cancel deck. So it feels, again, Brandon is letting Steven control tempo, but Brandon wants Steven to feel slow.
So Steven's realizing, yeah, Ouroboros, not very good late game. There's a reason we haven't seen a lot of this card, even other than in Lenneth's
Exorcist Mage is back.
Just improves.
We are in Brandon's turn with an Exorcist Mage.
That seems really good.
Well, at this point, not super great because of the Ouroboros as being pretty dead, but I think we just call Stone with Almerius each time here, right? We do have Final Stance available, but we need White Will.
Yeah, we need a Rhea to hit the field so we can get that.
Final Stance is in grave already because he milled it with that one Rhea that did get to the field.
I was like, Brandon needs the rest of his engine. He needs the Sigurd in grave so he can get Institute and start.
Sure.
He can start making plays, more substantial plays. Because right now Steven is just like, when do I get the instant speed burn your entire board?
Yep. Down to 3,600. Swinging for another 5 with Altusing. Down to 31. So Altusing is good here because we can use the cancel side of Altusing to we can use the cancel side of Altusing to also stop my lists, like ping for the burn the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, this feels pretty good. I don't think we care.
So Steven's going to bring my list into the board rested because he's pinging Brandon for 2. I think Brandon just uses the Altusing effect.
I think you use Altusing to put him back in your hand. Or you could...
I think you Altusing, cancel the damage, and just have him recovered. Because then you can block the my list.
Yeah, I don't super love that right now. I love the idea of just stopping Milas during Steven's turn in upkeep, like when Steven only has one will open. Again, that proactive like
Yeah.
play, the idea of bouncing back to your hands, go to Steven's turn, flash in Altising to have as a blocker, and then prevent. Because Altising can hit J rulers, right?
I think it can hit J rulers.
Oh, okay. We're just letting it die.
Okay. We also don't know his hand, so that might have been the better.
Oh, we're putting in a.
Oh my gosh. That's right. I forgot that Caduceus gives Milas Drain. Oh,
42
that's so
life,
good.
so 7,400 life. 7,300 life.
Thanks, Andrew.
Oh, this is actually pretty good.
At instant speed.
Hold on.
What?
Pause, please. I just pause, please. I just want to make sure I'm reading what you did right. You're casting last lecture, correct? Okay. And then hold on, I'm gonna mute the stream. This is potentially very big. A final stance. So Brandon's about to get 2 turns, I think,
Yeah.
right? Because we're in.
Because, this feels a little weird for Brandon, though, especially since Steven just did all that damage. I think putting the Altising back in hand would have prevented all of that life gain and would have made
Yeah, I
this
think
less
Brandon
cushy.
missed up out the forgot about the Caduceus.
I know I did. Don't forget Caduceus gives your J ruler drain. Don't forget. It's really good, guys.
A golem would be really good here. We have 5
Golems.
different stones. A golem would be huge. Although we don't have a way to pump. That was at the end of Brandon's turn, right?
Yep.
So Brandon only has this turn.
Yes. So he's in his second turn.
He's in his second turn.
So that feels really not in Brandon's favor.
I mean, this feels okay because we can play. Like we got. Yeah. So 1267 here. So like Brandon absolutely still. Oh,
Oh no!
that's a disconnect of the camp.
Hold on.
Good.
Echo, I think Steven has 7 cards in hand. Oh, Jeremy, check chat.
Oh yeah, because if it's 7, doesn't Milas survive the golem? You might be right.
I would pause them, Jeremy.
Hold on. Pause real quick. When Yes, we have reset. We have fixed board state at this point.
So Andrew, Golem's effect says destroy anything with less than this Resonator's attack. If my list has 21, he's not less than Golem.
Yeah, we're just resetting. So the my list is still on board. That they're just choosing to move forward with the my list being still on board.
Yeah. Good catch, Echo. Thanks.
We still have feasting. Steven is digging for sure.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to find his removal at this point.
Yeah, potentially. Although I'm not sure what removal he has for Golem other than
My list himself.
My list himself and optical camo, but optical camo doesn't feel great unless he can get lethal.
Well, I think he wants Raise and Revive so he doesn't get Institute on board. He needs an answer to that. Steven's definitely feeling the pressure here.
I think.
Yeah, so Brandon has to block here.
I don't love casting a card here, though. I think once he says he's not going to do anything here, you flash in feasting to stop my list's damage, stop the drain, and let Golem survive.
And then crack back next turn.
Yeah, and then crack back. Or not.
Yeah, Steven is getting padded right now.
You have how many cards in hand, Steven? 9? Thank you. Gains 27 life here, goes up to 9,400. Gross. I don't know if I agree with that. Brandon can put a bunch of damage, though, now that Almerius is flipped. Right? There's very real potential for just a ton of damage with Almerius board pumping, now that my list is dead, right? Yeah. Ooh, that feels so bad, because that's a 6/8 stone. We have 3 green, white, and 2 void open for Steven, because both of his rulers are tapped.
Oof.
That doesn't feel great.
So this is a situation where Steven might have all that life, but what's it gonna do?
Yes. Brandon can certainly throw down a bunch of cards. Like if we have a Rhea.
So Steven telegraphing he has at least 1 or 2 resistance in hand.
Yep, we're gonna start. We're gonna start getting aggressive. That makes sense. Hit the resonators, or leave the resonators so the Raise and Revive can't grab us.
Yeah. Excuse me. Chance.
Oh, the problem is also feasting costs 3 right now to Judgment when Almerius is flipped, because Almerius only gives that buff on her front side.
Yep.
So that's a thing. One Void floating. Yeah. Well, now we. This is still very much either player's game, right? This is the
Yeah, no.
oh, Faurecia resolves.
I totally disagree, Jeremy. This is Brandon's game from here on out.
Well, I mean,
So Brandon's been putting pressure on board. Steven has been responding to Brandon all game.
Yeah, Brandon needs like one good turn.
Yeah. Whereas Steven is like sculpting his hand for a reason.
Down to 86. Now we have a barrier body on board, though. That's not great for Steven.
Yeah.
For 6. 6? Okay, 80 to 12. The question becomes how much in Steven's hand, like how much of the deck outside of the Ouroboros is burn? Right? That's the question.
I guarantee it's 0.
I don't necessarily. I think we
There might be a cane.
You might be right, to be perfectly honest, because we didn't see Steven playing like any burn last game, even though Brandon was so low.
Well, if you're stuffing your deck with burn, you're detracting away from your Ouroboros combo turn 1. And if the deck is trying to do that turn 1,
but you have feasting, so you can mulligan it away.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like now that Milas is dead, I'm just like, what is the stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're digging for something.
Yeah, I'm not sure
what are we digging
why he's digging.
for?
Yeah, so he's got Schrodinger's Cry, Raise and Revive, Resistance, Caduceus, Velsavaria, Ouroboros. I would assume
3 minutes, 3.5.
I would assume those are 4 ofs, right?
Yeah.
So Steven's got to get. He's still on the 6-turn clock here.
Brandon's on a. Yeah, he's got Milas to burn it out, but like, Brandon's about to be throwing out a ton of damage for 2.
Yeah. So I'm like, I don't think he's playing enough burn, if any.
To 3.
Could be wrong.
Are we playing an Ouroboros for? What are we doing for 4? Oh, we're doing Awakening of Milas. That's a terrible idea. Don't do it. This feels.
Oh no.
No, you just use feasting. I actually think you
flip feasting.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that feels nothing you can do there. That's game. Yeah.
Yep.
That feels real bad.
Feels really, really bad.
Yeah. Wow.
That would have been game.
He had 2 ways to get out of it, though. He could have also double pumped with Almerius, and everything lives outside of the Morning Angel.
But it's not the board whether you have to. It's the burn.
Oh,
face.
it burns face. That's
It burns
true.
face.
That's true.
The question is, does he have a second awakening? Can he find it?
Yeah,
So,
I mean,
so
imagine
he has all resistances in his hand.
Well,
or in the grave at this point.
Everything's +2/+2. We're about to just see so much damage come in Steven's face. Like, this might be $8,000 of damage if we get some more pumps, especially with Faurecia being able to have barrier.
Every pump at this point with Almerius
is
a
10
extra damage.
Like, woof. Oh, and we're about to get.
Here we go.
And we're about to get
Institute.
Yeah, no, this is
Super game.
And that is time on round. Brandon, you are turn 0. Just want to make sure you guys heard me, right? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Because, like, if you cancel it, he just recasts the Sigurd and does it again, right?
Because he can. Cancel this. He has to. I would say...
Yeah, exactly. But he's already committed to the action.
I think you say the Morning Angel doesn't do damage.
You stop the Almerius. It's... Or not? You've already committed to the action. Yeah. What do you? Sorry. If he's, hold on, we're in time, so it doesn't matter. I'm gonna mute the stream. Yeah, he has to pick out. Almerius is the biggest thing that can't be picked. Sorry, what we were doing there is, what I'm saying is, like, Steven was trying to say he wasn't judgmenting Featsing after paying the will and doing it. I'm like, no, you've taken that action. That's a legal action.
Yeah.
But there's so much damage here.
Oh, man.
So Almerius can't hit for anything. Everything is so everything is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different stones. Everything is 1,000 bigger, 12 bigger right now on on Brandon's board.
Oh my
and
God.
Pharesia also has a pump of +4, +4, +6. So Pharesia has currently +18.
So Almerius, Morning Angel, Welser, Pharesia, and Featsing can attack. So that's 10 damage there. Plus, it's a 10/10 boost to everything on the field with Institute, right?
Yes, right now it is.
So that is now 3,000 extra damage. And Almerius can't do damage. So
Brandon is currently 7 damage off as it stands right now.
I think that's a pretty good way of going into time as time player, right? Is the
Although with
player.
3 pumps on board, he can get another 18. So I think you swing with everything.
Yeah.
Well, let's
Swing
see.
with
I'm trying to do math here. So Pharesia's if we add another, so they got 10, 12. Featsing blocked will give him life. That's true. Pharesia can't hit J rulers, can she? She's my favorite card, and I don't remember.
I don't think so. Checking.
Yeah, check it for me.
Checking.
I don't think it does. I think you can only pump up.
Yeah, I don't think it can.
Check it to be sure.
I'm like 90% positive. Correct. It's resonators only.
combat. Oh, why?
So he can pump his Frisia.
Second Institute.
Second Institute.
Oh my
This
gosh.
board is too much for my people mind, Sundial. We are of a like mind.
Oh.
Oof.
If he hits a different stone here off the 6 ages, it'll be a no. Okay, so he has a color
So that would be overkill.
and just play Ultra Magic Stone Golem to kill the Feasting for lethal. That's game. That's game.
That's super game. Joel him.
That is game.
Plus 20 off the Institutes.
Ugh.
Can we just ban Sigurd already?
Wow.
How'd those weenies get so big? Did not think we were going to be seeing this when we got in today.
And then
Wow.
wow. Woof. Ugh. Brandon is also groaning in our ears because he hasn't left our chat yet. But oh my god. Ugh. Ugh.
So if Brandon plays as well all day, and I'm sure he will.
This is back-to-back rounds of interns game 3 finding the lethal.
If Brandon plays as well all day, I can see him doing top 8 easy.
Wow. Just wow.
These hills sing. These hills sing.
These hills. Yeah, these hills definitely sing.
When
Oh
you
my
get that-
gosh.
When you get that Sigurd just right.
So let's see. I'm gonna ask Will if he won last round real quick. If Will Smola won his round
Horse of
2,
Will update.
or Patton. Did Patton win his round 2?
Horse of Patton update.
Staff. So I will say this. Like this tournament, even though we're still seeing people do Sigurd stuff, it feels different, and it also feels like the interactions in these matchups are insanely complex.
Yes.
Like Brandon just text messages me and says, "I'm stressed." Yeah,
We're
that's
stressed
fair.
for you,
That's
man.
fair. We're stressed for you, buddy. That was a lot. Like
Oofta.
that was. Oh, okay. Will lost his round 1. I'm wondering if Josh Patton won his round 3, then I'm gonna put round 2. I'm gonna put Josh Patton on stream. It's going good, Brandon. You can't hear me, but like
Wow.
we've talked about this before on office hours. Like this is such a complex interaction heavy meta that like you have to play so tight, like in just ways that like we haven't had before, right?
It's
like
the chef's kiss format.
like last format was like successfully cancel and decombo off. Like every deck was just time to cancel combo, right? That was 100%. This meta is
so like so narrow and I love it. I love it so much. It's crazy fun. It's fun to talk about. Just can we get some kikis in the chat for
Kikis in the
Bremont
chat
finding
for the
that
format.
math with double? I didn't even think about
Double Institute.
Double Institute. I didn't even think about optical camo, your own Sigurd to sack it to Pharesia.
The recast.
Like, jeez, that was awesome. Okay, I do have our final breakdown for the top for the this is the final list of everything. 2 Gil Lapis, 4 Wolfgang, 2 Lilius, 9 Gruspelesta Almerius, 5 Feathsing Moodstart, 1 Feathsing 0, 2 Faria, 2 Ragnarok, there's a second one, 2 Milest Almerius, 1 Machina, 7 Grus Feath, 3 Welser, 1 Gruspelesta Moodstart, 5 Celesta, 10 Milest Moodstart. The most represented deck of the tournament is Milest Moodstart at 10. Milest Feasting is 6. Feasting Almerius, there are 6 of them. It is not just Bremont. 1 Rezard. We lied. There is a single Rezard at this tournament. 1 Moodstart plus 0. 2 Dark Alice and an Almerius Moodstart. So I need to I need to see what the chat. So members, tell us what you want to see from that. And it can be, we try to keep into the X1 bracket for stream matches, at least for like the early games. So I'll be able to make some requests here. But if there's a deck that you really want to see, I think actually is trying to see what people might be interested in. Personally, I'm interested in Celesta as well.
Mm-hmm. So we've seen Gruspelesta.
We've seen Gruspelesta.
We've seen Almerius.
We've seen
and
Feasting.
And Milest.
And Milest. We haven't seen like straight burn from Milest Moodstart. Certainly
Probably
something
will, though.
we will eventually.
We definitely will see
with
it
10 represented in the tournament. We haven't seen a Wolfgang.
Bring on the Rezard. Yeah.
Bring on the Rezard.
New Rezard. Let's go.
Yeah. Put the list in the chat. Okay. That's a lot for me to do. Hold on, I'll copy and paste.
Will YouTube let us do it?
It probably will.
Maybe.
Staff room. Here we go.
Nope.
That's too many characters.
We do half the list, and then we do the other half of the list.
So there's that part of the list. Anything non-6 stages, that's very fair.
G Lappy.
And the last two are the last two that I didn't put here are 1 copy of Moodstart 0 and 1 copy of Almerius Moodstart. Wolfgang, Kevin, someone saying definitely a Wolfgang. I've had 2 people ask for Wolfgang. That would be certainly very, very different. That would be a good like Paul and Jeremy need a break kind of a round. There is someone who, to their credit, they really wanted to participate to get the promos, and so they picked up a Melgus starter deck and are playing in the tournament in a Melgus starter deck. So
yes,
yeah,
welcome to the game.
Welcome to the game.
Enjoy.
To be honest,
Dark Alice would be good too.
I don't know how the Dark Alice is doing. Oh, we can find out. I'm seeing if we have a 2-0 Wolfgang anywhere. If you want to get one of these beautiful entry promos, remember, probably after this next round, we'll do the question to let you know what you need to send your answer to be entered into the giveaway for a entry set of promos, thanks to the company.
Not a sandwich question.
How is Kevin Spencer? There is a 1-1 Wolfgang. If the Gil Lapis is 2-0, might put the Gil Lapis on. If not, I've got our pick, and it'll be Wolfgang. Oh, no. Okay, Wolfgang. Wolfgang it is.
Sundial's 2-0.
Got it. Sundial's 2-0 with Dark Alice, or is he Wolfgang?
Yeah, what is Sundial, guys?
I know who he is. I
don't care necessarily who he is. I'm saying what deck is he.
I think he's either
Although
playing
Sundial,
Wolf,
if you want to become friends, I'm sure we could do like Zoom coffee or something.
representing what I wish I was pulling off today.
Yeah.
Let's see. You're in the tournament, Dan. You don't need to win promos. Staff room.
Dan, you are the promo. You're already super special.
Echo, yes. You can enter the giveaway, Echo. I will pay.
Okay,
I will pay to ship you your promos if that happens. Okay, Wolfgang. Okay,
Sundial.
there is an undefeated Wolfgang. Okay.
JP.
Anidano, welcome to being a student here on the channel. You can go ahead and pick up your syllabus and report to class. We're glad to have you here as one of the students at Ruler School. Happy to have you here.
Keurig in the chat. Heck
Keurig
yeah.
in the Keurig flexes in the chat, so that we can get to that Lumia promo. Welcome. We're glad to have you here. We hope you guys are enjoying. We're having a blast. This is like so much more fun to talk. Like this meta is so fun to commentate on because it's just like anything could happen, and I love it. Like what we just saw there. Like at 12 life, opponents at 96, like pop it in a turn. Like, oh man, good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah.
Yes, Keurig's in the chat.
Keurig's in the chat.
Keurig's in the chat.
That's what I love.
All those strength counters. Look at that.
All those strength counters. So many. Such strength. Much counter.
Oof.
I'm trying to find where Sundial's like name is, because they changed it so that they're people's names, but I know Sundial's icon. Where is he at? Sundial, I don't know your name in person. I'm going to message you real quick. Okay, here we go. Okay, that's your icon. I was looking at the wrong icon. Great. Okay.
Add 30 minutes to timer.
Okay, 30 minutes and count.
Oof, not want that. Sorry, just contacting Zordon. Don't worry about it.
We're getting stuff ready for our next round here. That'll work. That's a good one.
Set a timer for 1 hour 50 minutes.
Okay.
Paul needs to set a timer for 1 hour and 50 minutes. Okay.
Who's that? Is that?
That's something we've seen before,
Oh my gosh.
but
Is that a Sherry in the chat?
yeah,
Oh my goodness.
that's a deck that we've seen before. So I'm trying to see if, as much as Sundial, I know you're undefeated. I want to make sure I know what you're playing against, and it's something we've seen before. So seeing if maybe we do something different. We'll be right back.
And cobwebs in the chat.
Yeah, I don't know why we have spiders and cobwebs in the chat, but we're getting stuff ready. It's gonna be
deep.
we're gonna get Wolfgang. One of these two players is playing Wolfgang. I'm gonna wait to put up decks until we have them plugged in. They're about to post pairings here, guys. So we're just gonna hang out here in this room together. And yeah, round 3. We're gonna have a good time. Yeah, pairings are going up. One of these players is playing Wolfgang. The other one is playing Gruspalesta Almerius again, which, I mean, we expected to see a lot of it.
Seems like that's a favorite deck, so.
It's one of the favorites.
I think giving people opportunities to see it so that they know what it does is probably fine.
Ugh. So we're just waiting for our people to join in.
Wait, are we still live?
Yeah, they're live. They can hear us right now, buddy.
Headset off because I'm like, oh, my eyes.
Oh, sure.
My ears.
You guys are assigned to the right side. Okay, we are here. Round 3. Caravans on the left. Sundial representing Ruler School here. With Wolfgang and playing against Gruspalesta Almerius. Uphill battle. Uphill battle.
Here we go.
So yeah, this is tricky. So maybe we'll probably see something similar without being able to quick cast Judgment. I imagine this will be more of very traditional, like very early Rhea into Sigurd, into like much more proactive on the Amarius side for Daniel. We'll grab something fun for next round, something that hasn't been played for a bit. One second.
Travis James.
I'm gonna reset their clock too. So I was just clarifying when he realized that a stone was in his magic was in his main deck. It was before the game had actually started. So it was before mulligans, so he doesn't get a game loss. Travis James, welcome back. Glad to have you returning to Ruler School. Happy to have you here. Yep, it's just a warning.
Yeah,
because it wasn't in the game actually starting. It's good. It's a warning, not a game loss. Because it's a repairable. Like, the game hasn't officially started yet.
Mm-hmm.
For the stream to understand.
To comprehend. All right. Looks like we're getting started.
Yeah, here we go. Ooh, Dark Alice's smile off the bat.
Take a look at the hand.
Yeah. I mean, the only target there is the Welser?
The Welser
or in the demonic world.
Yeah. I think that's fair. Get the cancel out of the way.
Cool.
Yeah.
Hitting the door.
Yeah, hold on. We're going to get...
Yeah, so... Magic Stone of the Six Sages, whatever stone you want, the beauty of it. Very traditionally in this setup, we're going to... So I actually have 2 points of curiosity here.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to recover Gru's Ballesta. Daniel's actually pretty safe from the OTK here because he can, like, sack his stone and trigger Revenge to use that spell. To be able to kill the Yogg-Sothoth. Also, he doesn't super care about the OTK because he's at 7 grand life.
Yeah, that's probably the biggest thing right now.
Yeah, for sure.
Which means that Carol's going to have to just sort of progressively get in good swings, minimize Daniel's board state.
Yeah.
Have some Hasters in hand would be nice, too. Just be able to protect his Cthulhu boys. Thanks, Azathoth. Yep, there we go.
Yep, this is good. Discard, like, playing the early game as, like, a discard game is, I think,
very smart with this.
Super smart. Yeah, look at your opponent's hand and and then remove a card from the game.
Yeah. So Daniel's going to respond to the cast based on the way this would resolve. He's going to play the Rhea, knowing that he's probably going to get it removed from the game if the Azathoth actually.
Okay, so the reason why I stopped us there is because Daniel said that he was producing white off of that stone, and Mikage cost black. Carol is very kind and allowed him to change what he was producing the will with to be black instead of white.
It is very kind.
Otherwise, we would have had to call in a judge and be like, "What happens?" Because producing white is technically a legal action for Daniel. So, like, that's would have just been a misplay.
So dumping the final stance.
Yep.
Really good idea. That was the best time to use the Rhea. That being said, Carol is making Daniel use the Rhea in a time when Daniel doesn't want to.
I mean, I think this is kind of when he
But it's
wants
okay.
to, but also like we're gonna hit something good here. Golem.
Instantly. That or Phyrecia. Probably Golem.
Actually, the deck might not have anything to be able to answer a turn 2 Phyrecia, so actually I think you're right that Phyrecia might be the better grab here.
Because you can just bring things. Yeah, because there's a Revival Cthulhu card, right? So. Then Phyrecia is just like pitch, kill stuff, pitch, kill stuff.
Yeah, we're explaining what Phyrecia does here. Hitting the removal spell.
Oh. Yeah.
Interesting
We'll have to
choice.
see if that makes.
I mean,
Sundial lose the game.
if he's planning on trying to pop off, that makes sense, right? Remove the instant speed stuff.
Yeah.
But Phyrecia is also instant speed stuff.
Yeah. We're going to have to see if that bites Sundial in the bum
Yeah,
a little bit later in the game.
That might not have been the best play for Carol.
UMR, Paul. Umer is very good.
3,600 up to 7,600, even further away or 7,400, even further away for the Wolfgang deck. Double white. We're going to go ahead and just...
How is he producing double white?
White from the 6-8 stone, and Gruspelesta called that stone to play this turn, so it can produce white. Yep, so double white. We're going to go ahead and take a second turn right now.
Okay. Obviously get the final stance. Second turn.
I don't hate the second turn here because it's against Wolfgang, right? So like Wolfgang has no interaction. He's tapped out.
Yeah.
He just gets kind of like just free pressure here. Problem is Nyarlathotep kills J rulers.
Yeah.
So he's going to come down, force him to sack that. He gets 2 +1/+1 counters.
I don't know if the second turn is the most optimal at this stage.
Other than just to have a free turn of life gain and make free turn of life gain now just to make the
just the cushion a little bit later.
Yeah, exactly, the cushion for later.
Yeah.
Yeah, Andrew, I agree. He's playing, taking the hard removal for 1 as opposed to taking the Phyrecia, which then has to spend extra cards for removal, is fair. But flyers in general are hard for Wolfgang to deal with, and Phyrecia has barrier.
Yeah.
Which is also hard for Wolfgang to deal with.
Mm-hmm. And I think if you're Carol, I think the way you just sort of naturally mitigate Golem, if you're playing smart, you just sort of put on Cthulhu's as you need to instead of just flooding the board. And then you just keep poking and poking and poking. So the Golem doesn't feel solid. Daniel has to play the Golem at a time that to prevent himself from dying sooner or later.
Yeah.
And then he's playing the Golem suboptimally at that point. I think I just sacked my Suya, yeah.
So you sack to Suya, which makes sense. You want to keep your flyers.
Mm-hmm. And then I just have a way of getting rid of your Cthulhu's by using my graveyard. Play a second Suya later.
Yep. Yeah.
There you go.
We're very discardy Very discard package here. We can Curse of Ragnarok twice here, which is nuts. Which I don't dislike.
Yeah, that's.
I actually think that's a pretty nice play.
Carroll's doing a good job here. Should he tap out? I don't know.
Ah.
I'm okay with that.
Like, that's fine, because I still got to discard a card, and now I get to use it again? This is one of the things that I'm talking about. Like, because Suya's only making it cost 1, I don't love Welser on discard spells. It feels so bad. Yeah, he's just going to do it again.
Yeah.
Like, you made his that single copy of Curse of Ragnarok, now is 3 copies of Curse of Ragnarok.
Yeah.
It feels so bad.
And the only thing Daniel gets out of it is a
Morning
+2/+2. Bye, Morning Angel. Or Phyrecia. Just.
Oh, he's hitting the Golem.
That's okay, too.
Also fair. Yeah, no, like, this is... Yeah, this feels great. Exactly, we stole 3 cards with that 1 copy of Curse of Ragnarok.
Yeah.
Like, we stole a cancel, a board wipe, and a bot, and made him play the body now.
Yeah, Welser is definitely not proven to be the godsend.
Yeah, no, that was
that's
Daniel. I mean, Daniel's he's got the board presence, sure, right? Like he's got pressure, but he has white available right now if he wants it, and he's got 3 other white, so he can +8. So everything can be +8. So Morning Angel's 12, Rhea's 12. That's 24. Oh no, he's got lethal, so it's fine. He can block. He can block them. No, Morning Angel has flying, doesn't she?
Mm-hmm. They all have flying.
Yeah, so he doesn't even need to. Unfortunately, because of Almeria's pumps, this is the end of the game.
Oh, and then Phyrecia will just bump everything else up too.
Well, not.
It's very much a slow start. So Daniel's not going for lethal.
Maybe he just doesn't see it. Doesn't remember the pumps. Doesn't remember the pumps.
Yeah, Echo. I say Welser is best against high cost cards. And combo disruption. Other than that, it's not.
Oh, you can't.
Got it,
so
Umir.
discard spell, or Umir.
I think you hit Umir.
You don't hit Umir because he can just cast it.
Oh, hold on. He's doing Curse of Ragnarok. Is that remove it or discard it?
It removes it.
Oh, then do not do Umir. You hit a Darkstorm.
Oh, he's choosing the Umir. Okay.
You're welcome. Oh no.
So we now have Daniel with 1 card in hand. Down to 16.
Oh no. Well,
so Daniel has black-white available. A Nyarlathotep would be dope right now.
Nyarlathotep would be so good.
The problem is the Phyrecia. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is combat math. The name of this format is combat math. Where?
Math step?
Yeah.
If he drew Nyarlathotep, he might be okay. He might be able
to. The problem is the Phyrecia, right? That's the biggest deal right now.
Yeah.
Because we could kill the Almerius, and we could kill the.
Well, if he does Nyarlathotep, he doesn't have the will for it. Never mind. I was gonna say something, but it doesn't make sense to now.
The problem is The unfortunate part here is that he used Curse of Ragnarok on the golem because we could have just played Umir,
And
awakened it, and stolen the golem, and board wiped it.
Oh man. Because he's scoring to something.
He didn't score in anything. He
Oh, yeah, he
smiled.
discarded his
All of his discard spells have been RFG. Daniel doesn't have a single card in his graveyard. It's all been to the RFG,
Oof.
which is unfortunate.
We haven't seen one copy of the Transform from Carol either.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's playing it. Yeah, if that one card in hand is Scorn of Dark is a golem, and we go Scorn of Dark Alice.
Like, oh,
The golem is currently RFG'd, Raymond, so that's why we can't take it.
yeah.
That's the big problem right now. Oh man, Carol telling us that he's gonna make stuff happen for us.
The shub.
But it's not lethal. It's not lethal.
We're gonna some showmanship. Always got those promo Nyarlathotep's too. Ooh. Chef's kiss. I think you just grab the Yogg, right? Yeah, there we go.
So he's just gonna do it and not have lethal.
Well, they all have peers, right?
He also doesn't have the way to play the Yeah, but he got to produce a blue. How are we paying for the
Ataractias?
Got to make sure we're producing. Yogg doesn't produce blue, or Shub doesn't produce blue. First 14. Second 14, so 28. $5,600. 56.
Andrew, he dies at the end of turn.
So he's got 2,400 life left.
$14.
So you attempting to swing in for 15. Goes down to 11. Blocks with Pharesia, and it's not enough because Yogg only has 1,000
He
attack.
needs 3 damage. Yeah, he needs 3 more additional damage.
And then Carol says, I lose at the end of the turn. So,
That's a blaze of glory for sure.
let's see. 11 blocks 6. So he would have gone down to, he got him down to 600 at the end of there. And then at the end of the turn, he triggers Wolfgang and dies to the madness.
Andrew, if he attacks into his resonators, he doesn't actually do any damage.
And he also doesn't win the game because he's already
Pierce
popped
does not
off.
trample.
He's also popped off the madness. So there's no, there's nothing he could have done there. That being said, however, he did have a way. So unfortunately, Carol did have a way to survive that turn that he messed up. He had enough will to be able to cast the Satan card and play the Yogg-Sothoth, which would have removed 2 of the madness counters and left him at 4 instead of 6. So he would have had a turn. And unfortunately,
That's all right. That's okay.
doesn't get there.
Heckin' entertaining.
Heckin' entertaining.
Is that
because
Dex protections? Yeah.
because Yogg-Sothoth only gives swiftness to your Cthulhu's, and Satan isn't a Cthulhu.
Satan's body is not a Cthulhu.
If he had had one more Cthulhu in hand, though, he could have.
Oh, that's right.
He could have had
We have to say
lethal
Stan, or else I get demonetized.
there. Yeah, but Andrew, he clears the board with no hand and then loses to the madness counters anyway. Like, clearing the board doesn't matter if he's just going to lose to the madness. Like, that doesn't do anything. Yeah, if he had another Cthulhu in hand, he could have pulled it off. For sure. He was one Cthulhu short of dealing 600 damage in one turn.
Not enough wiggly.
Yeah, he could have lived, but the crackback would have been lethal.
Mm-hmm.
Like, sorry, he could have done that play. Cleared the board, ended with Satan, been at Yogg-Sothoth plus Satan for that turn, and like Daniel would have had no board, which would have been fine. Yeah. Andrew, you're right. He probably didn't need to do all the counters at that point. He probably could have grabbed like 2 Yogg-Sothoths.
I'm trying to remember the Cthulhu that recurs. What is that one again? There's a Cthulhu that brings stuff back from the grave. It's not. No, I'm sorry. It's the addition. There's an addition that brings 2 back from the graveyard, and they leave at the end of the turn. Yeah. Y'all, what's your favorite Cthulhu? I'm like an Azathoth. He's just a little ball of spaghetti, man. Ball of spaghetti. I like that. I mean, yeah, Umir is also like legit. Yeah, I'm thinking Wolfgang's Apocalypse. Yeah, it's not an actual Cthulhu resonator. I was thinking something else. Yeah, Noon Nyarlathotep is like Evil Tree. I love that. I love Evil Tree. Nope. Yogg-Sothoth is like spaghetti sea cucumber.
Every time I leave Paul alone with the chat, he brings up food. Every time I leave this man alone.
I love food, you guys. like Black Goat. You know, hey, let's just let's make some shawarma. You know. Also, tell Jeremy that shawarma's good. Okay, he doesn't believe me. Oh yeah, Rustin. Shub, like, I want to play Wolfgang because Shub is the thing.
Yeah.
Like, I love it. Just search.
Lethal.
Cool. Swing.
Yeah, for sure. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream. We're having fun. I'm having fun, dude. This commentary is great. These matches is awesome.
Here we go.
Yogg-Sothoth has taken the coin, which makes a lot of sense. Because there's a very real chance that Carol could just be like, cool, you had a turn, now you're dead.
I'm the Gil Lapis of this commenters stream because I'm eternally hungry.
Doesn't that mean you're
Not
the
for
Ragnarok
power.
of this stream?
Yeah.
Call stone with Group Alesta, get whatever stone you want. By the way, it makes the most sense to grab 6 Sage Stone every time because, as Paul has done incorrectly in the past, the first stone that you get with Group Alesta's ability can't produce this every color on that turn. Because it's a replacement effect not being called into play.
Interesting.
So we've learned something today.
Yes, I am Wiggly Sea Cucumber.
Oh, we just had a call
I
stone
eat
pass. Okay, here's the question. So the question here is for Carol going against the Almerius deck. I kind of think like he needs like one body on field like a Suya to like also have this.
Hmm.
Ooh, scoring.
I'm okay with this.
Yep, I'm
Hit
okay
that
with this as
golem.
well.
Get that Jolem.
These guys are both undefeated. I love it. We got the Rhea coming in.
That makes sense.
We're gonna dump final stance again.
I would. That would make
I'm
sense to me.
debating that. Second turn is real good. You know what would be really clutch? Is some freaking energized. If he sends final stance here, an energized Necronomicon for one, because final stance wouldn't get an enter effect then.
Oof.
I actually don't hate that, and it gives all of your Cthulhu's +4/+4, which just means you can pop off through that high amount of damage. I really would love to see a popped energized Necromancer.
This is super game. I hate the Frisia.
Hitting the Pierre, that makes sense.
Okay, I can see that too.
Manadork, we have 2 people playing Ragnarok in this tournament. I really would like to see an energized Necronomicon right now. I feel like actually that would be a really smart play.
Buffering.
Oh, yeah, hold please.
Processing.
Does he have Umir in hand? Does he have the pop-off for Umir? Okay.
Producing red with an Umir.
But we have...
So red and black. Looks like a Shub is coming down.
Okay.
Ding dong.
We're clearly popping off, but we got to deal 7 grand. Which we're short on.
I don't know if he's going off. I don't know if he is.
It's based on what he searches for here.
So he's gonna shove. So he's going up to 3 total shoves, he says.
Okay.
And
Setting
he's
up for
gonna-
next turn, maybe, knowing what's in the hand.
I think he might be getting a stand.
He can't get a stand because stand's not a Cthulhu.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, he can't use the will.
I didn't see any Umirs in hand. Or any Umirs in that deck.
I saw a few.
But I did not see any.
I think
That's a Gnarly.
I think you have to get a Nyarlathotep.
I don't even think you have to get a Gnarlathotep here. Like,
I mean, if he does, he kills the Rhea, which
what
is nice.
what we're seeing here is like, it's just, oh my gosh, you might be right. He might have double Umir Shub in hand, Yogg-Sothoth in hand. He can't play the Satan because he doesn't have the will yet. The search happens and then the will production happens. I don't. Does he have? Does he have double Umir, Yogg, and now Gnarly? He's got 4 cards in hand. I'm like pins and needles, dude.
Yeah. I'm just kind of waiting. Because I'm like, another Umir. Oh, no. Okay, so he's got all 3 black, red, and blue floating. Because he removed another Umir. Gnarly in hand. 2 unknowns. What we got? What we got?
Gnarly.
Everyone's like, please have it. Please
Yeah, I know.
have it.
This is the moment.
Oh, he's doing the math in his brain.
If his hand is Umir, Shub, Gnarly, he has lethal here.
Man. Oh, man.
Because Gnarly will get 2 counters. Doing some math.
Rustin, he's got the Nyarlathotep in hand. He's gonna kill that. He's gonna kill that Rhea. It's gonna kill it so hard.
He's like double checking the math. It's 14, 18. Let's look at how big Nyarlathotep is. Break out the binder because I can't reference the card on field. It's 8, so that'd be 10. So we've got
4.
Darkness left.
Oh,
He had it.
He's got the 3rd Umir. He's got the 3rd Umir.
Oh my gosh, to
And he's
kill the
blowing
Rhea.
up the Rhea.
So that's 20, 30, plus another, plus 42. That's 72 damage. That's 72. $42. 72.
Oof.
That's 7,200 damage.
Oh man.
Woof.
Black Wings, yeah. Carrick flex.
Cannot believe we just.
So 14, 14, 14. Here, I'm going to use my phone. Let's do math. 14 plus 14 plus 14 plus.
They can all swing.
Yogg's a 10? Right? That's it.
Wow, 7,200. Jeez Louise. That Wolfgang player just took 1 turn and said, "We're done. Let's go to game 3." Oh my gosh.
Oh, I love this game so much. Oh my god.
Can we get some praises in the chat? Let's get some foul praises in the chat.
I just
Lilius Predel is proud of that play. Like, through an Almerius.
oh.
Through an Almerius. He also, you're right that he could have also played another. He could have gotten another Shub instead of.
The Nyarlathotep.
Instead of Nyarlathotep because he had the Umir, so the 2 Umirs could produce the 2 blue. Like, he was safe either way. But like, oh no, he couldn't have, because he had one red black. He would have had red black.
Well, he had 2
and double
Umirs in
blue.
hand.
So
he
he
could've
literally
gone
had to grab
shove.
Gnarly. He literally had to grab Gnarly.
Okay.
Because you need 2 red and 2 blue to play 2 Yogs, and Shub produces red black,
Yeah.
not double red. Wow.
So you could have gone shub, 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 Nyarlathotep, Yogg, swing. That also was a choice.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, he could have gotten one more
And
Yogg-Sothoth off
ensured
of it.
for sure.
Yeah,
but
he could have had one more Yogg-Sothoth. Or one more shove just to be safe. Wow. This tournament, man. We're having some upsets.
Oh, wait. Hang on, Jeremy. Stop them.
What?
There's a card. Okay. We're good.
Yeah.
It's like the last thing I want is this game to like.
Wow. Okay. So, yeah, Daniel's like, I've learned my lesson. You do not get the coin. What's that card in the upper corner of Carol's mat? That's his ruler. That's Wolfgang. Or were you talking about the will coin that we just talked to him about?
Yeah, I think Babatunde. Like the stream is behind. We saw it. They
okay.
haven't seen it yet, but it's just the will coin.
Yep. Wow. Just wow. 7,200 damage one turn. This is why you always have the turn some kind of answer turn one. So it's funny that like literally playing the Rhea backfired on him, because if he had saved the he had two of the removal spell in hand.
Mm-hmm.
If he had just saved his stone for when the Yogg comes down, and then you go sack the stone after producing black, I have revenge, killed the Yogg.
Yeah.
Literally would have had the game. Like playing the Rhea accidentally, like actually cost Daniel the game that game.
Oh, thanks, Raymond.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I want this game to happen without any technicalities. Like, I'm having so much fun watching this. Makes you want to play Wolfgang, man. Black Wings of Foul.
Curse of Caduceus can't gain life and can't recover stuff.
Ping 200 damage. It's like having your own Mylest. I love it.
Well, the other thing is this means that his rulers can't recover off of the 6 Sage Stone.
Oh.
Or because it just says, or does Curse of Caduceus just say stones use opponent control can't recover? No, it says entities, I think. Someone correct me. Curse of Caduceus, Paul.
I am searching it. Curse of Caduceus. Not Curse of Casey's. No! Dang you, autocorrect.
Wow. Some good stuff. Imperial Games, by the way, that Daniel's representing, is a store out in California that's real big on FOW. So
your opponent cannot recover entities in a phase other than the recovery phase. So it can.
But rulers aren't entities?
Rulers are not entities.
So rulers can still recover.
They are good. Spicy.
Wow. Making it so that Daniel can't gain life is pretty nice.
Yeah. The idea that like he can just start like draining 2 every turn.
Yeah, I mean
is really, really nice to like just make that
every 2 damage
threshold.
that Carol can like make him not have to kill with the pop off is great.
Oh, he's gotten 2 of those Cthulhu stones. That's good. That's a good start off.
Yeah, that's real good. Having
that's
those
really
stones
good
is
for
really
Carol.
good. Although Wolfgang has practically perfect will.
Practically, yes.
With 4 Autoraktia's Memoria. Another Scorn.
Mm-hmm. Force them to play the Rhea, or
This is exactly what we've come to expect out of the Wolfgang decks. It's like discard, make sure my opponent doesn't have it, kill them. Like,
yeah. Reminds me of Vlad.
Oh, it's resolving.
Oh,
well, we've learned our lesson about the last lecture.
We've learned things. I think you hit that well, sir.
Yeah, I agree.
You hit well, sir.
I agree.
Oh, hold on. That was Scorn, so it goes to grave.
Yeah, it goes. He doesn't. He uses the little poker chip to indicate his RFG stuff. So
it's in grave.
Yeah, it is engraved. Yep.
Okay.
Second discard spell.
Yeah, Echo, exactly. 1,400 damage is one less shove.
Hey, Derek. Derek, how you doing, buddy?
Derek.
I know Steven has dropped. Yes.
There we go.
Yes. Yes. So now, So this hits This hits Institute, not being able to get you a new stone. This hits Final Stance, not being able to get you another turn. So good. I love it.
So he's casting the Morning Angel before it resolves.
Yeah. No, I think after it resolves, just in the end phase. So
okay. So
we
that
have
gets
a
that little 400 damage.
But also remember that all of his Cthulhus now have +4/+4. Like,
Oh,
there's a pop off at any moment for this
it's
for this deck, and I'm so about it. I mean, but also like it is not like Daniel is not out of the woods. He almost has to play like a control deck now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like Daniel wins this matchup by saying, "I'm gonna let you kill yourself," right? Like that's how he wins this game, right? Is by telling Carol, like, I'm gonna put you in a position where you have to pull the trigger. I'm always going to answer you when you pull the trigger, and that's the game. And you know what actually really helps with that? Phyrecia.
Yeah.
Like Phyrecia just being like, cool, Yogg-Sothoth is dead. Because if you can, it's 3 cards to kill a Yogg. Oh no! Although at this point in time, it's gonna be. Oh my gosh. 4 cards.
Oh, I'm just hearing
Hold on.
commentary.
So I just answered a question here. Another thing that Necronomicon hits is Magic Stone of the Six Ages, because it is a entity entering the field.
What?
And Necronomicon says non-J Resonator entities your opponent controls don't trigger their enter effects.
I feel like I'm seeing these cards for the first time all over again. It's awesome. I remember when we got this card spoiled, I was like, this card is nuts.
Yeah.
It's oh my god.
I think we sacrificed Curse of Caduceus after 2 damage. Yeah. So it's down to 6,600.
Okay, so we sacked Caduceus, which is that's fine. That's fine.
Yep. I mean, he doesn't at this point. He doesn't care. He wants to keep that Necro alive, right?
Oh my gosh.
That Necro is putting in a lot of work.
Well,
What did I tell you about Necronomicon? Paul, I told you that card was great. We're just playing.
My Apple Watch
Why would
says it's time to stand.
I don't. Okay.
Everyone, stand with me.
Okay. Curse of Ragnarok's gonna hit a card here. Yeah, but we didn't just play the Ragnarok. Or play the Suya, as opposed to we cast Curse of Ragnarok. The Shub's discarded, yep. Or RFG'd. Yeah, the shove is the right call there for sure. I also don't hate the idea of just playing the Suya, like hard casting the Suya to get rid of the Necro. Again, though, that comes down to what does he have in hand to like stop a pop off.
Yeah. I like the idea of just Umir doing another Suya. It's kind of fun. Just playing Umir.
Oh,
Stealing his
and
own-
awakening and getting his Suya. I don't know if I feel about that.
It's an option. I wouldn't do it right now, but it's an option.
Daniel's sitting on one white-black will, but no way currently to turn on Revenge. Man, these rounds are going to time, and I'm about it.
Why is there no...
Let's see.
What's their clock, Jeremy? It's not moving.
Oh, it's not moving. I paused it. Whoops. They got a short time extension for all my interrupting them. Good catch, Paul. Thank you.
I got you. Okay, so we're awakening.
We're hard casting Umir. I don't agree with that. Why didn't we just RFG him to make him one cheaper?
Yeah, that's probably a suboptimal play.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I think you always RFG the Umir to then cast the Umir at that point rather than
Yeah.
to space.
Yeah, I think you grab the Suya. The Suya will grab... We'll get a +1/+1.
Okay, we have something on. We're getting an Umir. That's fine. You can use a face down card. It's okay. So that is a Suya. Yep.
Have him move Suya just off the board entirely. Because technically, it's not even removed from play.
Yeah. Well, he has to keep the cards on. He has to keep the cards on screen at all times.
I used to keep it on at all times. Okay.
Yeah. So it's just the way it works.
Okay. Well, we'll live. We'll exist.
14. He's at 12-12.
Oh, Derek's saying Umir might be playing around Exorcist.
Oh, that's true.
That's
That's
a good
very
point.
true.
That's a fair point.
We're gonna get demonic possession. Yep, because it has revenge. To get revenge. Demonic world. Paul also doesn't like that spell,
I don't.
but he's bad. He's bad for not
Wow.
liking it.
I just don't think it's as good as one of the dead.
I mean, you're not wrong, but in a format like this where the early game is like our graveyards have not been very full.
I think
right?
that card
like when we're not playing
is very good.
when
I
we're-
think in general it's a not perfect card.
Well, like when we're not playing Rezard, constantly dumping stuff to the graveyard, like the early game, Moan of the Dead just doesn't do anything. Like it just doesn't hit anything consistently.
Fair enough.
So, like the Revenge card is, I think, just a better black 1-drop for where we're at. Because, like you saw that last game with Daniel, he had like 0 cards in his graveyard.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like, Echo, why not kill the Suya to get his own Suya back to then be able to force a discard? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I probably would have done that, unless he felt he didn't have something to be able to deal with a 12/12 Umir.
Oh, Rustin, I know. Mikage is tier 0.
He's not.
He won that tournament though.
But what tournament?
He won a Wanderer tournament.
Yeah, but this is not Wanderer. This
Dennis
is-
will tell you. Dennis, tell him. It's on his
we have
website.
fun. We have fun here. At Ruler School. This is actually not a great spot for Daniel. Like, I don't know what his hand is. I think he still had a Pharesia, right? So like maybe we just dropped a Pharesia right now, but we're running low on cards. We don't have anything to reanimate that's really great. Even the best thing we would want to reanimate isn't going to trigger because of Necro. And if we don't have a way to get the Necro off the board, like, that's a problem. He had energize Babatunde. Energize for the dual rulers counts as either color. So it's a black-white energize. Yeah, I think Pharesia has to come down here. It doesn't feel great, but I feel like it has to.
Processing.
Yeah.
Processing.
The mini set, though. Maybe with the mini set, Mikage can get there.
Please.
Dracula, man. Whatever Dracula's going to do. What are the things about Mikage that we don't like?
What are the things about Mikage we don't like? He's a proactive ruler in a reactive format.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Guinevere's rotating. That's what we don't like.
There's the Pharesia. Yeah,
There we
this
go.
had to come down. Like we needed. So the rest of the hand right now is one unknown. It's one unknown and another kill spell. Right?
Daniel's hand?
Yeah. It's another one of the. Oh, no, I
I
guess
don't
we
remember
haven't
his
seen.
hand.
I don't remember his hand enough at this point. Wolfgang's at 4 will.
That's the saucy spot. It's got one Umir in grave.
So Elder of Wolves, I'm not entirely sure if a Sacred Band is needed. Isn't needed right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's no
Maybe it is.
Darkness
you might be wrong.
Edition in the game that's as broken as Altar, and we still didn't see a
Well,
band
I
that.
mean, Institute.
I mean, Institute gets you a stone and gets you a buff.
Yeah,
But,
I mean,
like,
we've
Altar
seen
is-
2 matches
Oof.
in turns use Institute to steal matches, so maybe, but he certainly doesn't feel necessarily as proactive as he used to be. Like,
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is, in comparison to Altar, Institute
Oh,
isn't
sure.
nearly as broken
Oh,
as,
yeah, sure.
as Altar was, and we
Oof.
didn't even see it broken then.
his hand is an Institute, which won't trigger, and a Duet of Darkness.
Right.
Wow, we popping off this turn?
Come on, Darkstorm. I don't know how I feel about Darkstorm in the deck personally, but right now it'd be really, really good. I will admit that.
Darkstorm Shove would be terrifying right now for Daniel. Yeah, we also know that we've already lost 1 Shub, but Necronomicon replaces 1 in terms of amount of damage.
Yeah.
But it doesn't. It also is still -10. It only costs you 1. Can you read Suya for me? Blue binder.
Just have him pause. I got it right here on.
Can you guys pause real quick?
I'm just gonna do this here. I got it right here. Are you looking for the reduction?
Yeah, I'll just have you guys read it. Oh no, I hold on. Just give us 1 second, guys. Just stay paused. Your time is paused.
What do you want?
I just need to see Suya.
You
It's you May, so it's a May. He paid 2 for it. Okay. He said he's paying 2. It's a you may pay 1 less. So
Yeah.
So he chose to pay 2 and not use the replacement of only paying 1 less. As opposed to if it just said you pay one less, then it's a mandatory you only pay 1 less, but it's a replacement for you may.
Mm-hmm.
So a little bit of an unfortunate
Yeah. Yeah.
There
That means
because
Carol
we
is
could
not
have
trying to
paid
pop
we could
off
have
this turn.
we could have paid 2 and taken both of those cards out of Daniel's hand.
Yeah.
This is, let's see. Like, calling a stone makes a ton of sense. Doesn't recover. We can judgment. Are we doing anything with a judgment on Marius? It gets us a Pierre,
Pierre can pop the Necronomicon.
which isn't terrible. I don't necessarily hate that. And then sets up Daniel. But, like, again, that leaves Daniel with 1 will.
Echo, I think, you forget when you can't read the card.
That's
you just
true.
Forget.
Only Cthulhu's. For +4/+4. Oh, it's a Morning Angel, not a Pierre. Thanks, Derek.
Oh, Pierre was game 2.
Game 2, yep. We're doing judgment for 3.
So
no, sorry, for 2. It only costs 2 because Almerius naturally reduces.
Yeah. Elder, I'm reading your comment just because I want to understand where you're coming from.
I don't like hitting the Umir there because we just gave Carol an Umir to cast. Yeah,
Yeah, Elder, I don't know if I necessarily agree. I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, I think hitting the Umir was a mistake.
Rayman, you do not get a card from Mujdar Judgment of her own effect.
Of her own judgment, correct. You have to. It only when her partner judgments. Yeah, I agree with Lars here.
Yeah.
Like, it's exactly what he's saying. Like, there are ways to stop it. It doesn't guarantee you a win. It's strong, but it's not entirely. Like, it isn't like resolve it, game over, right? Sigurd back in the day was like, resolve Sigurd, the game is done.
Yeah.
Doing some math here.
Math step.
Shove into Shub, into Shub, into Yogg, into Nyarlathotep to kill 2 of the blockers into lethal. Yes? Yes? Okay, that's the play. Here we go.
What?
We just
said
need
words.
We need a Yogg-Sothoth. Oh, okay. Carol's saying he doesn't have anything. He's gonna concede. I'll just confirm. Okay, yes. Carol is conceding. He realizes he doesn't have anything to answer that board state, and Daniel's going to be able to give everything on his side of the board. +14 with the Flyers. Carol doesn't have an answer, and that's going to be the game.
Drops
That's
in November.
That's old. That is old.
We're getting another Saga Cluster in November.
No, that is old.
Saga Cluster 2.
Saga Cluster 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Repeated Boogaloo. It's the same sets, same cards, same art. Not the same excitement.
Yeah. Wow. That was. Those are some. I'm trying not to block you. Those are some clutch games both ways. Like, we saw 7,200 damage literally on turn 1 on the draw. Like,
yeah. As Uncle from Jackie Chan Adventures would say,
hiya,
Hacha!
hiya. One more thing.
One more thing, shop. One more thing, shop. One more thing, shop. One more thing.
Yes.
Nyarlathotep.
Yeah. Nyarlathotep. Jeez Louise. That was nuts. Okay, so things that we haven't seen so far. I'm going to see if we have an undefeated or an X1 Mylist Mood Start, because we literally haven't seen that deck yet. And that's like, it's different than like the combo like the combo off burn. It's just like actually just straight burn your face, and we haven't seen it yet. So I'm going to try to see that. I did, however, say that we were going to do our next giveaway. This is a giveaway that's literally going to be available to anyone. It's fine. Anybody can enter. I will pay to ship it to you worldwide. It's a question we've asked before. So here's the question, but we're going to ask it again because there's 65 people in the chat, which is awesome. Jeff Lebert, welcome. Buddy, hi, welcome. You can go ahead and pick up your syllabus and report to class. Welcome to Ruler School. We're glad to have you here. So I think we're up to 7 new members this stream. Keurig Flex is in the chat. Go. We said Keurig Flex is in the chat for when we're not trying to block Paul. Okay, glad to have you here. Here is the question. Of the 5 rulers in the next set, which we know to be very clearly looks like Faria, Mermaid Girl, Weird Demon Boy, Green-Haired Person, and Tall Robot Lady. We don't know any of their names. Let us know by sending a message to rulerschoolcontent@gmail.com. It's here in the chat. Anybody can enter, even if you're not a member. Send an email to there with the title GP Entry Giveaway and let us know your answer for which of those 5 rulers you are most excited about. And then we will do a drawing and we will announce it on the page here, either in a post on the page or tomorrow during the live stream. And we will also email you for if you're the winner. Mm-hmm. Winner will get one of each of the 6 wonderful entry participation promos from this event. Again, which of the 5 new rulers are you most excited about? We've seen 2 concepts. Red has something to do with atoms because of the pre-release promo. We don't know what atoms do.
Bunny's back.
Different atom.
Discards bunnies.
And then blue seems to have something to do with randomization, which is weird. But we'll see.
There are
let us know.
answers to this question.
There are wrong answers to this question. We won't tell you what they are. But anyway, send your answer to rulerschoolcontent@gmail.com with the subject line of entry giveaway. Entry promo giveaway, and then whatever your answer is, and we will draw that winner, and we will ship you a full set, one of each of the 6 entry participation promos for this event. We are going to take a short break to figure out what our next round is. I'm going to see what the highest seeded Mylist Mood Start player is that hasn't paired against someone we've already played before, and we're going to throw Mylist Mood Start on stream next round. I'm also going to see what Singleton rulers are still doing well, so we know what to grab there too. So, for right now, we're going on break. See you guys in a bit. Hey guys, just a heads up. We're back. We have been informed that after this round, the players are going to go on a 30-minute lunch break. So we are also going to take a short lunch break. I will post in the chat when we know our expected return time, but we're going to have a short little break. We have 3 tables that are still going, and we're going to be looking for Mindless Moonstart, and we're also going to be looking for what singleton rulers are doing, like single rulers are doing the best to see who to grab next. So thank you guys so much. Again, thank you so much for everybody who's done the super chats, for everyone who's done the memberships. We're really appreciating. We're pretty close. I'll run it right now. Let's see how close we are, because I can do that. Don't mind my face, it's just very bright.
Sunny D, that is the most fun Forza Will I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, Sunny D, his name is Sundial. Come on. Sunny D, I'm disappointed in you. Monetization.
It was legit, man.
Memberships. We are at 89 members currently. We need 11 more to unlock Lumia. So if you're not on a member and you feel like considering to support us and consider helping us get to that Lumia emote, it would be awesome if we could unlock the Lumia emote by the end of the stream. I have it ready to plug in. I just need permission from YouTube to do it. Consider clicking that little join button down below and joining the channel. Otherwise, just enjoy the stream. Enjoy it. We'll be back at the end of our little lunch break. See you soon. Welcome back, rulers. Paul's here too. I'm just getting my phone set up here so we can do everything. I'm looking for a Mylist Moonstart undefeated. A single or a single ruler that's doing really well. Those are the things that we're currently on the look for. A ruler that's by itself that's doing really well, or a undefeated Mylist Moonstart. Don't open my camera, phone. Come on, we're better than this. Okay. Should see how Will Smoll is doing.
Will Smolla. How you doing, pal?
Remember, chat, just a few things. If you like what we see, if you like what you've been watching today, consider clicking that join button down below to consider joining us as a member. We are 11. We are 11 new members away from getting that Lumia emote. Dabs for the Lumia emote. And you can do it. I believe in you. It's half of it. Other arm two. You got it. Yep, that way. Nope, wrong way.
Just can't do it, Jeremy. I'm not.
Can't
do it.
Sorry, buddy. So yeah, consider clicking those buttons to join us so we can help get that. Otherwise, just enjoy the stream. And as a reminder, we're doing a giveaway of one of each of the participation promos from this event. Anybody is open to receive it. You can go ahead and email rulerschoolcontent@gmail.com to know and tell us which of the 5 new rulers for this next set you're most excited about to be entered into that giveaway. Yeah, it's going to be good stuff. Waiting on to see. We have 3 rounds left. Round 4, round 5, round 6. Top 8 will most likely be tomorrow. Paul will not be joining me for commentary tomorrow. Everybody cheer for Paul.
Or Shayla's.
Or Shayla's in the chat, or you can do the Kaguya in the chat, which is the salt. We're trying to find who we got so far.
See, I hope Jay Lappy's doing all right.
Gil Lapis was 0-2 when we checked in for them for round 3, so was not hitting it.
Oh, G Lappy.
Yeah, there's a lot of burn in this meta, so maybe a little bit more of the Ouroboros combo than maybe we were anticipating. And Gil Lapis don't really have much against it. Just waiting here. I hope you guys have been enjoying it. You guys have been wonderful. You guys have been wonderful in the chat. I hope you've been enjoying the matches and the commentary in the chat has been wonderful and answering your questions and everything else. This has been a ton of fun. I mean, Paul and I have been having an absolute blast. I might be corrected. I might stand corrected. I'm confirming, but we might have a 201 Gil Lapis versus a Mylist Moonstart. Yes. I'm about it, if that's what we're playing. It could end very quickly. Almarius Mooge. That's that's our singleton ruler. Okay, so we've got a Gil Lapis versus Almarius Moonstart. That's still very different. People were asking about the Almarius Mooge. We'll get that. We're going to have Almarius Moonstart versus Gil Lapis going into this next round. So, yeah, that's going to be exciting. Almarius Moonstart. What is Almarius Moonstart doing? Paul, what do you think?
So it's getting extra cards. It's blue-white base. Maybe a third color? So it seems like it's a more control.
Maybe a stun? More of a stun?
Maybe a stun?
I'd be about a stun deck.
I could maybe like a lawn control.
Ooh, we do love our lawn.
We do like lawn on this channel.
We do like lawn on this channel. We're a fan. We're fans of it.
Oh, lawn.
Yeah, I like that. Almerius Moonshard and Gil Lapis, both sitting at pretty high. I mean, like, you're right. Spirits, a Spirit Almerius deck for sure.
That, ooh.
I say that. I hear that for sure.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go pop over into our room here. Let's see. Hold on.
Sundial coming in clutch.
Just trying to make sure I know what trying to remember. I think there was only just one Almerius Moonstart, right?
Yeah, I think that's what you said. There's only one Almerius Moonstart.
Scrolling up. There is just one. It's the one Almerius Moonstart, and it's still doing great. Oh. And Gil Lap. Okay. A stun deck might be a terrible matchup, like, against Gil Lapis.
Maybe.
Right?
Maybe.
Like, stun deck to me is not a lot of spot removal. Trying to slow the game down. Gil Lapis is play a single card that does a crap ton of stuff every turn, right? Like single powerful, like whoomph per turn. Cheats in a lot of bodies. Gil Lapis through like End of the World cheats in a lot of bodies. Also, his flip, his flip can kill a J ruler. So like his tap, playing naturally Black Moonray, probably. That I like it. This is gonna be good.
Yeah, I mean it's tight support. It's just what can that do in the current meta? I
Yeah.
think against Mujdart Almerius.
That's what I'm
depending
saying.
what it is,
Against Mujdart Almerius, I would be against like a Feasting Almerius or a Groose Almerius. Probably gonna struggle a little, but like Mujdart Almerius feels a little naturally slower. Again, I haven't seen the list though, so
yeah, who knows?
they could be like, "Nah, Spirit Aggro, go and face," and I'm like, "Okay, well, okay, you're right. I'm wrong." We're waiting on parents to go up. I'm very excited about this.
Parents, get up. Pairings. My bad. I hear things wrong.
Okay, we're going to jump over and talk to our players here real quick as we get things started. And we are here. So ironically enough, George on the left was playing Gil Lapis last tournament.
Oh, there you go.
The last webcam tournament. Now he's playing Almerius Moonstart. He's playing against his...
So George has some interesting insights into his opponent's deck, more than likely.
These guys are both 201. So both very much still in contention for top 8.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I also think of Mefina.
Minfia.
Minfia. the
Yeah,
card I
I'm
can
really
never
curious if
remember.
this is more of like an aggressive deck than anything else.
I'm thinking Rapunzel potentially, Tinkerbell. Some stuff in here.
Yeah, I
Potentially.
mean, I'm very curious about. Like, I know what Gil Lapis could be playing.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea what Almeria's Moonstart is trying to do.
Yeah, I could go Spirits. I think there's also the potential for it to go Fairy Tale aggro. Could go Lawn. Could go Esper, right? It could go a lot of different directions.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, and we're off to the races.
And here we go.
So George is going first. George is a little frozen. Oh, we're back. We're good. We're good. We're good.
Yeah. Yeah, we're using the 6 Sage Stones trigger to go ahead and get a free dig off of the Moonstart and then recover it, which makes a lot of sense.
Very solid. So the advantage here is that George gets an additional card at the start of the game, but then also gets to hold more cards throughout the game. And then if he flips for 2, if he doesn't have Almeria's already face up on the board as a J ruler, that Mujdar can just deactivate for 2, and then it's a flyer that's really difficult to interact with. Or if Almerius deactivates, he gets an extra card that way too.
Yeah, for sure.
And G-Lappy's going to do some stuff. He's going to get his regalia.
Gotta get that World Ender.
I mean, how are you going to end the world without the World Ender,
Yeah, for sure.
right? I mean, how are you going to rain on the ruins if it's not rain ruins? You know?
Also true statement.
How are you going to miss the woods without the misty woods?
Paul?
Some
Ooh.
memes never die.
Ooh, a Scorn with the Energize.
I'm seeing an interesting mix of discard packages.
Yeah, like
Scorn's being used a lot.
yeah, I am surprised by how much Scorn of Dark Alice we've seen today. I'm gonna see Academy Guard. I'm trying to think of like what quick cast guys we might be expecting to see that we need to care about. Apparently, we probably are casting Araya.
Potentially.
Because we're floating black here.
Yeah. So, doing some Esper-ish builds, maybe even 4-color if we're going in a more control direction.
Yep,
Okay,
this
so
is
we're
Araya. Not what I expected to see out of an Almeria's deck.
So it's probably either Final Stance. Oh, he's gonna dump Sigurd.
Go ahead and
so
dump
we're playing
some Sigurd.
4-color.
Yeah, we're very clearly a black, green, blue, white Almeria's list. I'm curious as to why we're playing Moonstart then at that point.
Yeah, why that over something like Feasting?
Yeah.
Wispy Boy.
Okay, so all of that makes sense to me.
Probably hitting the Welser. Yeah.
Yeah, we hit the Welser there. So nothing that can stop the World Ender coming down, which I mean, I don't hate. You know how you stop a board from that doesn't have Jade Rulers from, or that doesn't have Jade Ruler hate from getting Resonators on board? You put a 2020 Galapis Plid to play and apply a permanent -8 to their board.
Yeah.
That's a thing.
That's how you do things. This is the way.
Get a black green stone.
Yeah, so he's definitely playing 4-color.
74.
Doing some draining.
Do we just cast Sigurd and get Academy now? Like, oh, no, we're just passing. With what's known in hand, there was a lot of non-instant speed stuff in that hand.
Oh. He looked at the top.
So because the bottom deck cards of his deck are on an unknown order because he shuffled to search, all we have to do is just shuffle his deck, and then it's a repair of the game state. So here we go. We have a white floating here, using a mood start effect, maybe trying to draw into another Welser would be my thought process, or a defense stance.
It's hard to say. I mean, if it's a hard control, maybe a Welser, maybe a defense stance, maybe some form of removal. Eventually, man, I don't know.
And it resolves. Looks like it resolves. We have a World Ender.
Oof.
Allosaurus has been named for the limit break of the first trigger. Okay. We're just double naming. We got a hand.
Okay.
Curious.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. 73 players. DM 073.
Whoa.
Thank you very much. It's a wonderful number. I'm going to get some Prisias in the chat.
Prisia's in the chat.
For that 073. Let's see here. So we know his hand has a Pierre, a Dispelling Stone, We have a
remember
Sigurd
what else.
Engrave.
Okay, call on another stone.
I mean, Jeremy does have 3 will available. Allosaurus does have quick cast.
Yeah.
Um,
I don't know if Jeremy is doing a lot of.
Gillepis doesn't have a ton of quick cast stuff.
Yeah, that's really interesting. He only has 1 will available, and then he has the 2 from. Okay, and then it can paper.
Yeah. Oh, that's unfortunate. Force him to banish an entity. Do we have a quick cast body to keep our world? Oh no, he could just banish Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil's done his job. That makes a lot of sense.
Is that a Suya?
Yeah, it is a Suya. Yeah, a little bit of a glare there. Oh, second Suya.
Oof.
That's really unfortunate.
So if he does have an Allosaurus in hand, he can get rid of some of those counters, which is kind
Yeah,
of nice.
I mean that's
it's not.
I don't hate that.
It's
He
not
can get rid of
awful.
all 3 of those counters. Up to 78. Ray is swinging in.
Morning Angel swings in for 4 more.
Do we have something there? Down to 28. We're at least 2 turns away from Judgment in Gil Lapis, which honestly is not like a Judgment in Gil Lapis in this matchup. If George doesn't pop off quickly, feels pretty crazy. Search for any card he wants.
Okay.
What are we searching for? Another
So it
World
seems
Ender?
A little bit more of a mid-range build.
I could see a World Ender here. I could also see us grabbing the Lilius Petal spell to, like, potentially, if
Just
we hit a
wipe his
third
board.
stone, wipe his board and put a 13/13 into play.
Yeah, that's not bad. I mean, especially since this Go Lapis list seems a little bit more mid-rangey, a little bit more classic black.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense to me.
Didn't have anything for the one floating to do.
So he's got 4 5 cards in hand now. So he's playing a white-black Galapis, which is interesting. Okay.
Gonna see if we can dig for another Wellster again, I imagine.
That's what it seems like.
I mean, against the Regalia decks, if you can stop their Regalia with Wellster, it's pretty good. So I don't hate that attempt. Does not resolve. I don't unless he has a Sylvia here. I hope he has one. Play Sylvia. He's got one. Okay.
There we go.
We're putting in some work.
Some bodies.
I would have personally swung at the Morning Angel, done Tenderea. Instead, he's just going face.
Yeah, I mean,
So, like,
getting rid of the Morning Angel does something for sure, and you do get big bodies later in game, so I can definitely.
yeah,
can see
like
that as
board
well.
board clear is super important against Almerius, right? Because we've seen like how a wide board with
Mm-hmm.
Almerius just gets crazy. So that's my thought of like swing Sylvia into Morning Angel, kill it, and also kill the Rhea. 2 for 1 there.
That being said, if he has a Lilius Petal in the deck, or if he had, I mean, even potentially Golem in the deck, who knows? I mean, he could definitely put it in the deck for sure.
Sure.
So he may not be too worried about Resonators if he can find the stuff he needs, especially because he has Lenneth's Search, right? So he can just pick out whatever he needs at any time. So he might be thinking, hey, let's get in damage now. Because that's a lot of stuff I got to get through.
Yeah, we're at a point where because of Gil Lapis's ability to like recharge God Arts, We're at a point where next turn we're going to be able to clear board and apply the -4/-4 and recharge Gil Lapis's Goddard in the same turn if we need to.
Mm-hmm.
Like a Judgment, hit a second Sylvia, pop 3 things, or like swing with Sylvias to pop 2 bodies off board, leave the Gil Lapis up. Like this is a turn where George kind of needs to do something. Because Gil Lapis, I can absolutely see why a Gil Lapis that's flipped can really mess with these decks. Well, not so much now because we've got the Institute out. We don't have a way to pop additions unless Lenneth pops additions. I think she only hits a Regalia. Reaching for the binder.
Hold on, keep your eyes on the camera. Okay, you're fine. I wanted to make sure he actually... It seemed like he was thinking next move instead of actually doing the mandatory trigger.
Oh, sure. This is over my head. Ugh. +6/+6 for everybody. We need
Ouch.
some way to have removal here. Yeah, unless he has something to stop this Suya. Yeah, so like if we had killed the Morning Angel, like if we'd killed the Morning Angel there, we would have been in much better shape. We would have only taken 22 and we would have been able to survive.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So
yeah, so this seems, I mean, regardless of the fact he's not playing Feasting, it seems like he's still, it's a pretty decent control deck.
it makes me just wonder why we're playing Moodstart over Almerius.
Yeah. 201 is still pretty
Yeah,
good
I mean,
for a
don't
not optimized potentially.
don't get me wrong, you know,
Hilarious list.
I think Jeremy takes the draw. Again, I think you take
Yeah.
the draw again.
And then, yeah, respects the board state. Like, I definitely agree. Like, based on how fast George is able to get that out.
Yeah, I think because there's also a way. There's a world here where George, because of the rulers he has, there's a world here where he hits a Gusting Skies on turn 1, or because he was playing Gusting Skies, right?
Yeah, swing
So,
Gusting Skies.
Hitting Gusting Skies on turn 1 means that he doesn't have a Rhea. Like he can't even play Rhea. So like to me, like this is a game state where there's a part of me that thinks that. Can you hand me the black binder there? There's a part of
This
me that
black binder?
yes, that black binder. There's a part of me that thinks that if Gil Lapis can get his Goddard off, like
yeah, I think Jeremy needs to go in.
it doesn't hit. Okay, it doesn't hit additions. So I don't know if we have a way to answer. We're playing white, so we could have ways to answer the Institute. But like, if we have a way to apply a board neg and keep Institute off board, it feels like Jeremy's deck could just tell the Almerius deck, like, you don't get to do anything.
Yeah.
Right? Because like, I don't know if a 2020 can be answered. A 2020 J ruler can be answered easily by Almerius Moodstart.
Mm-hmm. Well, based on their records, it seems like Jeremy. So Jeremy's taking the coin.
Makes sense.
And so I think Jeremy was like, okay, what do I do here? You know, this is a weird list. I'm not really sure what he's doing. Now that he's seen that he's playing an Institute control list that may not be completely optimized without featsing,
Sure.
Jeremy might be able to make, not call Alisaris, right? Say Lenneth and then Gil Lapis right off the top if he gets a World Ender.
Yeah, a turn 1 World Ender into Sylvia, like that kind of pressure that early could be huge for Jeremy.
Oh, yeah.
Like, because then if ever George tries to be proactive, like Sylvia's just going to kill it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Jeremy has to be so aggressive right now.
Yeah, for sure.
With that 7K wall in front of him, he's got to be more aggressive than. Especially since like George can't cancel anything, right?
I mean, outside of
Welser.
Welser, right?
He has Welser, but I mean, he doesn't have a hard cancel on board at all times.
From Feedsing, yeah, you're right.
So I would just, respect the Welser, but also recognize that Welser against Galapis is not that broken.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why we call the Allosaurus, and the beauty of what happens with Galapis is like you can pick to dig 3 and then call a limit break. So like dig 3, see what you get, then call the limit, as opposed to just like preemptively hitting 2 limit breaks.
Yeah.
Because like in that turn that he played the first World Ender, what if he had hit a Lapis Darkstorm, and like immediately played it? Like rip some cards out of hand, right?
Mm-hmm. Against a control list like Mujdar, that would have been super good.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a good stone to rip off the top there.
Yep.
And so he could World Ender right now if he had it in hand.
Yeah, but you have to watch out for Welser. Scorn makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Well, and George only has that one will.
Yep. Floating a darkness. So obviously Araya is going to come down here, or we're hoping to get Araya.
Yeah, I don't know if the Scry every turn is worth. So he has the Rhea. Okay. Dump the Sigurd. So it looks like George, if he has a Final Stance in deck, he doesn't dump it first.
Which makes sense against the Gil Lapis. I don't necessarily think you need, like... Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, Suya makes the most sense here.
Get Suya out of there.
Although Exorcist Mage might be a problem in my judgment, but we'll see. Nothing else there, huh? Okay.
That's so interesting.
Setting up for another turn.
Shouts to the luxury ball. Heck yeah. We're definitely going to get a 4-4 swing in. So what are we getting? Another 6-8
another 6-8 stone.
That's pretty good for George. That all.
More hand sculpting. Maybe that's what it's for. Like just more continual hand sculpting with a bigger hand, rather than having that initial burst mulligan. So more like longevity of the game selection rather than beginning of the game selection because you're a control deck.
But how does that?
But then you lose the void.
How is that different than getting 3 mulligans right from the start and sculpting your hand at the beginning so you actually can maintain momentum?
Right.
You know
I can see the argument of like mulligan at the beginning is you're only playing towards the beginning of the game, and so doing mood start lets you make more choices throughout the game, which maybe can help in a mirror, but also you burn out on green energize, you burn out on triple mulligan, you burn out on instant speed judgment, and you lose out on having a cancel.
Yeah, I think I think for a control deck, I think you want Feasting.
I agree.
I think Mujdart is good with something like a control Grooves Ballesta.
Why even cast this when you know there's a defense stance in hand?
Oof, not.
Why even cast it?
Didn't take notes.
Oh. That does not feel great.
Yeah, so George is just going to maintain.
At this point, yeah, I don't really know if there's anything else that Gilapis deck can do. Unfortunately, because next turn we're just going to cast Sigurd, get Academy. Burning Flame.
How is he doing that, though?
He can...
Because that's Black Will, and that's not a minion.
Is it? Hold on, I'll pause it. It can pay for Moon Arts too. We just haven't seen Gil Lapis in a long time, so he could pay. Chat's behind us. Yeah, we knew it's a Moon Art. We just didn't remember whether or not he can pay for Moon Arts with any color because we just haven't seen Gil Lapis in so long. Thank you for letting us know, chat.
Makes me want to play more Gil Lapis.
Yeah, it does. I love Gil Lapis, man. It's super fun.
Lappy. He's been sitting in my box in a while, and I'm like, I should just build this ruler and went the Dark Alice route instead. That's the third 6 Sage. Ooh, solid.
We just gonna sculpt again? Unfortunately, Rustin, it does not look super great for Gil. I mean, and to Jeremy's credit, he's admitted that he's still having a good time, and he recognizes that there are certainly some things that he already wants to be able to be changing. So I wouldn't be surprised if this goes to the Almerius Mujdart. Next round, regardless of what the matchup is, we'll get the highest placed my list Mujdart.
I think that's fair. He's hanging on by a thread. Yeah. I mean, if Jeremy gets lucky and rips a World Ender off the top and is able to play it, he's already wasted the defense stance and he can't play another one.
He can pop the defense stance with Pierre, though.
That's true.
Pop his own defense stance with Pierre to cast another one. Taken 4, down to 32.
Travis, I'm split on the new Kaguya card. It seems like it's great to be able to tag out a ruler, and it's kind of a win condition in its own right.
That or Pierre.
But it's I don't know. It's not impressing me as much as I thought it would.
There were 6 Celesta players, I believe, at this tournament.
Yeah, I wonder where are they at right now?
Several of them dropped.
Ooh.
I don't know where the rest are. An unlimit broken Sylvia.
Ooh, this is not fun.
Yeah, this is real unfortunate. Can trigger to get limit break. Okay.
That's a way of doing it.
Attack appear, kill appear.
Piers will just kill it in response.
Oh yeah, you right. It'll. Oh, Light of Sacred Spirit. She's a 10/10 now.
Zap.
So just RFG'd. That's game over at that point. We just grab the Sigurd, get Institute.
Go for game.
Yeah.
I mean, the Institute won't pump too much, but you don't even need all that much at this point. 2,800 is a lot.
Yeah. Even if it pumps them each +4/+4, then you're at 16 damage just from the
16.
So that puts you down at 12. And I don't know if there's any way.
Then you have a blocker in Sigurd.
Yeah.
And there's no drain in Gil Lapis.
No, Gil Lapis doesn't have anything to drain outside of revealing Miria, the vampire.
Yeah. Which
it's a
I don't know many Gil Lapis players who are playing Miria.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't think so either. But the players are having fun.
Yeah, exactly.
I still am very curious. We'll ask George when this match is over. We'll quickly kind of do a little voice interview with George to find out why he decided to play
Mooj over Feeth.
Mooch.
My sweet prince.
Sigurd's gonna get us an Institute.
Yeah, so that's gonna be a good +4/+4 now.
Yeah, potentially more if he if he sacks 6 Sage Stone that he tapped and gets another stone. Oh, but it's another Black Silence, so nope, still only 2 stones. Okay. Yeah, I think you just swing 8, swing 8, dip down to 12. Those Piers are vicious against any counterplay that Jeremy even might have had.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, targeted himself to get the defense stance off board. That's a play I've never seen before. I like it. That's clever.
That's fun. I like that.
Gets 2 counters on the studio as well.
Yeah. Opens up your boards. You can play another defense stance.
Oof, and he has the curse in the graveyard.
Yeah, there's no way Jeremy wins from here.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Discard spell. Minion to get in the limit break. Darks. I think you take the Dark Summoning.
Yeah, just
Pitchback Minion costs 3.
Don't let him get a search.
Pitchback Minion costs 3.
Mm-hmm.
It takes his whole turn to play Pitch Black. You're not concerned about discard because it doesn't affect your board state. The Dark Summoning could turn into getting him whatever he wants, but you'd rather just make him waste the whole turn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We did the minion.
Should keep that hidden.
I'm going to. What did we top deck there? Cycle into a draw card. Yeah, that's that at that
all
point
you
in time
can
is
do,
game.
yeah.
So 2 uncastable cards and 3 things he can't grab. Oh, real unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we know that he's got a Lenneth, a Scorn of Dark Alice, and an Unknown at this point.
Mm-hmm.
There's only 2 will floating, so like you only have to have 1 cancel.
Yep.
Hail Mary, Dark Summoning, last card. See what he top decks.
Cancel.
That's it. Jeremy admits that he doesn't know what this card is there. So I'm going to pop in and talk to yeah. Okay, here we go. I'm going to pop into their chat and we're going to talk to George real quick. George, the chat is curious why, with the packages that you're running, because it's the Rhea Sigurd kind of control package with Institute.
Correct.
Why Moodstart over Feith Sing or Gruus Ballesta?
Well, for starters, I don't have feasting, so
that answers
That's a
half the
very
question.
good reason.
and then also, so I have Gruus Ballesta, but I chose against it because I like the fact that I can draw 6 cards. I only have 2 Welsers, so that was kind of, shaky, that department. But I like the ability for me being able to pitch a card on the bottom if I draw into a Sigurd or I draw my final stance or I get a Sigurd bounce to my hand. It just kind of lets me filter a little bit more so I constantly have a draw. And then even when I flip Thalmerius too, I get a draw for the Moodstart. So I kind of went for the draw aspect of it to continuously have my hand while being able to control and
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We were just curious in the chat. So thanks for letting us know. Good games, guys. Good luck at the rest of the day.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, I really liked your deck. So
Ta-da! There we go. There's your answer. Didn't have it and chose to use Moodstart for making up for the fact, those things that you kind of want to see if you don't have Faith Thing, to be able to do that. I liked the idea of, like he said, being able to bottom deck Sigurd, bottom deck Final Stance, and only having the 2 Welser, like ways to try to, again, dig through that for the game. I get that wholeheartedly,
Which
for sure.
apparently really came in handy because he found a Welser doing that. So
Yeah, so it worked out.
substitute feet sing.
Substitute feet thing. So we're checking we're having the highest seeded My List Moodstart next round, regardless of who their opponent is, even if it's someone we've seen play before, because we need to show you guys what My List Moonstart can do. At this point in time, it feels like with what's being played out of the twin rulers, we've kind of seen all of it, different variations of it. Sure. The zero feat sync deck, I guess we haven't seen. I don't know. Maybe I'll find out how it's doing to see what's going on there. But other than that, again, let's talk about a few things. So first off, again, if you want to be entered into that contest, we need a entry to rulerschoolcontent@gmail.com telling us which of the 5 new rulers you're most excited to learn more about, as well as you can check the links down below to try to get your pre-orders in for Saga Cluster 3, as well as Rebirth of Legends. And then if you're liking what we're doing here on the channel and enjoying it, consider clicking that join button or just the subscribe. Helps out the channel a lot, and we really appreciate it. It's down here. Down here.
In the doobly-doo.
Paul, what of the 5 rulers are you most excited about?
Say more. I don't know what you mean.
Of the 5 new Saga Cluster rulers.
Wait,
So
is there a
green
mermaid?
Green boy, mermaid lady, wolf, demon person, Faria, would imagine because holding Excalibur, and red-haired machine lady.
Chat, you already know the answer. Just spam it in the chat. You already know. You already know.
I'm gonna laugh when the chat is dead wrong.
Do it.
I'm gonna wait
Guess.
to see what the chat says. I know what I'm most excited about, but I'm gonna let the chat.
Guess my next waifu or husbando. Duh.
Yeah. Okay, Russell got it. He's gonna go mermaid. Yeah.
Y'all are paying attention.
Yeah.
You know.
Very much in favor of anything blue.
Oh yeah, it's my color.
I'm excited. Red. Lore-wise, red intrigues me a lot because we've seen the image of like the red-haired chick with Mariabella. So like I'm very curious to that. And I'm also very curious about the atoms. Like that feels like something we've never really seen before.
I've never seen Force of Will have such violence towards rabbits before, but
rabbits. Jeremy only likes vampires. So clearly the black ruler. I mean, you're not wrong.
And
Jeremy for Harry Potter. People think I like the green ruler. I'm more interested in the black ruler, to be honest.
He's a wizard.
Little edgy boy. I'm all about it, and I just like darkness cards in general. It's always been my favorite color, even if it's been bad. Even when it's bad, it's my favorite color. It's rarely been bad. But the darkness cards I'm certainly very interested in it. I do really like that it seems to be 4 new characters, even if Faria is the white one.
Mm-hmm.
But it's 4 brand new characters. I just enjoy that. Especially as we're in this season of the old guard is slowly returning, but a lot of the community is newer players getting involved who didn't play back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, Alice Origins Cluster into Saga Cluster has been kind of like a little bit of a nostalgia trip for older players, while also like new players are introduced to these characters, but they don't have the like love for these characters that we have. So going into a set where everyone from old players to new players is on the same page about these characters in terms of them being introduced is really cool to me. I like it. I like it a lot. Yeah, stream match is already over. Gil Lapis did not find his way to lethal against Elmarius Moonshart. Toby, I hate to break it to you, Mikage is not tier 0, as represented by the fact that not a single person is playing Mikage today. It's not happening. Adams. It's not. Snaps.
Carrots.
Fling small rabbits at people.
Lettuce.
So we have 2 rounds left to go. Round 5, round 6. Very much looking forward to it. We got to nerf Mikage. He's too good. We got to nerf him.
Strong and conquer.
No, what we would need to nerf. What we need to nerf is this lady, Mikage Rhea.
Yes.
Like, y'all know what's up. So based on what we've seen today, Paul, we kind of predicted things at the beginning of the day as to what we expect to be in top 8, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now we're in last 2 rounds. He's too good to play. Now we're in the last 2 rounds. I imagine this round we might see a bunch of draws. That's the weird thing about Force of Will tournaments is you can draw in every round except the last round, but there's not as much ways to communicate about whether or not you're going to draw with your opponent next round. So we'll be interested to see exactly what we end up finding to play. Hopefully we see a we can grab a Mylist Mood Dart. So he was so strong that they nerfed him before he came out.
Mm-hmm.
But Paul, going back to our original conversation about what we think is going to sit in the top 8 with what we've seen, what do you think is going to make up our top 8 scenario? Like, what decks do you think we're going to see in top 8?
At least 2 Mooj Dart Mylist. Alternatively, well, I would say in addition to that, 2 burn decks, at least 2 control decks, Bremont. Bremont.
Shots called on the Bremont.
I mean,
how's Derek doing? Derek is playing a very different Feasting Mooj list. Derek, how you doing?
We summon you. Derek, how do I summon you? I don't know you well enough yet, Derek. How do I summon you?
Apparently that can't be right. I gotta find out if the record is good, but okay.
I'm gonna say 2 Mooj Dart Mylist burn at least. 2 Bremont. 2
Derek's undefeated, and Derek is playing
undefeated.
Feasting Mooj Dart. So
well, then obviously Derek.
at this point in time, if you're undefeated, you're probably undefeated after 4 rounds. Means that you're gonna draw. You're probably gonna draw your last round, and then even if you lose, you'll top cut in the final round. So
I would say probably 2 Gruz Almiris. Probably.
Okay, so I would imagine it'll be 3. I think it'll be 3 kinds of burn. And I lump in feasting. I lump in feasting Mylist or like some kind of like Ouroboros Mylist burn deck, or Mylist Mooj Dart. So like I kind of combine those together. Like it's combo burn versus actual straight burn. So I think we're going to see 3 burn decks. I think we're going to see the Almerius feasting control deck, especially being piloted by Bremont. I think we're going to see Derek's blue-green feasting deck, which is super different than anything else we've seen so far. You said, Paul, to expect Brandon Bremonts. 2 Brandon Bremonts.
2 Bremonts.
2 Bremonts. So
One for the future.
So Feasting Mooj Dart is more of a combo deck. Feasting Mooj Dart is more of, I won't say a combo deck. Yes, but it's not a burn combo. So yes, there. Feasting Almerius with Bremont, I definitely think he's going to top 8 with that list, especially if he won his round 4. 3 kinds of burn, combination between Ouroboros burn with my list versus just straight burn with Mooj Dart my list. I think a Wolfgang's going to get there. I would predict.
Okay.
I think a Wolfgang will sneak into a top 8 slot. And then some kind of Gruz Almerius, like that idea, like the more aggressive final stance Rhea deck. That's my predictions.
New Force of Will theory. Derek Mugwendeza is a 0-cost regalia because I didn't have to do much to summon him. So
yeah,
you were Leviton.
Ooh, banned.
Okay. Your Death Scythe.
Keeps coming back.
Better.
That man's keeps coming back.
Keeps coming back.
So we're going to find out what's going on. We will be back here in a little bit. Take a short break as we get ready for round 5. See you soon.
B.
And we're back, going into round 5. We have our eyes on a Milas Mood start that is currently 3-1 going into round 5. Round 5 is always weird, though, because it's when people start to see the standings and do intentional draws, because second to last round in Force of Will, you can intentionally draw. So we'll have to see what's going to happen.
Tommy.
I'm seeing
Is someone
Cruz Almarius. I've got Cruz Almarius.
Who's summoning me?
Feasting Moodstart, Feasting Almarius, Almarius Moodstart that we just saw. Lots of stuff. Milas Moodstart. I don't know if any of these guys are playing Wolfgang.
I see your Kikis, but they're not summoning me.
So we'll have to wait and see. Can the stream see us? Are we live? Making sure that there's something not happening. Second computer. Just want to make sure we're caught up, that we're actually sending signal.
Remember, we have a little bit of a lag.
Yeah, but no, I don't want to get the new iPhone 12.
Get the new iPhone.
I don't want to.
I don't need this anymore. It's old.
Okay, good. You can still see me. Great. Sometimes. Thanks, everybody. Sometimes YouTube's little
Derek.
Sometimes YouTube's stream dashboard wants to make it seem like I'm not.
Yes, sir.
Live.
How can I help you, Derek?
So we're here. What deck was I most surprised about today? I mean, Wolfgang. I knew it, but Wolf. And I will say any of these decks that have clutched out turns game 3 at full life lethals. Those to me have been surprising upsets. Anybody who can take a very clearly looking at a draw and turn it into a the game is over is just wow. I'm impressed by the play line. That's been my impression.
In terms of gameplay, I would probably have to say the Wolfgang list for sure. In terms of placing, I'm really surprised we got to go Lapis all the way to round 4. That was a 201. That was really interesting. It actually made me want to pick up the deck and actually try it out a little bit, which is nice. Yeah, that's out of that.
Yeah.
No oboes though. I remember our last event with oboe being everywhere and just Pierres and all this other fun stuff happening. I miss that. Sad.
I mean, last event was Rizard, just Rizard. So.
Welser matchsticks that bopped Wolfgang.
I mean, that makes sense. Wolfgang literally has nothing to stop matchsticks.
So what do we do?
So yeah, that's not surprising at all. To me, most honestly, the thing that I've been most surprised with in most of the game, or most pleased by in most of the games, is just how intricate the play lines are.
I see you, Tommy. I see you.
It's just been how intricate the play lines have been. The interaction level and knowing what's going on and knowing what the play lines are, knowing what your opponent's answers are, when to pull the triggers and stuff like that. Just nuts. So intense. Okay, round 5 pairings here. Looking at who we're going to have. Yes, this is exactly the kind of match that people wanted. Yes.
Also, quick shout out. Force of Will just posted on their Facebook that spoilers are going to starting at 11 a.m. EST. So, hope you all saw that. We shared it on our Facebook.
Yep, we did.
I am excited because we're getting both the mini set and the next full set.
As spoilers, yeah.
So, yeah.
And with that,
Get
we're
hype.
going to jump into round 5, which is Roderick Sykes on Milas Moonstart versus Cal Tuma, who I believe is playing Feith Sing Moonstart, which is a very different list than we've seen so far. So, here we go. This is not them, by the way. This is still waiting for them to join us. But when they get here,
wouldn't it be cool?
this is gonna be very exciting. One of them is playing My List Moonstart, and I think the other one is playing Feith Mooch. So, just gotta wait for our boys to join us here at the table, and we'll get started.
Hey, everyone, welcome to the Force of Will ASMR.
No, that's not what we do here. Paul Reisman. So what I know about obviously My List Moonstart is just like a straight burn list. What I know against the Feasting Moonstart list is that it is very almost like what Welser combo used to be, like Welser ramp combo with like Elixir, not Elixir, Mirage. So yeah, it's a very cool deck. Again, we're just waiting on our guys to pop in here. These guys are Cal is also X. These guys are both X1, and they are sitting at table 10. They are both in contention. Unless just waiting on our people. I think that's Cal. Hello, Cal. You are where you're supposed to be, buddy. Okay, here we go. These guys have to play because they're X1. We have My List Moonstart on the right versus Feasting Moonstart on the left. I have watched this matchup play out in Rogues Guild testing. It is a 50-50. I think it's pretty close to a 50-50. So we're in for a very good game. Here we go. No 7,000 life anymore. We're done.
Yay. So they're each going to get an extra card because of Mujdart's effect.
But Cal gets to mulligan 3 times, which,
Mhm.
again, can this is part of the reason why for this particular matchup and the way that Cal's deck works, this is actually pretty, like, that level of selection will pay off for Cal, especially in games 2 and 3, because the sideboard for this Feasting deck has a lot of sideboard cards against burn. So, cards that we expect to see out of Cal Tuma's deck. Mirage, Priscia's Call to Action, Lycion, Wind Dragon, the magical Wind Dragon.
Freaking Wind Dragon. Heck yeah.
Yeah. It's a fun list. This is going to be a fun match. So let's see. That first turn, floating red. We got a heat ray. There's a fountain.
Okay. So what this is going to do is his spirits will gain swiftness, and then he can rest that addition to recover his fire J ruler.
Yep.
In this, or his fire ruler in this case, which will be my list.
Which is free burn, essentially.
Yep. Decent card. If you don't have Kane, this works. You know.
Yeah. 6-8 stone, recover Mooch or cycle. We're gonna cycle here. Okay. Wondering what he's gonna put.
Yeah, we're not.
We're just gonna pass here. We get to recover the Mooch Dart.
There we go. So he is going to recover his Mooch Dart.
Pass the turn there. I imagine we're going to see 4 burn damage come in from Roderick, maybe more.
So ping 2. Oh no, he's not going to ping 2. He's going to pay for 7, draw a card. So that's 7 damage, draw a card.
3,300.
Mm-hmm. And now we're going to recover.
Does he have a
my
second one? Another 200.
Burn
Down to
2.
31.
So that's 9 damage before any resonator has hit the board. That's solid.
Is that a Snow White?
So Snow White is into the field. Not a spirit. So
but he's casting it during the end of Cal's turn, so it's going to go to Roderick's turn, and he'll be able to swing for 9 with this card.
So this is still Cal's end step then.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so it's going to be even better. This card is absolutely nuts in this list. I love Snow White in this list.
Snow White's going to get to put back in the hands. That's pretty good. I don't hate that play right there.
So he used Energize to do that. It's so interesting.
I think it's because we probably have something. We maybe have something like Parry. We need the 5 color option more than we need based on what the tech cards are potentially.
That's really good for Roderick. So he's going to be able to recover his Mooch Dart there, or he's going to ping.
Oh.
So 7 more damage, draw another card.
And this is in response to the 6-stage.
Yeah.
Oof.
So he'll draw. So recovers Mylest. Roderick deciding what he wants to do here because he's already done so much damage.
Yeah. I'm assuming that Derek is in the chat that he drew his second to last round.
This is still before recovery.
This is
so-
post recovery. He's just passing turn with 2 open.
Oh, this is pass? Okay. Okay.
Yep.
I'm going to turn my volume a little more then because Cal was getting a little too loud.
We're digging.
All right, so we're in the main phase, getting a stone. Yeah, Burn is one of those deck archetypes in any game that makes people either like hate the deck or they find some value in playing against it.
Oof.
Having not played against Burn yet, I can only imagine. So there's no parry in Cal's hand. It doesn't look
Yeah.
like. Thunder Wolf.
Thunder damage down to 9. I imagine we see another. I mean, we're gonna try to see the another play here to try to get the Snow White into play.
Mm-hmm. 2 more damage there.
Down to 17.
So now Cal is within Mila swing damage for game.
Yep.
He's got to be careful of that 2 will open on Cal's side, though.
Bouncing back to hands. Down to 15. So we're at a point where if Cal survives this turn, there is a chance that he pops off for lethal. The problem is 15 is very easy for Mindless Moonstart to do in a single turn.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's based on what he has in hand. We know at least one of those cards is a Snow White. Maybe 2
Calm
Snow
Stone.
Whites, but we don't know. Ooh, don't love missing the 6 Sage Stone there. Not a free 200 damage from
Oh, there's
Shrine.
Shrine. Oh, that's it.
Again, like, it's very possible that Cal can just kill you this turn, like kill you in the crackback turn. It's a matter of
So-
what Roderick has here.
So 1 tap will give you 4 damage. Recover again. That's 4 more
So
damage.
8. So, like, just with
That's 8
Ruler, we have
damage.
8 damage represented with Roderick.
If he has another burn spell in hand, he pretty much has game.
Yep. Unless
Okay,
Cal
so we're
pops
on to
off like
Cal.
right now.
Yeah, because if Cal cannot win this turn, Roderick just double taps and wins.
Yeah, exactly. He has this turn because we can do Dragonoid 8 damage, recover Dragonoid another 12 damage. Like we have 2,000 damage just from my list taps,
Mm-hmm.
which is not something that the deck can interact with outside of using parry to cancel the ability or to prevent the damage.
Yeah, a Thunder is game. My list with the Shrine on its own is game. The dual spell with my list and Shrine is game.
Yeah, there's a lot of things here that are. This is Roderick's game to lose, just because of the speed, and Cal unfortunately just hasn't had much of an opener.
Mm-hmm.
Again, though, I mean,
Who knows? Let's see.
we know Roderick has 5 cards in hand. One of them is a Snow White, so he's got 4 cards available. It's just a matter of how much instant speed stuff was Roderick have.
Genesis.
Yeah, Genesis doesn't do much, though. It's a little bit too late to hit that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, Derek. I think he's certainly going to need to rely on games 2 and 3 in this matchup. Because I know that the sideboard, the sideboard is just, like, huge for this deck's ability to be able to answer burn. And this deck also goes fast. Yeah,
Yeah.
That's lethal.
Okay, so we got one tap out of Shrine here at the end of his turn.
Oh, did the sideboard get changed a lot, or did you... Oh, no.
So he's going to burn for 4 here.
We have prepared.
400.
Down to 7? At least the game ended quickly.
So he's produced a red with the 6-Age Stone, and then I think it's just... Okay, he's going to play Snow White again.
Yep.
That's Snow White being such a huge threat on board at quick cast speed. Okay, so it's still in the end step of Cal's turn.
We're digging for something on end step. Digging for Do Blue.
2 floating blue will on Cal's side.
Okay, Cal's
Game
like,
2.
move it to game 2. Okay, great.
Okay.
So the
Off we go.
sideboard here is pretty important. Like Derek is screaming at us in the chat. I think they bring in 4 parries. I don't know if we manage to convince Derek to say sideboard Almerius. That very much looks like a Feasting going back into the sideboard for Almerius to start off with a higher life total, which I agree is the right decision because of what I know about the deck. Feasting is nice to be able to like have the like search or whatever, but against a deck that's so aggressive, Feasting for this Feasting Bootstart deck doesn't actually do much for the first few turns outside of the mulligan. And so it's just like you need the extra life to be able to survive a little bit longer against the burn deck. Derek is telling me in chat that I convinced them to move the Almerius into the sideboard. Just like that 1 card swap in, swap out is very, very helpful. You did. You really, really did. Yeah. Extra 7,000 life for what this deck is trying to do. The extra 3 grand life against a burn deck is really, really important.
Yeah, I don't know what Cal could have been digging for there. Nothing.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like in game 1, unfortunately, there's not too much. The beauty is that this Feasting Bootstart list, even if it goes to Almerius, like it's very different than anything else we've seen because it's trying to pop off combo style. So like it's also going to be ending games quickly. So having this much like losing game 1 in 15 minutes still gives Cal plenty of time to win games 2 and 3. So Milo's just citing 0 now, so he has such a strong snap turn. I don't think so. Derek, there was nothing to dig for in game 1. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now there's plenty of stuff.
Yeah.
From what I remember, 6 cards came in.
So the theory going into this game is that Almerius is going to create enough of a cushion
to let the Almerius feasting deck survive.
Yeah.
Or Almerius
And the burn will sort of run out of fuel as a result. That's the hypothesis. I don't know if that's true, just because we do know that there is a little bit more of a reach with Awakening of Mylist. Like that can seal a game for some big damage. Plus, you have the flips of both the J rulers. Luchadar getting swiftness and flying just on her flip alone is insanely good.
We got a shrine.
Shrine
Do we
is
have a
super
fountain
important
as
now.
well? Oh,
There we go.
fountain.
That's an ideal opener.
That's a very strong opener for the
Yeah,
Mylist
especially
Reset
against this extra 30 damage.
But the thing is, now we have Energized White for parry, which is real valuable.
yeah, real valuable for Cal. What's interesting is we're seeing the heat rays coming out from Roderick, so he must be either maining or siding parry as well for the mirror
They
match.
also, I mean, the white, maybe just to have another white source or another red source. Mulling 2 is either really good or spoopy. Parry?
Yeah, bait the parry now.
Parry.
There's parry.
That stops 9 damage.
That's
real
pretty good.
That's real good. Welser.
Ooh, another
Do we have a
one.
Welser here? Oh, he's going to take it, unfortunately. So he's, I mean, it takes 9,
Takes 9, draws
but he
another
didn't
card.
take 18.
It's true. He did not take 18, which is super important. You have to, yeah. have to be
Stop
fair.
any bleeding you can.
Yeah. And so now
Yeah, no Genesis is also real rough in the opener.
I'm so interested in what Cal's list is going to be. But hey, we have a tournament report, so we're going to know. Hey. Also, that feels good to say again. I get to do the tournament report. Yeah.
Yay!
Makes me
7
curious how
cards
many
in
heat
hand
rays
from
he's playing.
Cal.
Oh, sorry. Good.
Just saying 7 cards in hand from Cal.
Okay.
Like, Roderick definitely feels like he's been called Stone Pass. Yeah, that's what
I
I
think
thought.
you just do passive damage.
We're digging some more. Yeah, we need he definitely needs a Genesis. The will that you can get from Genesis is really great because it can pay for parry, which is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we needed. That's unfortunate. He has
Here's
Genesis.
Genesis.
Okay,
There we
that's
go.
good.
That's very good.
It's a good start. The problem is we don't have any white for a parry.
Okay, so we're in end step of Cal's turn. Travis, so Genesis is offering just a little bit of extra mana so that Cal can do things like play his parries or any of his other mage art / sword arts in hand. I don't know enough about the deck to know what he's playing outside of parry, but it gives him a little bit of extra padding.
Mm-hmm. It also can be used for 4Cs or Elixir's Loves. An X equals 8 Snow White. You don't bounce it now because he's got one more. He's got one more red to use. There's no reason to bounce it right now.
Okay, so now we're into Rod's turn.
Yeah, the double Deepwood is rough. Not hitting a white stone there.
All right, so we're into recovery.
Six Age of Stone. Okay.
There we go. Thanks, Derek.
8. Taking 800. Down to 45.
Ooh, dropping quick.
And sometimes
Times for C.
Yeah, for sure.
Thanks, Derek.
Ground splitter rabbit.
Ground splitter rabbit.
Not what I expected to see.
Oh,
okay.
hey.
Not what I was expecting.
That's
Clutch.
interesting.
Little spot removal spell.
Hey,
Well done.
I like it.
I like that idea a lot.
There you go. Yeah, okay, you're not wrong.
Yeah, he would be on 15 right now, so he's significantly like.
The game is going to go much longer.
And pass turn there. Now, Cal has access to Genesis now.
Yeah. So Cal's going to
So-
be able to stabilize here.
We need a white source. That is
Not a
3
white source.
deep woods in a row.
Game, we said white source.
Force. Well,
Still
there's a
have this.
mirage. Force. How many forces? Here we go. Let's get some forcey action.
How many forces?
How many forces we got? Forcey.
4C. Alfina in response.
Okay.
Not a bad play at this point. It can burn the Mirage out of the way.
Last lecture.
Um,
That's really good. That's really good.
yeah, puts it right back in his hand. That is a really well-timed Welser. This is when Welser is
Now,
peak.
now his mood start and his mood start and his Arius are alive to keep that Mirage alive through pretty much anything Roderick wants to do at this point. It's 3 spells cast this turn. We need to track that. We've cast 3 spells this turn.
I'm keeping count.
Yep.
Talking chance, right?
Yeah, chance.
Yeah.
Yep. Yes. There's a Lycaon.
There's Lycaon.
Yep.
Double Lycaon.
Yep.
All right. So Cal's getting his train rolling.
Yeah, there's a very real chance that we just have lethal here with the double Lycaon. We've
All
now
right, here's
cast 5 chance this turn. Now he gets to start playing dragons.
Oh, Durgans.
If we have it, though.
Oh, Matt. Just wait. Just wait, buddy.
Pass the turn here, but we... Yeah, 17, 19, and he's got a pump available for her, and he's got the ability to be able to cast 2 different spells this turn. With Lycion, Almerius can pump up Lycion and Genesis here.
Spoiler: there are no
Oh, you took out the dragons?
No! I wanted to see Wind Dragon. Here, hold on. I'm going to read Lycion for y'all. Not Lucian, Lycion.
4,100.
So Lycion says, you may pay 1 green less to play this card for each chant you played this turn, which is why he was able to play 2 of them for free. And then you can tap it. This turn you may play your next chant with total cost 2 or less without paying its cost. So you just make a Foresee free or Elixir's Love free.
He's got Lycion, he's got Pump from Almerius, and he's got Genesis available.
Yeah.
Like, that's still a good amount of resources against Roderick right now.
Mm-hmm. So he's got Parry Will. He's got Welser Will now with Lycion because he could just make it free. Last lecture.
Oof, didn't hit a 6 Aegis Stone there.
So, like, the defense is big.
Yeah.
Big right now.
Yeah, large. She's hitting for 17 and has a 19 defense.
Looks like Rod is going to attempt
Burn for
to
6, go down to 31.
So Rod's opting to just go for face instead of doing the Mirage, which I think is the play. Because you can deal out a lot of just general damage.
Okay, if we have a parry here, we're in real good shape.
So we're going to burn the board with Mindless Attack. And then what's going to happen first on the chase? He's going to put Mujdart second on the chase. So he'll draw a card off Mujdart. And then Mylist will check for how many cards in hand. So he can do an extra 300 damage. So we're gonna. Oh, they just
Magic
burned the
Entrusted love
Mylist.
to kill the Mylist.
Oh,
Because it only has 700 defense, and that is a 2-cost chant.
your love is your own undoing.
Wow.
Wow.
What a tech.
So that's how he died. Oh, okay.
Hey guys, so what we're actually checking here is the wording on my list says this card deals damage equal to its attack. So last known information would technically, like if it dies, would technically say, okay, well its last known information of its attack was X. But the problem is, last known information will see my list being a my list, which is a ruler with still the same card, which has a different attack. So, like it's still the same card and it says this card deals damage. So we're trying to see if Mylist dying before he burns means that Mylist doesn't actually burn anything because LKI will see that he's a ruler and not a resonator. That's what we're trying to figure out. So that's we're checking that out right now. Okay, so it's being ruled by Charlie that the game will use LKI and see my list's attack as still being the damage. So my list is still going to be burning the board, and so we're at this sequence here of Mood start needing to resolve and then my list needing to resolve. So I'm going to go let them know, then get started. Okay, we're back. But my list didn't see the extra card that's about to be drawn from Mood start. Hold on, I'm being called in to ask a question. Okay, so we're here. We're going to parry to the burn of the board. And this is before the my list draw is happening. So
High tier plays. High tier plays.
yeah, this is crazy because this is on Roderick's turn. So we're going to Cal's turn.
Yeah, that Mirage is going to be swinging in for
A lot.
heckin' damage. One stone up for Rod right now.
Yeah, this is not great.
That ruling went in Roderick's favor, but even so, the fact that
I don't even think. I think it went in Cal's favor. Like, Cal's.
well, I mean, you still get the Mylist burn damage to the board, forcing Cal to use a parry,
Sure, but.
as opposed to just whiffing the damage because he killed the Mylist.
Oh, sure. That's true.
what
That
I'm saying.
ruling was definitely in Roderick's favor,
Yeah.
for sure. I think you take the 12 here
Yeah,
because you
so-
don't want to get Demon Flamed.
Yeah, absolutely.
So 12, 8. So 2 grand. Takes him down to 5.
Oh my goodness.
Doesn't have any will available.
That's it.
Unless Cal has something to stop a secret sword.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
So we
I
should
think
have
that's it.
blocked. That's it. Cal's
Oh.
extending the handshake. Wow, the secret sword clutch.
Ooh, man.
Wow, that was good. Well played.
Ooh,
Well played,
very
to Roderick.
good. Oh. Force of will.
Wow. Last secret sword. Coming in clutch
Woo.
right there at the end. Wow. Secret sword for game. So if we had blocked, we would have survived, actually. That's really unfortunate.
Wow.
Yeah. Derek.
Wowzer. Whew.
Derek, what happened was he didn't block the Snow White. The Snow White got pumped to do 2 grand, and then last secret sword dealt another 14 for lethal. Wow.
Dang. Wow.
That's
Force of will.
That was a lot.
Force of will.
Force of will, for sure. We're going to go try to figure out. I don't really have much to say after that. We've learned something important about a ruling. Last Secret Sword suddenly clutching the game. That's a Mindless Mood Start certainly in contention for top 8 here. And we'll see what happens in next round. So here we go. We'll be back in a bit.
Later.
Hey everybody, it's just me now, just Jeremy. Paul had to leave, so F's in the chat for Paul. Kiki's in the chat for Paul as he drives home. We're waiting on 4 rooms currently to still report as we go into the last round. At that point in time, we'll find out what our top 8 is after round 6. Round 6, I'll probably just look at the top 8 and see if there's a people we haven't seen before. Or maybe put Derek on so we can see that feasting Moonstart deck again, because that deck is fun. And we haven't seen it, and it's different, and I like it. That being said, there are some people who I'm seeing in the chat, who wanted us to talk about the ruling from last round with the My List. So the confusion here was in regards to when LKI what LKI would be looking at, because My List is technically going to still being a card in play. So the idea was, my confusion was, LKI typically says, okay, the card that was going to deal damage isn't there anymore. It's in the graveyard now. We use LKI and check its last attack. Ta-da-da. The problem being that now, My List is going back to still being a ruler. My List is now a ruler. So, your LKI potentially sees that he's now a ruler, which would override the LKI of looking at his attack value. However, the ruling from Charlie was that LKI would still see still see My List's attack value when he was a J ruler, and would still apply the burn damage that way. That was what we wanted to figure out. It essentially came down to whether or not Cal needed a parry. In that matchup, legitimately, that ruling going in Roderick's favor made him have to use the parry, at which point in time that cost Cal the game. So if it had gone the other way, I think Cal actually closes out game 2 and we push to game 3. But these are important rulings. So we've learned a thing here today, that LKI will still see a J ruler side of a ruler that gets killed, even though it's a ruler. So there you go. We didn't ask for reference from Charlie. I could talk to him later and see if he wants to give us the reference. He's currently dealing with rooms, so I'm going to let him deal with rooms so we can get into next match quickly. I can see if I can get Charlie to join me here, actually. So we'll see if hey. Hello, Charlie. I'm going to turn you up on the stream so they can hear you here. The chat is wanting to know a little bit about how you came to the ruling that you made about the My List. We're not necessarily disagreeing with you. There are some people who are disagreeing with you, but in terms of just better understanding it, if we can know your thought process, they're wanting to know what's up.
Yeah, sure. So I do want to preface this by, I don't know if I'm right or wrong. It is just the ruling that I came to from what I had available, because I didn't want to read through the CR for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So the main issue that I came across wasn't necessarily the LKI. That I'm fairly confident about, that it'll take his attack stat at time of death to apply to an effect like that.
Sure.
The only issue that I was having is how it dealt with the ruler dying and moving back to the zone, since it specified this card deals.
Right.
I could not find anything through searching real quick through the CR that related to the card being considered a different card from it moving from one zone to the other. It would become like a non-entity because it's not on the field, but that doesn't mean it's not a card.
Right.
Or it's not the same card.
It's not the same card.
So with all of that put together, that is why I had it deal its full attack value to the board.
Sure. That makes sense to me. As a follow-up, again, the ruling on the field stands. We can't change it, and what you're saying is valid. This brings up the interesting conversation of the Gil Lapis ruler. So the Gil Lapis ruler gains an ability that says this card gains -4/-4 when it's on the field, or gains -4/-4 if it performs the God Art. But then when Gil Lapis dies, that -4/-4 ability goes away.
Let me see.
So the -4/-4 to your opponent's side of the field is not persistent when Gil Lapis goes from being a J ruler to a ruler. It actually resets. So in the world of that being true, that would indicate that the Gil Lapis is technically then a different card, correct?
Yeah, give me 1 sec.
Sure.
There's one thing I want to look at.
Yeah. And again, we're not trying to argue the ruling. Very clear.
Yeah, no.
I'm just being very clear to the stream. Like, we're not trying to argue the ruling. This is just it's a very complex situation that rarely ever happens. And so while we're waiting for our next round, let's talk about it.
Yeah. So my only counter argument to that is then how did Valentina 2 work, and why did it work that way?
With maintaining all of the names in God Arts.
Mhm.
Correct. And it was ruled, and I believe it was ruled that she will still keep all the God Arts even after she dies. So
correct. So I don't know if that was ruled that way, then I feel the Gil Lapis should work that he retains that.
Yeah, I think it was just specifically ruled about the Gil Lapis retaining it, which
gotcha.
I think this is a very clear-cut case of every ruler's kind of ruled a little bit differently because it's all a separate kind of different kind of effect.
Mm-hmm.
Like this card dealing damage. The Gil Lapis effect is a continuous effect that's granted by a God Art, versus Valentina is an enter effect that grants names and God Art. So like each one is kind of a different ruling for the purpose of the stream. And so I think the Milas ruling makes sense under those contexts. So thanks, Charlie.
Yeah, of course.
So there you have it. We've learned something. I think we're at this point in time waiting on 3 rooms to finish out. So that being said, we know that Roderick's in contention for top 8, being 4-1. Bremont, I do know, drew his last round, so he is X01. So he is a lock-in for top 8. Derek drew, Dan Rowland drew, I would imagine. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, in the chat. So they will both be X01, so they're locked into top 8, but have to play. Final round, you have to play. We'll have to see. I know that Daniel Negrete was sitting at table 1 with his Grus Ballesta Almerius. So I don't know. It seemed like he played. So I don't know if he won or lost. So the question to the chat is, what do you guys want to see? Yeah, let us know what you want to see. Overall, this has been super fun. Really enjoyed it. I can send you the ruler breakdown right now. I did it again. There we go. The breakdown after 73 was 73 players was 4 Wolfgangs, 2 Lilius, 9 Grus Ballesta plus Almerius, 5 Feasting plus Mooshstart, 1 Feasting plus 0, 1 Melgus, 2 Faria, 3 Gil Lapis, 2 Ragnarok, 2 Milas plus Almerius, 1 Machina, 7 Grus Ballesta and Feasting, 5 Celesta, 10 Milas Mooshstart, the most represented deck, 6 Milas plus Feasting, 6 Milas Feasting Almerius, 1 Rezard, 1 Mooshstart 0, 2 Dark Alice, and an Almerius Mooshstart, which was essentially another copy of Almerius Feasting, just didn't have Almerius or Feasting for it. So the chat has seen round 1 was Ragnarok was your round. Round 2 was Wolfgang. No, that was later. Round 3 was Wolfgang versus Grus Ballesta Almerius. Round 2 was Feasting Almerius versus Feasting Milas. Round 5 was Milas Mooshstart versus Feasting Grus Mooshstart. Round 4 was Gil Lapis versus Almerius Mooshstart. Nobody is guaranteed top 8 right now? That's what Robbie's telling me in the chat. I would think that an X1-1 with no undefeateds is guaranteed a top 8 slot. Because if everyone drew, if all of the undefeateds in last round drew, then we have technically no undefeateds. So X1-1s should get there if their only loss is in top 8, or is in final round. There's no Magna deck. There's a Machina deck. Math for Swiss triangles is weird. With 73 players. Yeah. Again, it did look like, though, that first table did play. Table 1 did play. So there's a possibility that there is a possibility of there being a true undefeated going into last round. But a Saga 1 ruler that wasn't Magna. I don't think any Celesta players are still playing. Echo, I played in the XYZ era when Sangan was ruled as detached. Yeah, that was a bad ruling. I played in that era of Yu-Gi-Oh! It was gross. Pie chart for breakdown, please. I will try to make one with the tournament report for Paul when he does the tournament report after the tournament. It'll be up this next week. We'll make sure that he makes a pie chart breakdown. The Machina deck. I don't think the Machina deck is still playing. I think at this point, outside of Wolfgang, I don't expect. I think the only deck that's not a dual ruler going into this last round, or going into in contention, would be a Wolfgang potentially. But I haven't kept track on the 4 Wolfgangs to see how they're doing. Kevin Spencer was playing Gil Lapis, as far as I know. Overall, it's been a fun tournament to stream. I've really enjoyed the variety. I've really enjoyed the intense play. I've really enjoyed that it hasn't just been a herder combo, which was certainly what we saw last stream that we did. We have 2 more of these tournaments. You can check out fowtcg.com to find out the other 2 dates. There's one in June and one in July. We'll be streaming both of those from right here in the chill vaporwave zone of Ruler School. I'm very excited to do those. You get those same kind of wonderful Discord events, and definitely consider, if you haven't already, consider signing up for those as soon as it becomes available. 73 players for this. We'd love to break 100 for next one. That'd be awesome. Huge thanks to Games and Geek for Landon. And Landon and Svetlana and Robbie and Charlie, the staff who have been working so hard today. We did see an Ouroboros OTK deck. It lost to Feasting on Marius. So we're just kind of waiting to hear about that. Sorry for playing herder combo. Derek, see what you're doing though is different, Derek. Like it's like a combo that like finishes out, like it's clever. it's a clever thing. I believe that the ones that Svetlana is doing, in my opinion, I can't speak to that, but I think all of the ones in the United States for Svetlana are U.S. only. Don't quote me on it. We'll have to find out more information later. Derek, I'm going to take you next round on stream, buddy. I think we want to see more of this Feasting Moodstart deck. I'm very excited to see this deck play, to see it more. Yeah, Andrew, I agree. I would love to go back to being I'm excited to see I would really hope to see that we can get at least one person in tournament in person. Well, Matt, US only versus like and Canada, I guess, so North America only, sorry. I would really love for us to do in person. But like we got to get COVID under control. If we can do in person eventually, this entire rig is mobile. That is what we're streaming on today. Huge thanks to all of the members who have supported us, because with the membership and some selling of some personal stuff, but also the funds generated by members, we were able to purchase a mobile desktop as opposed to a laptop. So we are able to get all this new equipment to run this stream at a such higher quality, with more technology and everything else, which I've really appreciated. And so we're really grateful for everyone who's continued to support us in that way. Yeah, so we don't even have to take a laptop anymore. We have a portable desktop that has a lot more processing power and a lot more work. So we can do a lot more cameras, more technology, just everything to make the event run smoother. Obviously, there's some natural limitations when we're here, because we're, one, on webcam, and two, we can't like grab players for interviews quite as easily. So there's that. But when we can get back to in person, we'll be able to do a lot more. And again, it's all thanks to members. So. Still waiting on our last round here. Thoughts on potential early rotation, like playing a cluster format tournament? I'd be down for a cluster. I personally would be down for a cluster GP, especially in June and July. Like the July one, I think, would be the one to do, because that's the one that we'd have the most time on. So May, it'd be the month before a new set drops, so we'd have 3 sets plus the mini set. So that to me feels like it's a good amount of time, because May and then June, July, August, right? Because the set 4 drops in August. Yeah, I would love to. I think a cluster GP in July would be dope. I'd be down for it. It's a lot of fun. I've really been enjoying playing in the cluster format. It's pretty cool. 6 stages are not nearly as like. We've talked about this before. The reason why 6 stages right now are just so good is, 1, they just have so much utility to them, and 2, they can take advantage of the power cards from Alice Origins in a way that the Saga cluster rulers just can't. And Alice Origin cards just provide so much value for generic work that's why they kind of outclass. Also, having Ataraktia's Memoria and 6 Sage Stone is just nuts. And the dual stones. So like going into a Saga cluster event, we have no dual stones. 6 Sage Stone, sure, but like you get a lot more creative, and also the support suites are a lot more limited and niche, more towards their selective ruler. There's a lot of, interplay and counterplay and stuff that you can do to like make tweaks in tournament stuff. But yeah, that's my thought. Wouldn't Burn be the best deck? Potentially. that would be the one thing to watch out for, Andrew, is if we go to cluster, would Burn be the best deck? Hands down. We'll have to see if set 2.5 and set 3 give us anything to answer that. I kind of feel like with how we've been seeing set design go, yes, like usually answers are within the set or within the next set. They've been a lot quicker to give us answers, especially in Saga Cluster, so we'll have to see. But like, I guess I would say if Burn is not just completely dominant in the Saga format, but still potentially viable, not just crazy, I'd be down for an early rotation July GP. Ranking, that's pairings. So going into the last round, current standings are: in first is Daniel Negrete, in second Dan Rowland, third David Smith, fourth Derek Muguneza, fifth Brandon Bremont, sixth Paul Martinson, seventh Roderick Seitz, and eighth Sam Comer. Ninth is John Clark. So a lot of people still in contention. A lot of 10s, 11s, and 12s and 13s. We do not have any undefeateds going into the last round. So there you go. We don't have any undefeateds. There are 5 XO1s though, which is a lot. But yeah, that's what we have going into the last round. Pairings are about to go up. We're gonna get Derek on here with whoever he's paired up against, and that should be a lot of fun. It was Alice Lapis, I think. Burn is 100% the best cluster deck. Yeah, like again, I would want to see, before I like make the call to make it a GP that is just cluster only, I'd want to see what's in set 2.5 and set 3 to see if Burn is kept more in check. Mylist and Moonstart are the rulers who just like, even just within cluster, like most of their cards are within cluster, and they don't really need dual stones that much. It's just like play red cards. So you just like play Firestones and 6 Sage Stones, and you're probably fine. We will be streaming Top 8 tomorrow. Yes, we will. We'll be doing the coverage there. We're very excited about it. Looks like our pairings are about to happen. Let me look at who. Derek and David Smith sitting at table 2. So we're going to jump over and have them join us. Okay, we are jumping in here with our last round. We got Derek on the right playing Feasting Moodstart versus David Smith on the left playing Feasting Almerius. The new set drops on May 28th. Both the mini set and the new set drop on the same day. They're doing cuts first here. They're doing their cuts here. What they do for the cuts for this event is they get to tell their opponent a number, and the opponent has to put that number many cards to the bottom. So now we get to see how this goes. I'm very excited to see more of this Feasting Moonshot list when it doesn't have to deal with the intense pressure of burn right off the bat. Like, this is just a very different matchup for this deck for sure. I imagine the Feasting Almerius deck is probably similar to what we've seen before. Potentially the stuff that we've seen off of Brandon's deck earlier today. But we'll have to see if there's any tech choices or if it's just playing a different engine or anything like that. First Stone 6 stage. We're gonna do a dig here with the Mooch Dart. So this is again the very start of that like hand sculpting for the like combo burst deck. Oof, Derek off to a much stronger start than Cal was. David is very sad already, seeing what deck he's playing against. Again, both of these players are XO1 going into this round, so regardless, they should both have top 8 based on pairings, but it'll still be cool to see who plays it out for placing. Since we don't have any undefeateds going into this round, it is trying to see whose breakers get them the first seed, which in this format could be very, very important. Especially against whoever ends up playing against the burn deck, if the burn deck makes its way into top 8. Pass from David after calling Stone, hitting a black silence. We're trying to filter, probably not going to be casting anything with that 6-stage Stone since we don't have any will. Seeing Genesis brought into these decks is very interesting to me. Like, it's just the natural ramp of it, which is really neat. When we're in a format where like mana dorks just get killed very easily or anything else like that, I really like the inclusion. And here's a Morge. I love seeing Morgiana come back into play, by the way. I love Morgiana as a card. She's been one of my favorites for a very long time. Although it's not a promo Morge, so I get to yell at Derek. Sigurd with Rhea. Yep, so this is probably a pretty traditional... Or sorry, this is then very different than what we saw... Oh no, we saw Sigurd off of the deck from Brandon. But David just going a little bit more aggressive. Seeing that 6-stage Stone here. So up to, if we float Will with Feasting, be a potentially 4 Will this turn. Which would be very nice for a Feasting's Awakening, although I don't know if the deck is playing it. I don't think it is. Oh, we are. Okay, we've got some Void floating, and then Recover. Never End. Not a card I was expecting to see come down. It's going to draw him a card. Wow, not a card I was expecting to see. Oh, using it as a fairy tale to play Cage of Mother Goose. Okay, we have a game here. This is very different than I was expecting. This is a time where I could see the idea. The problem is we have the will to be able to play Mother Goose again if we Welser it here. I don't hate the idea of having rested. I probably would have rested the Mood Start before that happens, but yeah. Now comes Sigurd. Do we have his last lecture in response to the Sigurd play? Yeah, that's not good. That kind of made the Rhea feel a little worthless. And now Derek kind of has free reign to potentially get really, really pressure, like do a lot of pressure here. Especially since he's also going to get to draw again off of the Mood Start. 7,400 to 4,600 or to 3,600. Yep, gonna draw a little bit here. Like, I don't know exactly what cards Derek needs, but now currently David just has a Void for the turn and he's tapped down. Like, he just has Feasting Void Will, which is not a lot. I mean, obviously, Optical Camouflage is a card, but there's a very real chance that, like, based on what Derek hits here, he just can kind of go off. Because Derek has sculpted his hand quite a lot. Oh. Yep. Yeah, we're going to... Yeah. So, yep. So, Optical Camo tries to come to bounce the Mirage. Do we have something to be able to save the Mirage this turn? A Pharisia's Journey would work. Another His Last Lecture would work. There's the Pharisia's Journey to stop the Optical Camo. He doesn't have the 1 will to pay. So now we've cast 2 Chance this turn. Three spells this turn. Yeah, this is the nutty. This is potentially a very nut draw here. Lycion for free because we cast 3 spells. So, like, David hasn't put a lot of pressure on Derek, and now Derek is just setting up to have so much more resources and availability of counterplay over what David might be able to play. That if Derek can't get through to this turn, the likelihood of being able to push through next turn is pretty high. Now we have a 17-19 Mirage. pass turn there. So that's as far. But again, like I said, this is a position where because we got rid of the Sigurd, like David's gonna have to spend another turn to set up. And Derek still has access to 2 spells essentially with the 1-drop and the Lycion, which puts him in a position to really still be able to steal tempo from David if he tries to play cards, which is very, very good. And then again, you're staring down a gigantic Mirage that's only going to get bigger next turn. Yeah, this is a very interesting play sequencing here. Like this is a time where like I would have waited to use the Unknown Mother Goose, but also at the same time, like I think David knows what deck is going on here, and if he had let Derek keep the Morgiana, then the game probably might be over. Ooh, Pierre can pop the Lycion, which is nice. We also do still have access to Feasting Judgment here, which isn't terrible. So my thoughts are we can't really use Never End effectively. We don't have enough cards to like make our stuff bigger, and like Never End himself is pretty tiny. So there's a thought where we just swing with Rhea. Yeah. Taking you down to 32. Oh, he's gonna go in with the Pierre as well, down to 28. Because Pierre doesn't need to tap to be able to pop the addition, that makes sense. And then a pass, leaving up the like I said, leaving up the feasting. It makes everything everywhere a fairy tale if he taps a ruler to activate its ability. Not just while he sits on field. Echo. Before recovery, we're attempting to use Lycion. So the next spell that it's a next 2-cost spell or less that Derek would cast is free, unless it's 4C, in which it's already free. So maybe don't cast 4C first. Trying to recycle, use the free spell. Yeah, this is good. Recycle it back into the deck. But the problem is this is free, so like you don't want if you did that right now, he needs 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He only has 8 things. It doesn't get eternal because rulers don't count as entities. He only has 8 things right now, Echo. It checks field and graveyard. Oh, sure. Yeah, it only gives eternal, I think, if he gets to 10. Yeah. Oof, Morgiana here is real good. We're doing some serious hand sculpting. We're going to cancel it with feasting. Yep, the Judgment of Feast here. Let me... Fairy tales you control gain eternal. Yeah, that's true. You're correct. So I guess right now with the 2 rulers he does. But he just taps feasting to produce 1 void. So he'd have to tap Almerius to give them all. It does just say fairy tales you control. And then again, looking at Never End, cards you control. So you do technically control rulers. So that is correct. You're right. So that feels real bad to cancel a Morge. And it seems like maybe David forgot to pick the mode to prevent damage from something, which is a misplay. Swinging in for 23. We're going to freeze his Journey of the Optical Camo, so that resolves again, protecting it. Hi, other Keizu. In response to no blocks. Oh, in response to no blocks with 2300, we're going to do resistance to flash in Ouroboros to make his life 2000, and then 2300 connects with no blocks. So that is lethal. So using resistance to reset their life to 0 in response to no blocks for lethal. Yeah, and the fact that he misplayed with the Almerius to not... he didn't choose the mode. So... Echo, it just says cards you control. Never End does say tap, give cards you control, gain Fairy Tale. So that would go to your rulers. So with stones, things on board, and rulers, he did have 10 things. Ultimately, it didn't matter though because he chose not to block, and so he, in response, got his life set to 2 grand and then hit for 23. So neat. Hold on. I'll call somebody about it. Were you missing a stone the entire game 1, Derek? Okay. We have to figure out what that means then because the game is over. So I'm gonna pause your timer. So like it should be a legal deck and game loss, but I'm just wanting to make sure. Yeah, don't side anything yet. Just you guys, your time on round is paused. Well, you know what, Derek? Okay. For the stream, so the illegal deck was caught after game 1 had already been decided. The ruling at the field by the table judge is that it is a game 2 game because game 1 had already been decided. It is a game 2 game loss for Derek. David was given the option to appeal that decision to see whether or not it should be a game 1 game loss. He decided to accept the ruling on the field of a game 2 game loss. We are going into game 3. So that's what's happening. We're going into game 3 with sideboarding with 40 minutes left because Derek had an illegal deck, but it was discovered after the game was already declared, after the game was already deemed to be a win for Derek. There you go. If it had happened at literally any other point in time during the game, it would have been a game loss in game 1, but because it was discovered after the game had already been decided to be a victory for Derek, that's the ruling at the field. We're learning. The thing that made his deck illegal was that he only had 9 stones. It was discovered that one of his stones was in his sideboard, or at least in his deck box, that he just hadn't grabbed all of his stones. Yeah, this is one of the reasons why we have judges and why we get to make decisions. And this is also why the appeals process is important. Like, David would have been 100% in his right to appeal. Raymond, because the way they found out was that game 1 was decided, Derek grabbed his deck box to grab his sideboard and noticed that there was a stone there. Yep. This is why I tell Derek all the time to use different sleeves for his stones, but he never listens to me. I'm going to yell at him, actually. Yeah, Derek definitely called himself out, Paul. He realized it as he went to pick up his side deck going into game 2. Checking to see who's still playing at our top tables. Look like our top tables are still all playing very much. So, yeah, once again, Derek's saying, you know what, as this combo deck, I don't necessarily want to try to deal with 7,000. What's the easiest way to get through 7,000? Reset it with Oboro. Or Ouroboros. But doing it this way is, I like doing it as this way. It's more of a reactionary of like a gotcha through the attack of something else rather than trying to use Ouroboros for lethal. I do like the Mirage pull rate consistency for sure. Don't get me wrong, I don't super love the Ouroboros combo existing. Like, it's frustrating, but in a field of Almerius, I do like the fact that something does exist that puts it in its place. Correct. Echo, everything can gain Fairy Tale. It can't count towards the 10 on field. Yep. Derek actually is using multicolored sleeves. He's using black sleeves. He laughed at me. I just looked at his board state and thought they were all his stones too, but his stones are those black sleeves right there. It just happened to be on the bottom of his side deck. Derek choosing to go on the draw here. I'm very intrigued to see what David might have. I imagine maybe David slows down a little bit. David going first here. Just a great Blackstone and pass. Green Bluestone without a Arachnid's Memoria. Genesis on turn 1 again for Derek. Just that almost immediate value ahead. No Rhea. No end of turn Rhea for David. Oof. Second Black Silence. Doesn't feel great. Paul, we're seeing a lot of different stuff. We got Mylist Mooch Dart, Feasting Mooch Dart, Mirage combo, Feasting Almerius, Control, Feasting Almerius, Final Stance, Feasting Crucible Lesta, Wolfgang, a lot of Feasting Almerius, like combo stuff. It's a lot of Crucible Lesta Almerius still very much in contention. It's a lot of good stuff. Going to get a little bit of a dig with the Mooch Dart. We already start that like hand digging. The question becomes, we've got Genesis, which is great. Do we also have a Morgiana here? Yes. The answer is yes. Wow. Wow. Still no end of turn Rhea. David having a seemingly a rough hand. Echo, we should get the top 8 list posted later tonight. Yeah, it's been a fun tournament. It's been a fun tournament scene. It's a lot of really intricate play. Like the competitive ceiling in terms of decision trees and like play line trees has been very high skill floor at the top tables here. We're seeing a lot of really intricate interactions, interesting tech choices. It's been very cool. Fun to commentate all day, absolutely. We've had some really clutch games too, like out of left field. We saw a Wolfgang literally turn 1 with the coin pop off. It's great. Okay, moving to recovery with Derek. Gusting Skies. Getting close. Derek's sitting at Morgiana +5 will. Is a lot. And unfortunately, David just has not done much this game. Do we finally see something during Derek's end phase from the Feasting Almerius deck? Maybe? No, we did not. Paul Reisman is not here. He is not here, unfortunately. Paul Clute, are you working tomorrow? If you're not working tomorrow and you want to come commentate for top 8, let me know, buddy. Wow, this has been what did David keep in his opener that we've just not seen any action taken from David other than call stones? That's very curious to me. A proactive Pierre. Paul Clute, if you want to come commentate with me tomorrow, message me on Facebook after this. I've got space for you. Trade in one Paul for another Paul. Pierre's going to try to move into combat here. Someday, Babatunde, you'll be able to commentate with me. Oof. Magic of Trust and Love coming down here with the Mood Start play. Wow, I like that. I like that move a lot right now. And that's it. Pass turn from David. Wow. Derek just getting some free time here. Fresia's journey to hand sculpting before recovery is nuts. Because each of these draw cards is look at top 3, which is crazy. Wow. Okay. We've got a feast and cancel. We've got a handful of other cancels, but we're getting to the point where Derek might be able to start winning cancel wars while also resolving the things he wants to resolve. Especially since Morgiana's on field, so we get to just sculpt our hand like crazy. There are certain decks in this format, Travis, that can really get punished by discard for sure. Especially against the Wolfgang decks. Like discard in Wolfgang is very, very good. But you're right that there is a lot of card draw and there's a lot of like hand sculpting in this format for sure. Question becomes, staring at a hand of 7 cards, how much Derek feels like trying to commit here. Imagine we might be about to see a Mirage cast. Oh, okay. Doing some more sculpting here using Genesis and a blue for a 4C. So a proactive 4C here. I don't hate that. It's 2 more pieces of card selection and telling David, do you want to cancel a draw card? This is a very good play here. This is a very good lockdown card against a deck like Derek's, telling him, hey, you can only cast 1 spell per turn. None of this like four sea cycling. Hey, Toby, 4-2. Not a bad record, buddy. That's probably a top 16 finish. That is something to be proud of, for sure. We can play Lycaon for 1 green because it is an addition, so it doesn't count towards Academy Guard. I don't love playing an optical camo there because I think we just replay the Morge. And now at this point, David can't do anything for the turn. Oh, choosing not to recast. Okay. Maybe Derek just thinks I have all the cards I need in my hand, so I'm not going to worry about it. That's very fair. Now, both of them are limited to 1, while Guard is on field, both of them are limited to 1 Resonator and 1 spell per turn. Oh, Raymond, sorry. Stun. I'll say it's a stun. We're trying to stun the Feasting Moochstart deck. A Pierre, which can pop the Lycaon. That's our 1 Resonator for the turn from David. Magic Stone Institute. Ooh, okay. Hardcast of that. What is the card on David's side? We have Academy Guard of Lycaon, which while it's on field, both players can only cast 1 spell and 1 Resonator per, or 1 chant and 1 Resonator per turn. And then they can play no more than 1 chant, no more than 1 Resonator, and then can play any number of additions. Academy Guard, or playing this Academy, so now we have 4 different stones, so everybody's getting +8/+8. So certainly a lot of damage. And we do have access to Feasting. Derek taking some damage here, potentially. Thunder Parasol would definitely come in handy here. Gonna attempt to use Lycaon. So we're losing the Lycaon, but we still have the effects. Ooh. His last lecture. There's a world where we use hardcast the Wellser because we can use the Resonator side. That's very good. So we can cancel the his last lecture, or put the his last lecture back in his hand. So then Dispelling Stone will get to resolve. And then the Academy's gone. So that's very, very good. And then Derek only takes 400 from that. Well played from Derek. So if we have a Magic of Trust and Love, that we can use to kill the Academy Guard during his recovery, then like Derek's in a really good spot. Block for... Why would you not block with the Welser? I'm very confused as to why we didn't block with that Welser. It's a 6/6. It's bigger than the Academy Guard. That seems like a misplay to me, especially since David can't cast any spells or additions. Or cast any spells or resonators. Like, you just had a free block to get rid of the Academy Guard to be able to pop off. I don't know why we didn't do that. They can't draw. Echo, they can't draw in last round. There has to be a winner in last round of Swiss. I mean, yeah, we can just attack. Yeah, just attack into Academy Guard right now. That worked out. So now Derek can just go nuts. Morgiana, it's free. Maybe a second Academy Guard in hand. Yeah, even after time. In the final round of Swiss, time goes to sudden death. If it's a draw. Travis, I don't think that was the safer play line because there was nothing that David could do during his turn, having already played a Resonator and a spell that turn, to be able to stop the block. And even the Amarius was tapped, so there was no way to pump it. And there's no quick cast addition that's going to be able to deal and suddenly make that guy bigger. There's another Academy Guard. Do we have a response to the Academy Guard is the question. So we're trying to respond to the Academy Guard. We have 2 windows to respond to the Academy Guard here. We find some kind of removal spell. Or no, we have to kill it before... We have to cancel it because we've already cast the spell. So we need a last lecture here. Yeah, okay, yeah, we have the last lecture for the Academy Guard. So that probably is game here because it can recover the Mood Start. 2 counters. The Mirage has 2 counters on it. Oh no, sorry. The Mirage doesn't get counters because we're doing replacement effect with Morgiana. But now we get to Sculpt Hand. And so I imagine we're going to see some Lycaons come down. We're going to see some Forces. Like, yep. We're at 3 spells cast for the turn. Yeah, this is the hand sculpting kind of popping off. Like, wow, it's impressive. This is the kind of thing that I'm talking about with this, of like the super heavy, neat, like deep interactions between the 2 games to try to find the way through the lethal. And More card draw. Just we've now looked through 24 cards. 30. We've looked through 30 cards this turn. We can still look through 3 more. Ugh. There's another 6 to look through. Yeah, this is a very cool deck. Kudos to Derek for figuring this deck out. Only time 4C gets played in a format. Yeah, for sure. When you have a card that says 4C is free, what does Pot of Greed do? I think Pot of Greed just says draw 2 cards, but Morgiana says look at 6, pick 2. Another 4C. The fact that they printed it twice in the same in 2 back-to-back clusters is nuts. Lycion, cast Lycion, cast Lycion. Yep, David doesn't have anything to stop the Ouroboros, so Ouroboros was coming to come in, and Prissy is called to action to give it swiftness for lethal. Yeah, so that is a win for Derek. Very, very, yeah, he's seen his whole deck at this point. That was impressive. Yeah, Top Cut will be tomorrow, so we're still waiting on a bunch of rooms. Welcome back. I've missed you. Yeah, this has been a really fun stream. I'm super grateful. We've had a ton of people hanging out, a ton of people joining the channel as members, plus some super chats. Just in general, I think the matches have been really, really intriguing. That to me is the most fun. Like, so much of the time today, I sat back and I wanted to go like, where do we go from here? Like, what's the play line? Like, and it actually meant something, as opposed to like, okay, well, how do I get to the combo? It's like, okay, no, actually, how do you play through this? Like, this is and what are you playing around, and stuff like that. There's been so much, like this last meta was very much just like, Olay, watch Rezard do Rezard things, and like, just not care what your answers are. But this meta is like, oh yeah, answers are important, and like timings are important, and sequencing is important. Like, everything really matters, and that to me makes for a really engaging event and a really engaging tournament to play in. Everything I've heard from players who were playing is that they had a great time playing in today's event, so that's really awesome. It's been very fun. Just really enjoying it. So thank you guys. I mean, we're waiting on our top 8 pairings here. We have let's see. Currently there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games still playing. So 73 players. There's 2 more tournaments coming on. One in June. I'm going to pull up the information actually right now, so I can talk about it. Event information. 6 minutes remaining left on rounds. We have 2 more events, 2 more online GPs. The next one is June 19th and 20th. Same entry, $35 set entry for this Discord event, which will be US and North America. Still 6 tables playing. June 19th and 20th, once again online, a wonderful event. That will be 3 weeks into new set meta. So like 5 new rulers, a mini set, and a full set of new cards. Like, exciting. New set stuff is going to start being spoiled tomorrow, starting at 11 a.m. Eastern. So, like, probably going to talk about some spoilers tomorrow. Like, I'm about that life. And then people for the give me special dispensation to play in the GP. I don't have that kind of power. And then the other one is July 24th and 25th. Also an online Discord event. Yeah, it's really, really nice. These have been really fun. I think the players have adapted very, very well, and the fact that we have invites to Worlds. The pricing for this one, we don't know if it'll change for the next one. It could be different Ubers. It could be probably the same prize cards, I imagine. It's probably still going to be cash. We've heard we've heard a talk from Svetlana that she's working on trying to make the June and July events even sweeter in terms of pricing. Like, I don't think that there's a reason not to just participate and enjoy it. And it also, like, being able to go back to the company and say, hey, we had 73 people sign up for a Discord GP today, which is awesome. It's really, really nice to see. We've talked, and it's a lot of new players, a lot of new faces. I mean, the top end is a lot of players that we recognize, but these are players who've consistently shown that they are good competitively, and we do have kind of a fresher community kind of coming in. But like, put in the grind, get yourself working, take what you learned today and apply it. Yeah, things are great. I'm gonna actually let's see. It's just me. Paul's not here. We will be streaming tomorrow. We'll start again at 1 p.m. EST for Top Cut. See what makes it into Top Cut before we determine what we're going to play. It'll be 60 minutes, 60 minute, 90 minute for rounds for top 8, top 4, and finals. So that'll be a lot of fun. I will be trying to get someone to come commentate with me. I have to have someone here in the office to commentate with me. So that's complicated because no one's nearby. Huge thanks to Paul Reisman for coming down and hanging out with us in the back chair there. Woo! Giving us the commentary. And then, yeah, it's been a blast. Feel free to leave any messages in the chat or if you have any feedback about the stream. It's been wonderful having you all here. We've been pretty consistently in the good numbers. I know people are just kind of chilling, waiting around, but we peaked at around 80 viewers today, which has been awesome in the early day. And then obviously as the day goes on, things get crazier and people who are overseas bow out and stuff like that. But I think today overall has gone really, really well from the stream perspective. It's been a lot of fun. I hope you've enjoyed it. Check one thing real quick. Am I going to post the, he's there in spirit, the Wiseman. Are we going to post the top 8 on Facebook Global site? Yes, we will be posting the top 8 lists on Forcible Global later tonight once top 8 gets announced, so that players can have that to look at. Paul will also be doing a tournament breakdown report next week once we find out who placed in 1st through 8th after the final event, after the top cut. So very, very fun, very, very exciting. Loved seeing so many new players. Rustin talk, people learning from their games, deciding, hey, you know what, I'll play in this event. Like, that's the kind of stuff we want to see. We want to see more of it. Thank you all so much. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to June. I'm looking forward to this mini set. I think there's going to be some fun stuff in it, and I'm excited. I'm great. Because the other thing is, too, is I know a lot of players who just couldn't make this event. So, like, even knowing those players, I think we easily break 100. So, yeah. We still are waiting on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tables here. Actually, because it's Brandon Fremont, actually. I'm gonna get him to come talk to me in the stream room. We'll talk to Brandon about how things went today. I'm gonna add him. Because I know Brandon will never give up a chance to talk to the community. Let's talk about the stream. Yeah, I think this event went a lot smoother, actually. I think people figured out a lot of working out the kinks of getting their stuff like sorted, getting their stuff like camera angles and stuff. Hey, there he is. No, because
No? All right.
we can't
How's
see
it
you.
going?
We can't see you, but we can hear you. Everybody say hi, Brandon Bremont.
Oh, I'm on stream.
You're on stream.
Oh, I'm on stream, but you don't want my webcam. That's what I was like asking that for to
Well,
ascertain if
I
stream or
guess, hold on, because there's no real way to see you with the way I have it set up, so we're just
not.
hearing
No,
your
no, no
voice.
problem. No problem. You can just hear my angelic voice.
Yeah, we just hear your angelic voice. Brandon Bremont, do want to say welcome back to FOW. Congrats
Thank
on you won your last round, so you're XO1.
Yeah, I confess this really inspires me to actually play again, which I wasn't expecting.
I told you it would. I do want to say that I told you it would.
So there's this funny thing that happens where when you've been out of the game for a while and you're reading all these new cards like Ultra Magic Stone Golem and Magic Stone Research Institute, and you're like, this game's completely broken. It must not be fun anymore. But that's not actually true. The game is completely broken, and it's even more fun. So,
yeah, I agree. I think
great.
We've been watching the game. We've been watching the gameplay today, and it's just been this intense amount of like the interactions are so intricate, and the play decisions are so great.
It is crazy how much like this is definitely by far the most like skill intensive series of matches I've played. Not necessarily like representative of the player skill, but I mean like the most amount of decisions and ways that it could have gone wrong, and like onboard mistakes from both players. Like, I mean, I made more onboard mistakes this tournament than any tournament I have ever played before.
Yeah, for sure. I didn't watch all your matches, so I can't speak to that. But I will say that, like, you know, the amount of ways that things can go wrong and like the intricacies and the thought processes of playing at the high skill level in this format is nuts.
Yeah, no, it is great, and also like it's not undiverse. Like you talk about like Sherry format was deeply skill intensive too, but it was kind of annoying because it was like a one deck format.
It's just
I mean, I played against four different decks across 5 rounds, and so I mean that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's the thing that's been nice is, you know, I think that there are a couple of things that I would like to see reined in with set 2.5, set 3.
Yeah.
You know, just little balancing tweaks, but it doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like the Rezard meta where it was just like, or the Rezard or the DBV metas where it was just like, yeah, okay, there's really only one deck and you're only really doing the one thing, and it's just about who can do that better. Like
right, no, absolutely.
This format is very, like you said, skill intensive, choice, decision tree intensive,
Sure.
and like there's a part of that makes it more enjoyable to watch and more enjoyable to play.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if like because we saw I played against the Ouroboros deck in round 2.
Correct.
And I also played it again in round 3, and both of the times I actually really felt like I was probably supposed to lose that matchup. Is that what I'm understanding? Like I
think
got lucky.
I think yes and no. I think that there was certainly like I think you did everything right, especially in game 3 of the match that we watched, like with but like then they happened to have
I'm not saying that as like a statement of fact. I very well could be wrong. I actually the first time I ever played against that deck was in round 2. I didn't even like realize it was a thing, and then when he like did the thing, I was like, this seems kind of broken.
Yeah, it's
like
I would say it's more like a 50-50 or a 60-40 in the Ouroboros' favor.
Yeah. Yeah, and that deck felt just really interesting and intense, and I'd really like to know, you know, how that deck, if that deck is supposed to be beating the red-blue, like my list Moochard Dart decks. Like, I'd really love to know that matchup, because if the Ouroboros deck is supposed to beat me, and the Burn deck is supposed to beat the Ouroboros deck, then you're really talking about like a decently healthy meta with some pretty
triangle,
going on here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Did you play
I don't
against
know if those things are true, but if they are true, then that's pretty cool.
Did you play against the Feasting Mooch Dart deck at all?
Derek's like you play 4C.
Yeah, the 4C loop deck.
I did not play against that deck. Derek was talking to me about it. I'd really love to see it. But no, I have not.
Yeah, it also uses Ouroboros.
Ouroboros,
it uses Ouroboros in a very different way.
Right. Yeah, very cool. I'm very excited to see top 8 tomorrow. I'll be looking at all the lists tonight. And,
yeah. Well, again, congratulations on your return, and hopefully this inspires a full return.
Yeah, I
from
know.
you.
Now I'm gonna have to play the next GP, and the next one's annoying.
Let me look at all the cards that I'm gonna have to send Brandon.
I know. I'm gonna like send you just an order every week before the event. Like, this is Jeremy, please, Jeremy.
But I'm glad that you enjoy it as someone who's been, played Force of Will and been in some of the more intensive and also some of the more degenerate formats we've been in. I'm glad that you share the opinion that like the enjoyment factor and the diversity and the skill intensity of it really does kind of help temper some of the explosiveness of it in terms of like being unfun. Like it's still very skill intensive and fun despite the
the
kind
skill
of
intensive
explosiveness.
is unnegotiable. Like, that's obviously true. Health and diversity, I'd really have to play it more to give like a confident answer on that. But my initial take seems pretty good.
Yeah. Rustin in the chat is asking anything you would have changed about your list.
Oh, absolutely. There's a lot I would change. I did not really get what was going on until I'm going to
call Awakening of the Winged Lord and Fiola would get cut.
Yeah, definitely. I'd go down to 1 Awakening of the Winged Lord. It's important against the Almirius decks to get the combo kill if you time walk them.
Yeah.
So that's kind of nice, and it's nice to have a quick cast effect. Yeah, the Viola is actually terrible, which is so funny to me because it reads broken. Like, you read this card and you're like, I cannot believe they printed this. And I literally cast it like once over the entire course of the game because first of all, it's double blue, which is just like annoying on the first 4-stone mana base, which is really what the most of the game that matters is played on. So like a lot of the time I just didn't have the double blue, which was like embarrassing. But even when I did have the double blue, no one ever really casts chance just on their turn where this is going to really matter. Like, they're going to cast everything as quick cast. So they're going to cast it on their own end step. And so if I Fiola that, then I have to go into their turn with me having 2 less mana to counter other things. So it's like the fact that it hits non-resonator is just actually like you'd think it would be better, but it's just not that great. I'd probably go to 4 Ultra Magic Stone Golems, which kind of surprised me. When I was building the deck before, I almost cut 3 down to 2. But it just turns out that against the matchups where it matters, just developing gigantic threats for less mana than they're going to cost to cancel is a big deal. And a lot of the ways that you can lose this matchup is by them going like, okay, end step Exorcist Mage, end step Morning Angel that does nothing, and then keep beating you for 4, and neither of us can play anything since we have to play a completely quick cast game or you lose to the Almirius flip. And so Ultra Magic Stone Golem kind of does this funny thing where it's like, okay, that no longer works, and also this threat can't really be canceled for less than it costs, and also after it's in play, you're going to really like struggle to deal with it as the Almirius Featsing Moodstart, whatever control deck.
Kinds of things. Yeah, for sure.
The fact that just became very relevant, I think I might go to 4, even though it's bad against burn, but like you kind of like take it out.
Yeah.
I think 3 Alt Sting Mischievous Boys, too many. I cut down to 2 or 1 in almost every matchup. It's a good card and it is relevant in the late game, but like cards that are relevant in the late game, you just have more time to draw, and your second one is like not great, despite like they look like they stack really well, but they actually don't because you need to have more gas to play.
Right.
And so like I'd definitely go down to 2 All Sting.
Great.
That was good. Yeah, sorry, I'm rambling here.
No, it's all good. No,
I'm
this
gonna
is
ask
good
me
stuff.
this, and like I have a lot of thoughts on that. So sorry.
Yeah, no, it's all good. That's why I wanted to hear your thoughts because I know we're still waiting for some from.
And then I'd put Blackstones in. Oh my goodness, the Celia, the Cursed Child, and then it like flashes back to discard a card or whatever.
Yeah.
That card is like the bees and knees. I'd find room for that, and it is a mistake that I'm not playing it.
Cool. Well, thanks for your insight. Good luck tomorrow in your top 8 match. And
absolutely.
Get that invite to Japan, buddy.
I'll see you on stream.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Brandon Bremont and his wonderful insight, everybody. Cool to talk to a player. Let's see who else might be here while we're waiting. Can I get Derek? Derek, do you want to come talk? You're probably in chat. So, Derek, if you want to come join me, feel free to hop in. We can chat while we're waiting to see what happens. While we're waiting for our finale. Mike doesn't think Sui is going to be played after rotation still. I don't know. As we go. Okay, I think we're waiting to see pairings. So as soon as I get standings, I will be back. Hi, me again. We actually had the reason why we're taking so long is one of our games, actually in turns in the last round, was 1-0 going into the game 2. Game turns started in game ended in game 2, but the person in turns in game 2, the person who lost game 1 won game 2, so they have to go to a game 3, and they're both playing Almerius. So they actually have to start a game 3 because there has to be a winner in the last round. There can't be a draw. So that's taking us some time. Should go quickly. We have a couple other games other than that that are still playing out. So that's the reason for the delay. We'll be back shortly. Thanks, guys. Okay, everybody, we are back. It is time for you to hear your top 8 players. They're going to announce it in the Discord, but I'm also announcing it here after 6 wonderful rounds. Our first seed with 16 points is Derek Mugwaneza, playing Feasting Mujdart. Our second seed with 16 points is Brandon Bremont, playing Feasting Almarius. Our third seed, playing, I believe, also Feasting Almarius, is Dan Rowland. Our fourth seed, playing Gruspalesta Almarius, I believe, is Sam Colmer. Our fifth seed is Joe Ramirez at 15 points. Sixth seed is George Kouzis at 14 points. Seventh seed is David Smith at 13 points. And eighth seed is Daniel Negrete at 13 points. And the ninth place is Casey Madden at 13 points. So there you go. There's your pairings, or there's your final stuff. Hope you guys. There you go. It took us a long time. Appreciate your flexibility here. But yeah, Derek Mugwaneza, Brandon Bremont, Dan Rowland, Sam Colmer, Joe Ramirez, George Kouzis, David Smith, and Daniel Negrete are your top 8 players of this event. We will see you back here tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the Top Cut event. Hope you guys had a great time. Again, if you liked what you did, consider clicking that join button down below or just giving us a like and a subscribe. We'll be back tomorrow. Thank you all so much for watching. And until next time, this is DMO73 saying class dismissed. Have a good night, everybody.